Greetings. Greetings and salutations. How is everyone? Hopefully everybody can hear me. It looks like you can. Greetings. Hi. Hey, what's up, Mr. Bombastic? Berserker Chip? Loner Unboxed? Smells like shit in here? Fuck you. Smells fantastic in here. You know what it smells like? It smells like fucking victory, okay? Smells like fucking victory. Speaking of which, where's my water? There it is. One moment. McDonald's cup. Huge fucking container of water. I'm gonna probably drink 2 of these before the end of the stream. Gonna get probably a gallon of water in. Just to keep you healthy. Morning, Omega Onion. How are you? How are you? Jacked, thank you. Okay, so I want to try something a little different today. Okay? I want to try something a little bit special. First and foremost, I'm going to be shouting out my Discord a lot more. I think it's good to have a boppin' Discord. I'm also going to be hanging out in my Discord when I'm not streaming more often to encourage more people to jump into the Cord. So we'll do that. Okay? My Discord should be linked in, I think, the Twitch and the YouTube stream. But you can do ! Discord to be able to get a link for it inside of Twitch. YouTube, it should be in the title. So, I want to look at news. I want to try a new strategy by looking at news, okay? Long story short, that's what I want to do. But before I get into any of that, is there anything crazy, like drama stuff that happens so I can front load my stream? Like front loading it. Some quick, wait, are these the same people? Any changes with the roommate situation? Give me a sec. Apparently this is way louder than I thought it was. No. No real changes with the roommate situation. I contacted somebody who said that they could possibly contact other people that I guess are disproportionately women. The only reason why I really want a woman roommate is it would make the slot a lot easier to get for... I personally would feel a lot more confident that Adriana would be chill with them if they were a woman. I don't really want to like get a guy and then have them be possibly making like Adriana uncomfortable. You know, I want as little variables in that regard, my Discord, not yours, as possible. So, not really. Hassan reacted to the J-Stock thing, and then Volcel and Dan debated. I saw. I didn't see the Pixie part of that, where Pixie apparently came in and dominated, but.
Oh my god! No, wait! I can't click this. I can't.
Are these two twins? Are they stealing me and my brother's shtick? By stealing, I mean doing it before me and then not at all stealing it at all in any way.
What?
When did you have... Oh, it's because she got 2 bags, presumably from an NMP or something.
No, if she doesn't open this right now.
Am I out of touch or are they? I don't know. One of us is massively out of touch. I don't care. Why would I care about Versace? Wow, like a millionaire bought an expensive thing. Okay. Am I the weird one here? Why do I care? Actually, I don't know if NMP's a millionaire. I'm just assuming he is. Whatever. It is what it is.
Maybe even retweets. Yeah. When Elon decided to demonetize Destiny for reasons, he's gonna say you're not obligated to keep anybody monetized. Elon demonetized. I'm trying to remember what that was. Elon demonetizing Destiny. Oh, was that after he said that he was like happy, or he was like, he thought he was making jokes about the people that got killed at like the assassination thing? Oh, let me untime you out. Sorry. Yeah, it's basically doxing. Yeah, exactly. The Trump assassination take. Yeah. Elon clearly has a very hands-on approach to influencing Twitter, and it's hilarious to pretend that Twitter files hold a candle to it. Twitter files were about Hunter Biden's cock and nothing else. I think the Twitter files showed that Twitter was censoring and silencing things and deleting them based off of what the government told them to do.
That's literally exact. It's exactly the opposite of. It's exactly the opposite of what happened. God, kill me. It's like literally.
To be fair, I actually never looked into the Twitter files thing, so I can't speak to it. Dan got rolled, to be honest. This video has an echo. I'm trying to adjust the audio so that way it doesn't have an echo. It's difficult to balance the audio because I don't have headphones. The people who care a lot. I used to write articles for that kind of stuff. What, like celebrities buying other celebrities like bags? Most people care about luxury brands just because of the status symbol they represent for the middle, lower classes of population, although most of them tend to be tacky, to be honest. Yeah, why do I care about somebody flashing status? Why do I care about that? Ooh, you have a lot of money. Yeah, okay.
Or you didn't delete them, he hid them, right? And then this one was already hid before. He mistakenly brought it back afterwards, okay? Now, Twitch deleted it. And you know how you can tell the difference between like when Twitch deletes a VOD and when you as a user delete a VOD or hide a VOD? Twitch deleted this VOD. It is off the servers completely, inaccessible, okay? So they are losing their fucking mind over this shit at Twitch HQ.
I hope that one day, I hope I can have a company that would go to bat for me this hard.
Or you didn't delete them, he hid them, right? And then this one was already hid before. He mistakenly brought it back afterwards, okay? Now, Twitch deleted it. And you know how you can tell the difference between like when Twitch deletes a VOD?
What does he mean scrubbed from their servers, like totally gone? What does he mean when he says that?
Or hide a VOD? Twitch deleted this VOD. It is off the servers completely, inaccessible, okay? So they are losing their fucking mind over this shit at Twitch HQ.
I hope that one day, I hope I can have a company that would go to bat for me this hard.
Also, if you guys want to talk to me while I'm streaming, I'm sitting in a public channel on my Discord. Probably not a good idea for the long term, but short term, who the fuck cares? Yo, what's up, Toast? Regal, how are you? The Twitter files right-winger head canon versus the reality is a wild difference. Head canon versus, wait, what? I don't even, what do you even mean?
That must be super hard for you.
It does, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I have limited power to do anything about it. But at least I can spread the word that really, you know the good thing? If I suddenly was no longer in the DGG universe, I would still have a pretty good life. I could do things. If you were no longer a mod, no one would give a fuck about anything you had to say, ever. You are only here by the fucking grace of God himself, Destiny. and you somehow think that you matter way fucking more than you do. You're an incel fuck. You have no remorse for the fucked up shit that you do, and just shut the fuck up, put the fries in the bag, do your fucking janitor job. No one gives a shit about your opinion, and in fact, keep it to yourself. Does that...
He did too much gym yesterday. Arms are dead. Other than that, wait, what is that? NM. Oh, other than that, nothing much. Gotcha. All right, Toast. All right. I respect a fellow gym goer. The most painful fact is not that they feel the need to show that they have a lot of money, but that they spend that surplus of money on things that only poor people, only people with poor taste would choose, like Gucci, tacky as fuck. Be your own man, really. I mean, look, I could shit on people for buying expensive shit. At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want with your money. I just could never. I could never do that shit in a million years. There is... The only way that it could ever run out of money to give to people that I think would be a better use of money than like $1,000 or several $100s on garments is probably if I spent close to $300 or $400 million on people that I like. People that I like would get, if I was unbelievably rich, it would get to the point where I'm buying millionaire shit before I buy designer shit. It's just not happening. It's never happening. I should say probably the only circumstance where I'd ever buy designer shit would be if I didn't buy designer shit, but it was given to me. And I couldn't say that it was given to me. And I was sponsored for like a lot of money. That would be the only circumstance. Like, it's just not, I just can't fathom using that money in such a way. I'd literally rather go give a kid an Xbox, a random child. Here's a new Xbox, rather than a shirt, a Supreme shirt. I'd rather just go, hey, Merry Christmas, give a random kid a fucking console. Congratulations, there you go. It just doesn't make sense to me. Just what a, I don't know. Maybe it would if I had a bunch of money. I don't know. What the right-wingers think happened is the government controls Twitter. What actually happened is they warned them about misinfo in advance, and only half of the takedown requests were actioned. D-Rob almost says it.
Over and over and over and over all day, and you're like, Dan, you're making me look really fucking bad. You can't do this. And I say, nah, I don't take it back. Based. You would have a fucking problem with that. That would cause you a huge amount of shit, and you would probably be like, well, I can't have you on stream anymore. You're actually like a racist.
You understand that you've said like worse than that sexist comments like in the most disgusting manner over and over again about Will Neff cheating on whatever. Like you do this, like you've done this like 7 shows in a row. It absolutely is.
To say that,
and it's a real life situation, and it's totally unrelated to the matter at hand.
Wait, why are we switching it back to me here? I feel like
no. Hold on, no, wait, stop getting muted. Stop getting server muted. Stop getting server muted. Wait.
No,
you're trying
to put it on me.
Yes,
you're mod. You're Rogan.
What do you think about jewelry then? I think the exact same thing. If you're spending thousands of dollars on jewelry. Again, I'd rather give a broke kid fucking shoes, bro. I don't understand. Literally go to the Salvation Army and literally change a child's life overnight instead of your shirt. I could not fathom. I can't imagine being like, I'm going to buy this shirt, and instead of literally changing foundationally a kid's life, I'm going to buy this Supreme shirt. I'm going to buy this Gucci jacket. I can't imagine that. Like as a fucking idea in my mind. Literally, my brother would beat the living shit out of me if he heard I did that. He's like, you paid $1,000 for something, and instead you could have given it to, I don't know, a family friend to be able to get them through some hard times. You could have done this. You could have done a million different things. You could have helped one of our friends' kids. You could have done anything, and you decided to do that. That's insane. It's insanity. But it's just different strokes, different folks, I guess. I don't know. So many people do it who are rich. I have to be missing something. There has to be something I just don't know about being rich that makes me that would make me do that shit, I guess. Do you care about the echo? I do. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Hassan got community noted? Holy shit, what the hell? Oh, it's in their language. Worked with white nationalists like Lauren Southern. Oh, this is Destiny. Hey, Dems, before working with Destiny, please remember he took responsibility for Nick, Your Body, My Choice, Fuentes' career. Worked with white nationalists like Lauren Southern and Nazis like Nick Fuentes, called for right-wing militias to run over... It didn't call for them to run over BLM, and worked with is bold here. Worked with in the capacity of like debating Lauren Southern. I'm not sure about the particulars of their possible relationship that they had, but yeah, I was told that there was something that had happened there or leaked or something. I don't know. Debates in favor of ethical CP. That is just. That's not at all how that ethical. What is that even? I don't even know what he's. I'm assuming referring to engaged in the argument of whether or not CP could reduce the rates of actual children being harmed, which I think even Hassan has done. Hassan is engaged in that argument, so I guess Hassan also debates that. Victim blame every SA victim. I don't even. What even is this? I don't even get this. Keep in mind, this guy is literally actively saying that there is only one instance of sexual misconduct against an Israeli after October 7th from Hamas. Urge toxic cyberstalking cult to try and do Gamergate actions to every political content creator. So this is something that's God's honest. Do never let Hassan get away with saying that Destiny's audience is like cult-like or is harassing other people. Somebody Destiny had on his, Hassan had on his platform, Mike from PA Central Committee. The dude that Hassan had on his platform talked to another large creator, Austin, from Austin Show, put a fucking 100K hit out. Not hit. If I'm being charitable, which I shouldn't be, but I'll always be, is 100K hit out on or 100K how would I even call this in the most charitable sense? He stated that it would be he would give somebody $100,000 if they possibly did something to Destiny. So I don't know how he can claim that anybody else's community, anybody else's audience is toxic or harassers when he himself, somebody he had on his stream, boasts on his stream that is a part of his community, said, I'll give you $100,000 if you do something to Destiny. I don't know. Destiny debated Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern consistently. Destiny was referring to rioters, not protesters. The CP claim comes from a debate where Destiny was arguing against a pedophile. Victims of the SA have generally been appreciative of Destiny's coverage. This is true. Base community notes. Oh shit, my bad. Mike from PA 100K clip. Yeah, here it is. Can I watch it? Fuck it, I'm gonna watch it.
Shit, well, okay. Well, we brought the
It's
white
called shock, you fucking idiot. It's called shock. Anything that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Shit, well, okay.
If you live in Florida, he has an opportunity for you while he's raging out about a guy who lives in Florida and getting mad at him. And most of his coverage has been about this. And he's also stated it's on site, threatening violence against this guy earlier, by the way. Earlier, by the way, he said things like it's on site if he sees Destiny. Clearly, that's not even a clear implication of violence. That is the language that people use of violence. When you say it's on site for somebody, that means you are going to fight them or kill them. That is how language works. That is what on site means in modern colloquial context. That's how it works. That's what it is. So this dude who has threatened violence against Destiny prior says, hey, anybody in the Florida area, I have $100,000 with your name on it. 3-day ban, nothing more. Propped up in Hassan's community consistently, not only propped up in his community, and made bridges with other large content creators such as Austin Show, Mike from PA, Central Committee. All of that through through Hassan's tutelage, through Hassan's managing. So he's completely foregone any credibility in regards to saying somebody else's community is toxic, when he literally has a propped up member of his community putting out de facto hits saying that he's going to fucking assault him or worse on site. Of course, I don't actually think he's going to do it. I think he's just posturing. But the idea that it's all comparable. Name me one time a Destiny, somebody in Destiny's community who's been propped up on his stream has ever done anything like this. It hasn't happened. And in theory, in the moment where it might have happened, they've been exiled. It's not happening. It's not happening. Bruce Dropomoff did some shit like that too, didn't he? Yeah, he was. Well, Bruce he's unwell. That's an unwell man. Bruce is an unwell man. Something happened. His brain is gone. Yo, really, bit of a tangent, but how did the volcel arc go? Was it generally just increased exposure to chicks that ended it? Let me take a bit of a break, okay? Let me take a bit of a break from the sauce, and I'll tell you, okay? I'll tell you about a little story about a young man. It was simple. Young man, not a day over 19, okay? Or 20 or some shit. I forget when I started streaming. Yeah, but sure, let me just say this. So basically, I used to believe I was volcel. I think I was coping a bit. I think I was kind of volcel, but not as much as I thought. Originally, I thought it was full-blown volcel. Like, hey, look, I could get a partner. I could find somebody to settle down with or something like that, but we're going to take certain things serious. That's what I thought. It was cope. I believe it was cope. I think that I didn't realize how bad the problem actually was. That's what I think. Okay? That's what I think. So essentially, a young man, he thought he had it, but he didn't. Okay? He didn't. Long story short, I thought it was volcel. I thought I had what it took to be able to hit the dating game. I was much, much too old to be thinking this. When I was 19, I hit the dating game. I was absolutely awful. My very first relationship was tragic, really bad, really, really bad. It was when I was 19. I did everything wrong. Shit like that, whatever. Fast forward to 24 is when I had the next one 5 years later. Dude, it was not good. It was not good, man. It was not good. Why I thought I was why I came to the conclusion I was coping through the volcel arc was I just didn't have the social skills. I didn't have the social skills to be able to do it. My looks weren't that bad. They were pretty bad, but they weren't that bad. And when I got into finally was able to improve and then get into a relationship, it just went pretty south because of my social skills. That's just what it is. So the volcel arc kind of came to a conclusion Wait, do you think of yourself as an incel right now? No, I joke about it. Okay, I joke about it. I say that I am. I joke about it because it upsets people and it's kind of funny. I don't actually think that I am right now. I just think that I'm like one step above an incel. I can attract, you know, women's attention. I just can't keep it. Why? How come Relly always has a soda cup or food from Five Guys? This is McDonald's. Because they got killer deals right now. But anyway, it's pretty crazy that Bad Empanada made a hit piece on Letterboxd of Destiny. Okay. I'll read that in a second, but just to be clear. So originally, when I was like 19 and stuff like that, I thought it was a volcel. I thought it was like, whatever. I think it was coping. I was just really, really bad socially, so I had to make a lot of improvements, made a lot of improvements. By 24, 5 years later, I was able to establish my second relationship and actually do something decent. I really liked that woman. The issue is that there was a lot of cheating in that relationship. Really wish there wasn't, because probably if there wasn't cheating in that relationship, we probably would have stayed together. It was a pretty ideal relationship. Like we probably would have gotten married. But, you know, tough luck, bad beat, hard L. Hard L. But anyway, that happened. Not that big of a deal. After that, it's just been me trying to make incremental changes and improvements to shit. But I would say I probably stopped becoming an incel like at 24, probably somewhere around there. But yeah, I mean, I'm all right now on both sides. What do you mean? Oh yeah, that woman, the chick who I was dating at 24, 100%, she wanted me very badly. It was 100% a one-sided like breakup. She wanted me though. She didn't actually like me because she cheated on me. Obviously, if she liked me, she wouldn't have cheated on me. But that's the way that it is. Gonna find a girl for Relly that's as passionate about barotrauma as he is. It's gonna take a while, but dude, that chick, okay, who I met when I was 24, she was the first woman to take really any kind of interest in the shit that I was interested in. Right? I thought that my last ex, or my last partner might have, but she never really did. But that chick actually did. She actually took interest. She started engaging in some of the hobbies that I did. She started liking some of the things that I liked, and that was fucking cool. That was fucking cool. We talked about philosophy. We played games sometimes, bro. Oh man, it was fucking based. But that's it. Did she cheat romantically and or sexually? She cheated romantically, and then she kissed another guy. She would flirt with dudes online, and then she sexted a dude. Actually, I think she sexted two guys. No, three guys. Three guys she sexted, and then she kissed another guy. But, you know, it is what it is. Otherwise, she was really cool. Everything else but that, she was pretty cool. Yeah. I thought you were okay with your seeing other people. Fuck no. Hell no. That was the relationship before the last one. And that ended horribly because of that. I'm never doing that again. And it wasn't seeing other people. She couldn't stop talking to her ex who was trying to sleep with her and flirting with her. So I was like, okay, if you can't stop doing that, then we'll just create a rule where we can talk to and engage with people who clearly want to sleep with us or are flirting with us or whatever. That's fine. We can do that. So we did that, and then that just ended horribly. But I'll take some significant responsibility for ending that in a completely inappropriate way, though. I ended that in a really shitty way, and I shouldn't have done it. It's probably the biggest, or probably the worst like thing I've done to another person ever. but yeah. Bro, I'm so faded. My stream was at the intro, and I thought I accidentally clicked a synced playlist and sort of rolled with it. Oh yeah? Nah. Okay. All right, back to the shit. Shit, I keep closing that. And on stream, geopolitics, Greek philosophy, societal psychology in America and Russia. Dan and Forethought, grade school math discussion, Reddit mod drama, incel discussion. I mean, that's how we like it. That's how we like it. That's how we like it. But high key, no fucking joke, really. You need an autistic woman, not level 3, maybe light level 2 or level 1. Clear cut communication, more into male hobbies, and normally super kind. I mean, send them my info. The Dan Forethought drama was actually an amazing throwback. Well, I want to watch when Pixie joins. Is that on his kick? Need to change things up on the stream every now and then. Can't be constant politics. Yeah. Last night on Destiny has a combo. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Can I do this? Oh! It works! On Firefox, it works. Nice. Wait, no, I'm talking about the conversation. Did it happen today? Yeah, the conversation that should have happened today, no?
Yeah, I just think
That's why I generally pretty doing your dick. When I say that,
here is that it depends on how much you're playing into that or how much you're using that. Because if I'm just like, oh, you know,
there's a log. Pixie, there's a log where Forethought says, Kelly Jean, if I jerk off to your e-whore content, do you get off on that or do you get repulsed by that point? I can't even tell. So that would be like me saying to a black person, like, hey, if I jerk off watching pictures of black people hanging, is that okay for you or not? It's based on race. It's based on sex. It's just sexist.
Yeah,
I think it.
Okay, so let me establish my position because everybody's curious. Not a single person isn't. Okay, everybody's waiting for me to weigh in. It's very basic. When we're looking, so this conversation, I know I'm skipping in the middle. A lot of people don't necessarily have the context. Let me be clear. Okay. This conversation is about whether or not the brother Forethought, and I mean the brother in the very literal sense here, he is black to my knowledge, the brother Forethought is an incel, okay? And what does that mean, okay? In this context, it is not the same incel as what I kind of joke about me being, okay? It's not some dude who can't get laid. It's some dude who hates women who we presume can't get laid, okay? That's the difference here, okay? So, Forethought has said some very unhinged things towards Kelly Jean. Now, Kelly Jean is not a good person. In fact, I would dare say she's a bad person, okay? She is not a good person. Because of the things that she said and done towards different groups of people. My firsthand experience and the one that I have the most knowledge on is what she did to Cherry. I think it was very inappropriate, very gross, incredibly misogynistic. To do towards Cherry, but yeah, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. I don't think Pixie made amazing arguments for anything, but I do think Forethought managed to come across as sexist just because, just by being prompted to speak on the topic. Is Forethought actually black? Because many people are saying he's actually Indian who just claims to be black, so I don't even know. Oh, actually, I mean, genuinely, if that's a topic of discussion, I have no idea, okay? I have no earthly idea. I'm just assuming he is black. Yeah, so yeah. Inceldom equals resenting and blaming modernity for your own inadequacies. I don't. So if we're going by what inceldom actually, like what I actually believe it to be, no memes, it's that an individual, typically men, actually exclusively men, I would not allow for the definition of inceldom to be used by women, and the reason why is just because it's an entirely different experience to be a man who cannot have sex or get a relationship than it means to be a woman. And almost every woman alive is capable of having sex, but the term femcel is a different term that is very important and can be very isolating and whatever. So just because a lot of women are capable of having sex doesn't mean women aren't capable of being lonely. I could go into a whole different thing, right? Long story short, that's what it is. I used to frequent, what is it? Let's see, is there Reddit even exist? Dude, I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent. What is it called? Forever Alone Women? This thing, dude. This thing is literally, it's just femcels. That's what this Reddit is. It's femcels. Maybe we'll take a look at it after this. I used to frequent this Reddit, right? And I would see if some of these women would be willing to talk to me. I don't think they are willing to talk to me because I've been, multiple different times, I've been fascinated with the idea of like, how femcels come away to be less hostile towards men. I think, granted, there is more hostility, open hostility, or rather it's more culturally normal to say fuck all men or something like that than it is in the inverse. Maybe that's changing now with Trump's America, but like, a fuck all men mentality can be adopted in like a Disney movie. The inverse absolutely cannot. And so maybe that's why you see a little bit less of it in this community. But it's always something that I found interesting. It's like, how do men treat ugly or average women in relationships? It's like stuff like this, like whatever. It was an interesting subreddit. Long story short though, what I believe an incel to be, simple, okay? It's a dude who cannot have sex, okay? It's a dude who, given all of his trying and shit like that, cannot have sex. What? I could go into a whole tangent of what I consider to be where inceldom comes from, but the long and short of it is just simply, I think the vast majority of the reason why incels are incels is because of their social skills, not because of their looks. If you look at all of these like incels, and especially like the most violent incels, these people are not bad looking guys by any stretch of the imagination. You look at, what's his name? Elliot Rogers, he's actually a decent looking guy. He just has really weird facial mannerisms that are probably indicative of some kind of disorder. Maybe he has autism or something like that, pretty severe autism or something. That's really it. There's the UK shooter guy who is actually, I believe, an attractive man. I think that guy is an attractive man. Yeah, but yeah, that's what technically an incel is. But yeah, what's up, real scumbag?
But I can't think of the equivalent comment where like the black person is saying,
I think Forethought has some anger towards women, especially white progressives, which he blew up a bit fast on Pixie when she started talking the convo about male loneliness. Hatred of Kelly's understandable, but this goes too far. I haven't seen much. Not much, brother. Hope you've been all well, my G. I have been. It's good to see you again.
Like, yeah, I had a really troubling past because I watched a bunch of black people being hung or hanged.
That's a great example.
See, hold on. Oh man, I'm getting one guide kind of hard here, but Kuel in YouTube says it's because they have zero emotional resiliency and don't know how to take an L without giving revenge. Life is just taking the L and moving on until the next L. I don't agree with that. I think inceldom is primarily men with bad social skills. That's it. There is men then with bad social skills who don't know how to handle the negative repercussions of having that, which is crippling loneliness. And then there's men who do, right? I would say for a good bit, I was on the edge. I think that's my Discord, not yours. I was on the edge, right? I had made several arguments about male loneliness, about stuff like that. I don't feel like I was ever really lonely, but I'd made arguments about male loneliness and stuff like that that was congruent with being on the edge of like too much. My rhetoric was poor. don't stand by everything that I've said in the past, but for the most part, it all came about because of that. And it's the most consistent factor. Are you saying I have good social skills? Or are you saying I'm not an incel? It's a miracle. I'm cured. No. I'm saying that every incel that I've ever heard or seen of, especially the content creator ones, are not ugly enough that they would not be able to get women to like them. And even if you are an incredibly unattractive guy, your social skills can make up for it, but none of these people fit that criteria. And the incels that I've met interpersonally are the same way. And then I myself was the same way, where I was like, I was not a very ugly guy. The problem was I just had dog water social skills. I couldn't for the life of me do various different tasks needed to be able to have a woman like me, right? So like, for example, approaching a woman. If you don't know how to approach a woman, you're almost probably going to be an incel de facto. Women will not approach you. That's not a thing. You have to be really, 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 really hot to be approached by a woman, or you have to get a 1 in a million woman. Now this is changing over time, right? Especially since I was younger. When I was like 15 or whatever, it was a thing of fable. Even hot guys didn't have women approaching them. Right? It was incredibly rare, but it's still pretty rare. So it's like you have to approach women. You have to approach women. And if you don't know how to do that, if you're too shy or anxious, you have too much social anxiety, well, congratulations. You're already like 90% of the way there to being an incel. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It's not just poor social skills and anger with the desire for revenge. It's a combination of all that. I don't agree. I don't think you have to be angry to be an incel. I know there's non-angry incels. I was a non-angry incel. There was... and I had known other non-angry incels, like self-loathing incels that were just like, yeah, no, I'm inadequate at doing this, and that's just what it was. And then they just like laid down and they rotted. There are people, men, who do not get laid, who can't get laid, who want to get laid, and who just blame themselves. That does happen. Now, granted, usually over a period of time, that will result in resentment towards women later. But it's not always the case. How do you learn to approach women / get your social skills in order? Well, it's different from person to person. My issue was very simple. My issue was incredibly simple, which was I was taught by my mother, no matter what, I could beat the shit out of every dude on the block. I could gun tote. It would not matter. The prime directive, never make a woman uncomfortable ever under any circumstance ever. But the problem is, this is fundamentally incompatible with dating or social interaction at all. Because whenever you engage with somebody socially, what do? You run the risk of making them uncomfortable. So it resulted in a complete and total paralysis of engaging with women. Because I was like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. I can't talk to a woman at school. She's there to learn. I can't talk to a woman at work. She's there to work. I can't talk to a woman on the street. They're there just minding their own business. I can't talk to a woman at the gym. They're just there to work out. I can't talk to... And it resulted in me being unable to talk to any woman in any circumstance whatsoever. Okay? And then I was just like, oh, I can't bother them. That's not something I can do because they're in the middle of something. I can't inconvenience them. That's wrong. That's not proper for me to do. That's an improper thing to do. They're just here to go to school and learn. They're at lunch with their friends. I can't interrupt them. Maybe they're alone sitting there, at a lunch table. I can't bother them. What if I upset them? What if they're doing their own thing? They're doing their whatever. That was the process that I had. It's going to be different for a lot of people, but that's how I was raised. And it resulted in a complete paralysis to being able to talk to women. So what I had to do is I had to go, fuck that shit. You're in public. There's a certain level of social disruption that is to be expected in public. If somebody walking up to you and saying hi is so cripplingly awful or whatever to you in public, get fucked. That's what it is. That's what it means to be in public. Is some people might say hi to you. It is my responsibility after that point to be able to interpret whether or not somebody's uncomfortable and then leave them alone. Just the idea of the risk that I might make somebody uncomfortable and that they may be uncomfortable is not bad enough. All I have to do is when I feel that they are uncomfortable, disengage. That's the responsibility that I have in public. And so that's what I had to do, is I had to go, actually, I'm thinking about this in a dumb way. The way that I was taught about this was a dumb way. I can bother women in public, but bother them in the capacity that, hey, hi, how are you? I'm Alex. Oh, you seem entirely uninterested in the conversation? Okay, bye, and then leave. That's what it is. But anyway. Okay, but that's not how people use the word incel. It's mostly a woman hater, psycho, and so, yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem I have, Caspers, is the relegation of all dudes who can't get laid as people who hate, or men who hate women. That's the problem that I have. There is violent incels or angry incels, and then there's non-angry incels. Then there are incels. There's self-loathing and self-hating incels. There's suicidal incels. It's a broad spectrum of people. It's just you're gonna see the loud ones or whatever. This is why I have a tremendous amount of sympathy, and I actually surf this Reddit for femcels. What I could do is just go, bap, bap, woman, haha, bap, bap, shut the fuck up. You can get a guy, just do your makeup and shut the fuck up, dumb lady. That's what I could do, but that's not true. Oh, they just hate men and they're bitter or whatever. No, that's not accurate. There are women who genuinely experience a problem where if you are an unattractive or maybe even a decently attractive or maybe an attractive woman, and then you see yourself in a specific light and it becomes crippling. I'll give you an example. I used to, one of my exes considered herself a femcel, right? Because she believed she was incredibly unattractive. This woman was beautiful. She was a stunning, she was the woman I was, the chick I lived with for a year and a half. She was beautiful, but she thought she was just so fucking ugly. She thought no guy would be able to commit to her or whatever the fuck. She had incredibly low self-esteem. She was stunning, but that's what happened. Okay, and I could just go wah wah, whatever. Don't give a fuck. You hate men. That's why you're alone. But that doesn't do anybody any favors, even if it's used colloquially in such a manner. Like, it doesn't do anybody any favors. You have to look at, okay, what are the circumstances that lead somebody to get into this position? You know? You should look into skater culture. They gatekeep very well and have the same problem. Yeah. Skating culture is full of gaslighting. I usually stick to myself. Okay.
Right? So let's say that you had a streamer, a black streamer, who explicitly focused entirely...
I feel like that I don't want to make her uncomfortable while she's working out, although it's such a personal thing. How do you approach women? Are you capable of just hooking up with them while barely knowing them, or do you need a level of intimacy? For me personally, I don't like engaging. I don't like hooking up with women, but you could just approach... whenever I'm approaching a woman, I'm not approaching with the explicit purpose of like, yes, I'm going to sleep with this woman. The idea would be to be like, hey, like, I don't know, maybe some aspect about her I like. Let's just say the most shallow approach ever. I just think a chick is hot. I don't think anything else about her is interesting by just looking at her. What I'll probably do is I'll walk up and talk to her and see if we have anything in common or anything else interesting I can find about her. And if I find nothing else interesting, I'm probably not gonna ask for a number or anything, because I just don't really care. But if I do find something else interesting, I'll ask for a number and then we can just talk about that interesting thing. I have the next step problem, whatever. I can't make things intimate. I can't make things sexual. I can't do that. Right? I can make things friendly, but turning things from a friendly manner into a sexual or intimate manner is impossible. It's not possible for me. So that's a problem that I have, which sucks because as a dude, because not only is that seen as our responsibility, if I don't do it to a woman, it is like insulting to a lot of women if I'm not like doing that, and they'll get bored and not give a fuck. And most women won't initiate sexual or intimate contact at all. So it's just hard. It's the next step. You know, we'll get through it.
On the plights of African Americans during slavery and things like that, and that's what they did. They made money off of that. So there's a streamer that goes over history, going over black struggles, etc. So Kelly Jean, her job is she does OnlyFans stuff, whatever it is, fine. A black person that goes over
specific to her.
I'm don't interrupt. I'm speaking.
Are you gonna get mad?
No, I'm trying to make my.
Are you gonna remove me?
Because this is about to fucking
remove me. Drag me out, Dan. Oh, you can't. Ooh.
As I was saying, so this would be the case.
Bro, I don't. Should I just derail into something else before we get into this? I mean, this is more about women hating than it is about how to approach women. How did you learn to approach women / get your social skills in order? Very simple. You just had to do it. I had to do it. It's just what it is. There's no person that's gonna give you like all of this red pill, PUA, whatever nonsense. It's nonsense. You're never gonna learn how to do it, unfortunately. And this is super unfortunate about being a man with poor social skills. You're gonna have to make people uncomfortable. It's what it is. This is why I say I have a lot of empathy for both femcells and incels. Dude, just the fact of the matter is you're straight up gonna have to be weird. You're gonna have to be okay with making people uncomfortable. You're gonna make a couple of people uncomfortable. You're gonna have to be weird. It's just what it is. It's so fucking annoying, but it's the God's honest. You suck at your social skills. Your social skills are ass, so ass that you will reliably say something weird, kill the vibe, or make somebody feel uncomfortable. But guess what? Them's the breaks. You literally have to practice. So unfortunately, you got to just say fuck you to whatever person you talk to and make them feel, run the risk that you almost certainly will make them uncomfortable. And I tell you, in practicing, I made several people uncomfortable. Not intentionally. And I walked out of the situation the moment that I did, and I realized that I did, but that's the only way to do it, okay? There was several times where I was like trying to make jokes or whatever. Like I tried to make a joke with some dude where I compared him to some, I can never for the life of me remember which actor I compared him to, but I compared him to some actor that was conventionally unattractive, and I remember everybody around me stopped and they were like, what the fuck? Did you just call this guy ugly? Because he was just some dude I met randomly in a bar, and I was talking to him and I was trying to practice being like friendly and making jokes, and I made a joke and I did that and everybody stopped and looked at me and I was like, fuck. Well, I walked away. I just had to eat that shit. It was horrible for somebody who was raised the way I was. It was awful, but we did it. We did it, and we're still here, baby. We're still here, baby. That's what it is. You got to run that risk. Roll that, roll that shit. What sucks when you make a small mistake, but the person doesn't respond. Holy, yeah, dude. It's it was a process, you know. I remember there was also a young lady, bro. I was straight up. I was on some middle school level interpretation of Riz. There was a young lady that walked up to me. And I kid you not, J-Stock, thank you for the raid. We're running down the incel pipeline here, all right, running down the good old days. I remember there was a young lady that walked up to me in a bar. I kid you not. I promise you this is true. I was 25 years of age, right? There was a young lady who walked up to me in a bar, and then she said, hey, I like your glasses. Can I try them on? And I was like, okay, sure. And I gave her my glasses to try on, and then she gave them back to me. It wasn't in my mind that she could be flirting with me. I was just like, okay, maybe she wanted to buy these pairs of glasses. I was that fucking dumb. I was that dumb. I promise. And this chick was attractive. This chick was pretty hot. I was just like, and she just probably wants to buy the pair of glasses. That's all that it was. That's all that I swear to God, that's what happened. Another story, granted, this one's a little bit more understandable, right? I was in high school, a little bit more understandable. A young lady walked up to me, and then she was like, hey, look at my eyes. I looked at her eyes, and then she's like, look at my shoes. And she's like, haha, you checked me out. And I was like, okay. I was like, why, what? So who cares? And I walked away. I didn't know what was happening, man. I didn't know what was happening. I was like, okay, why would you do that? And I walked away. I liked her too. I liked her. And I didn't realize what was happening. I was like, okay. And I walked away, bro. I'm telling you, I was lost, okay? 0 XP. But we're farming now. We're farming. All of the blame lies on these women, not gonna lie. No shot, bro. No shot, okay? Dude, they gave me the fucking, they alley-ooped that fucking shit, bro. They gave me that dunk action. If I was at all a normal dude, I would have said something, dude. I would have said something. Like, even if I thought that the one chick at a bar was like trying to buy glasses, the same glasses, at least I could have just been like, hey, this is where I got the glasses from. This is the brand or whatever. Oh, hey, I don't know what brand it is. Were you thinking about buying the glasses? Like, whatever. I could have done something, but instead I was just like, here. She gave them back to me. I was like, okay, bye. And I left. L-mans. So this is what I mean, okay? Poor social skills. Poor social skills. My Discord, not yours. All right, we are running with dog shit right now. Dog shit. But it happens. It happens to the best of us. By the best of us, I'm coping. So it is what it is. As a somewhat normal dude, that shit just happens. I also had a few of those experiences. Right. I'm not trying to say that it can't happen to a normal guy, that you're oblivious to certain signs. It's an incredibly relatable thing to have happen. However, I will say that in these experiences, I really wish you were there, okay? Because I believe with the bar one, my friends said she was into me and I debated them out of it. I was 25 years old. This was 2 years ago, okay? I wasn't 16, 17. I was 25 years old, okay? It was really bad. It was really bad. So, but, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, really bad. But anyway, where I started with this, okay? Look, incels come in all shapes and sizes, okay? Okay? How old are you now? I'm 27. Wait, you could have done basic math. I said I was 25. It was 2 years ago. Come on, bro. Keep up. Was this pre-stream career? No, I was streaming 2 years ago. I was streaming 2 years ago. Did you win the debate? I always win the debate. Hello? Even if I'm wrong, I win the debate. I'm joking. If I'm wrong, I almost never win the debate because I realize I'm saying something stupid.
That if you had a situation where a black person was going over the history of the slave trade, and then someone was to come in there and say, does it get you mad that I'm jerking off the idea of black people hanging? That's pretty much identical.
Also, join my Discord. Join my Discord. Join my Discord. Okay? Join my Discord. Greetings. I can't hear you, young one. Dude, you are so quiet. Is chat able to hear this guy at all? Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Are you excited for Asmund and Dan talk today? Is it today? Stop yelling at me. No, I'll do what I want.
Of what it would be.
No,
because
it's the music.
That
no, the music. It's not the music's fault. I'll pause it though.
Personal to them and offensive, and it's not good. It's.
I'll let you know when I can hear you, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Here, I'll stream the thing though to you.
Check.
Racist, or it's sexist in both situations, right? Kelly Jean is a job, does OnlyFans. So Forethought is attacking her because of her sexuality and her history. A black person that covers historical issues on stream, you're coming at them because they're black and because of the stuff they cover. That's it. It's the same shit. It's the same. Like, we would never expect that to survive if it was for racism, but for somehow, because it's against Kelly Jean and because it's sexist, we don't care as much.
I mean, he also said it.
I don't know. I don't
Emmett Till
even
him.
know.
So you get both white woman.
Nice. I don't know how that would be comparable, or in what world that. I guess like the question would be:
You don't think that
has Forethought attacked a ton of other women that do OnlyFans?
That's a good question.
I mean, I don't know. Why did you get? We know you got banned from Loner Bucks' Discord. What happened there exactly again? In your own words, Forethought.
I banned one of their moderators, and then they banned me back. So that's that. They went over on stream.
That's it. So you banned a mod, and they banned you back. There was nothing else to it. That was it. Yep. That was the end of the story. Okay, gotcha.
Really, whose side are you on, by the way? Well, I think that Forethought should not be banned, but I think Forethought is definitely one of us, bro. One of us being an incel. Now, he's not like me, incel, okay? This guy clearly has some built-up resentment towards women. This guy doesn't like women, okay?
Check. Can you hear me?
A little better. I have you at 200% though, brother.
Oh, god damn it.
I don't know. My PC is like there's something about my audio settings and I can't figure it out. I've had this problem for months.
I mean, I can hear you decently right now, but not in comparison to the video. Maybe I'll just turn down the video.
That
We
sounds.
went over it the other day.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah, because
like exactly
on my
what
end,
I,
I
Wait a
put
second.
everything on like 100%.
Yeah, I think it's actually okay with now that I turned it down.
Isn't that exactly what happened?
Okay, yeah.
No, I think there was.
Hi.
Hello.
Cool subject, by the way. I think you were talking about like the flavors of incels,
Yeah.
like right? The one guy that's is like socially inept in total or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the past I was like a special kind of incel. Like I had a lot of girl friends,
Yeah.
like just friends.
Friends. Yeah.
I was totally perfectly social with them until I got feelings. Like holy shit. Then my brain just tilted. Like, and I think yeah. I think I just became also a bit creepy, like especially when I was younger. Like,
How old are you?
Right now, 28.
Okay, so we're
Almost
pretty much the
29.
same age.
Yes.
You were creepy?
I wouldn't say creepy, like, but I got friend zoned real easy, and I got kind of obsessed with the girls I liked. Right now, I've had multiple girlfriends, so I've definitely passed that stage. But like, yeah, it was really bad at some point.
Are you in a relationship right now?
Yeah, but it's not going that well right now.
Hey, my man. It's okay, brother. It's okay. Hey, one of us.
Yeah.
But so you were you felt like you had competent social skills when it came to being friends with women, but the moment that you caught feelings, shit just went sideways.
Yeah, and especially I didn't have eyes for other women that put out signs that they liked me. Like the things you were saying, like in the bars, like you debated someone out of like liking you. I kind of just ignored them until they went away as well. Like it's really fucking weird. And then like 2 days later, you're like, huh, that girl actually liked me. Like what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's bad business. It's bad business. Wait, when did you stop becoming like an incel in your mind?
At uni. I joined so I'm European, by the way. Don't know if you noticed, probably you did. So at uni we have like student organizations you can join, and that there's like even in the predominantly male like what do you call it? In the
Male
like STEM
fields?
fields. I was in the male fields. I'm an engineer right now, so even there the student organizations like had a lot of girls, like compared to the field in general. Like percentually there were more girls, and you kind of had the status of being in that org and in the board of the org. I joined the board at some point. I don't know if board is the real is a real good word for that, but like the organization itself. So that really helped. Girls also approach you more when you have that kind of like a bit of authority position, because we have like a tradition that in our student orgs that we wear like a big sherp is I think the word, like the thing that like mayors in fucking comic books and whatever wear like over their shoulder. You have
Oh, there's like you wear something to signify something about it?
Yeah. And then you get approached like way more, so it helps. But it just
that's cool.
In general, it helps your social skills with like a lot of women, and getting like a girlfriend or two. Yeah, it kind of helped with the incel shit. Must say, I haven't kicked all of the habits of being like obsessed. Like it got better.
What do you mean
like,
by obsessed? Like, what do you do that's obsessive?
Like texting way too much.
Like what? Triple
like,
texting when they don't text back?
Yeah, something like that, or like only having eyes for that girl, even if you should be noticing the signs that
beg
she's
your
not into
pardon?
you, like the typical friend zone shit. Like
I beg your pardon.
One sec. 61 months, Fugla. Thank you. Just in time for the incel talk yet again. Are you still black pilled, brother? This guy was king incel. This guy, I think, actually didn't like women though. Like, this guy was on some forethought shit back in the day. But sorry, go ahead.
Chance, man. Oh, no problem. You gotta give him a chance, man. Even if you're black pilled, come on. Like there are some good women out there for everyone.
I mean, I think there's
to be friends first.
I think, dude, I don't know. If we're going at least off of voting records or whatever, I think per capita there's better women than men. I'm not sure about relationships, but like at least in regards to moral fiber and moral conduct, it seems like there's better women than there are men, because women tend to vote for better shit. So
true. And just in general, like it may sound kind of weird, but I really like my female friends as well. Like it's just an entirely different conversation you can have with them. Like
yeah, it's interesting.
A bit more like on the social feeling side. It's kind of dangerous when you don't know a lot of women though, because you can catch feelings for them, even if they are just being social. That's how I got obsessed, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think I think for all of the women friends that I have, I don't think I think for everybody I've dated, it's pretty quickly gone from friends to dating. Like, I don't think I've ever been really in a super prolonged friendship with any woman that I dated, but
it's not for everyone. Like I know a lot of dudes that are like way more comfortable just having guys friends and like the occasional female, like friend from a friend or something. But yeah, I know a lot of dudes that don't have like as many female friends as I have, so it's different for
yeah, I think I right now, for like, I guess it depends on what you consider to be women friends, but I think I only have like 2. But one of them I'm quite close with. One of them I would consider probably like my best friend.
I've had someone like that too.
Yeah, but you know, I've
also had someone like that too, that eventually turned into a fuck buddy for a while, and then we're still friends.
There's no shot. There's no shot I could do that,
very
bro.
fun. No, yeah, it was also a bit of a weird situation because she was the girlfriend of a friend from me.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, say again?
So she was the girlfriend of a good friend from me.
Off limits, bro. That is the mortal sin, bro. Off limits, homie. No shot, dude.
But the thing that made it work is because we both knew that it could never be more than that.
No shot, bro. No shot, dude. No shot.
I know.
Where is your dignity, young man? No way.
I was young. I was stupid.
No shot.
But yeah, friends still today. She has a boyfriend. I have a girlfriend.
I can't believe it. Yo, what's up,
Hello,
Owen?
everyone.
Hello.
So I felt like the discussion was going too much. Like he was leaving the incel persona, so I came back to bring more incel into the conversation.
Okay, so we're doubling the incel quota right now. That's what's happening. Okay, I hear you.
You sound European as well.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
From where are you?
Sorry?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
France. The city,
France.
the
Oh, I'm Belgian. Nice.
Oh,
we can speak
close.
French in here.
Yeah, we're majority. So on my side, so I sent it a bit in the chat. It's just like So I'm someone who's really romantic. Like I love like romantic shows. I really want to like have a girlfriend and do like things with, and for a long time. But every time I've had like a crush on someone, it has always like, I mean, like real crush and real like love, it has failed. And like I'm not really an incel. I'm not like misogynistic, or I don't have like, I have a lot of female friends, and but on my side personally, like every time I get in love with someone, it just fails. Like, and I just like despair, like get into that cycle of despair. And I like literally like last year for like, I think like until now, I've kind of given up on doing anything.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19.
Oh, bro,
And
you
you're
have your
giving up
life ahead of
because
you.
of, wait, how many relationships have failed?
Okay, so I would say 2.
Oh, come on. Listen, I
No,
love
but
you,
like-
man. There ain't no way you're giving up after 2 L's, bro. There ain't no way. You
No,
know,
but like-
just to be clear, every relationship you will try will fail until you find your wife. You know that, right? That's how it works.
True, but like not even like girlfriend, you know, it has failed like during the crush phase, you know?
You're 19, man.
Yeah, you're right.
I
think you're
literally
right.
didn't
Just
even
like-
start my first relationship until your age, and it was awful. And then I waited another 5 years. I really didn't start dating until about 4 years ago.
Damn. Because like I just see everyone around me like being in couple and being like cute and happy, and I just feel like, wow.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be
But I
tough.
think you
That's
guys are
right.
right.
That's
You
going to be
guys are
hard.
right.
That's going to be tough. But I promise you, there a lot of them are still going to be looking for relationships until they're my age. 8 years your senior. Okay, 8 years.
Okay,
You got
okay.
8 years, young man. You got plenty of time. Okay, you got plenty of time before you see. And even still, at my age, I got plenty of time. Okay, you got plenty of time.
Okay,
Question:
thank you.
Does it go wrong during your crush because they don't like reciprocate, or?
I think it's like I'm a good enough person to be a friend, like really like a good friend. But like above, I don't think like, I don't know. I don't think I'm like the people that I have a crush to maybe don't, I don't know, are interested in me back. Like just like it's not a question of like them being mean or anything. I think I'm just not that type. And I only had like 2 or 3 crush, you know, in my life. So I mean, statistically, you guys are right. It's logical that.
Wait, I'm curious. How did these crushes start? Were they friends?
Yeah, usually it was either like they were like friends and it started, or it was someone that I didn't know much, but I got closer to them. But then they become friends, you know?
Yeah, that's tough.
It
That's
sounds
tough.
a bit similar to my experiences, and I usually got the "you're a bit too boring for me." Like they usually don't say it like that, but like that's what it comes down to. And in my experience, that's because I was like trying too hard to accommodate them instead of being myself.
That's tough, man.
Bro, one of them literally told me like, like something like along the lines of, it's really interesting to talk with you and everything, and like I hope you find someone.
Ouch. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you're 19. You've had 2 crushes. I feel like that you could just be on the stats on that one. That is, it
Yeah,
could
you're
be,
right. No,
it
you're
could
right.
be a fluke on that one.
Not true. You guys are like right.
Huh?
No, you guys are like, I think like logically right.
Oh yeah. Well, I also don't want to invalidate your experiences or whatever, because you're going to know better than anybody else about like the intricacies of what happened. Maybe certain things were a little bit off or whatever. But dude, if you are trying to date or engaging with women, and you're friends with them, and then you develop crushes, and then you're able to ask them out at 19, I'd say already right there you're doing a good job, and just keep it up. Okay. Probably just keep talking to them, and then you'll get better and better at social skills, and you'll be fine.
Yeah,
I think.
No, you're right, and also I feel, sorry. Tell me.
No, it's okay.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like, go for it. Sorry.
Sorry, no, there's a bit lag. Do your thing, bro.
Okay, so now I was just gonna say, I think that like as you guys said, like it's still a question of years, and also like it's just that. Oh, I forgot my point. Never mind. Sorry, guys.
You're all right. Okay. If there's anybody else who wants to join the Discord, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to keep moving on with this video. So you guys can chill in here if you like, but yeah, I'm going to play the video now.
Yeah, that's okay. The third time I see this video right now.
More to that story.
Why do you think that?
Somebody hold on. So somebody in the comp sci channel, that's a weird channel. Also, wait, hold on. Why wasn't that comp sci channel moderated as much?
Good question.
I believe it's just left up to Cake and whoever else is there. It's
who else?
Their own domain.
Isn't there another person that was in charge of moderating that channel?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who else would it be?
Thought Dan was one of the moderators of that channel, explicitly.
What? Definitely not explicitly.
Okay.
Hold on.
No, so what had happened is somebody was I think getting harassed. It seems like they were getting harassed in the comp sci channel. They asked a question, and then people you
can look at my mod logs, by the way, and I haven't taken a single action. I am not a moderator on that Discord.
Okay. People were the girl asked a question, and then I think Linus or whatever was mentioning that she was a dog fucker or something weird or stupid. And then I think she pinged 2 of the mods or regulators on the server, Forethought and somebody else. And when Forethought got the ping, he just banned the person. And then when he banned that person, he got banned from another server. That's what happened.
Yeah, we kind of trickled into dating talk because Forethought is acting with incel tendencies, and then chat started talking a little bit about like what an incel was and stuff. So yeah, there was a little bit of that. But we're watching this video now.
The person that was complaining about the sexist remarks being made to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's another instance, right? That's what we're talking about.
Pinging mods in this Discord used to get you banned all the time. That's kind of, yeah.
I mean, if you're a woman and you're getting sexually harassed, don't we want you to ping the fucking mod? And if you're getting paid, I mean,
I don't know if that is the ordinary that you ping a mod or just start pinging people on the mod list in the server and do that. I'm pretty sure.
Normally they just ping regulators, and then regulators handle it. When they're pinging me to say something annoying and snarky about women, it's usually just them trying to be annoying.
Which, by the way, he shouldn't have banned for it.
Yeah, I know.
Why is that them being annoying if they're complaining about sexism in the chat? Like,
it wasn't, because when you make a message and you're like, this is why.
Okay, somebody linked me the context here. Wait, what is your name in chat again? Who linked me this? Can I look at this? Hey, look at this. Let's see. Any slurs? No. Loner unboxed guy. That's you. Okay. So let's take a look. These are the dog fucker supposedly comments. Linus. I truly don't understand how few women are in DGG lol. No, you have a different woman on all your social media. No actual photos of yourself, and use the I'm a man pretending to be a woman online lingo. Gay, somebody says. And then about me, dog lover. Linus's response, you're a self-described dog lover with 0 pictures of your dog on Twitter. You're using faceless random women on YouTube and Twitter on this account. In Discord, you are primarily asking for help. If you're an actual woman, I'll give you $50 right now to take a photo with a timestamp in the next 2 minutes and this channel's name on a piece of paper.
I gotta say, kind of funny, but this guy is so wrong.
This is kind of base. Is he rizzing? Is that what that is?
I don't get the comment about you're asking for help, so you're no way you're a woman. It's
No way.
mostly women that ask for help in those fields.
It's what?
It's mostly women in like computer sciences that ask for help, and that's why they get so successful in these fields. Like, not only because they're also smart.
Oh, you see, so you're saying because women are more likely to ask for help in these fields, they're more likely to succeed?
Yes. I think it was like proven in a study even, but don't quote me on
I have
that.
no idea personally about that. He probably means they pretend to be a woman to get help. Oh, the Linus guy? I don't know. I thought that shit was kind of funny. I also, I think that he shouldn't do that. Like, that's a weird thing to do. Like, in general, who cares? Like, really, if they're a guy pretending to be a woman or not, like, what would matter would be, I guess, if they're doing something weird while pretending to be a woman, like trying to get dudes to give them money or something. But at that point, I would just say you're trying to get people to give you money.
People don't like this, or this is why, blah, 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 blah. You generally, those messages are just snarky.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of I don't say confused because I understand where the sentiment's coming from, but I also think that then it's like kind of proving them right.
Here's the message they send that I would totally take way more seriously. It's like, hey, this doesn't seem appropriate. Like, that's it. They don't say anything else. I take it more seriously. Like, not even anything about sex or race or anything. If they didn't try to make a snarky remark, I'll be like, oh, this is a serious complaint.
I mean, I believe you and Pixie. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, this is true. This is true of every single snarky comment that gets made about moderation, right?
Maybe, or don't you see that how that could be like a problem when it comes to people like legitimately complaining about something that they just went through?
No, like I just ban them. If it's snarky shit, 99% of the time people are not even worth fucking dealing with. But like, people get banned on the subreddit for being snarky.
This is generally true. Like, I remember there was there was a comment or whatever that Forethought got in trouble for, that people, I think even Destiny agreed, if I remember correctly, was a little over the line, which I agree with it being a little over the line, but I totally understood where Forethought came from, where like the first message in the Discord or the whatever he was moderating was like, this is why no women want to be in the community. That being your very first message inside of a chat room, oh my God, that triggers the fuck out of me. And it goes for any group. I've had people say that about, this is why there isn't very many black people, about very many trans people, very many women, very many, even men have said like, this is why dudes are weird in here. I'm like, bro, just get the fuck out. You're so cringe. Because most of the time they are. They're like energy vampires. They're vibe terrorists. I swear to God, all of these people. So like I kind of understood why Forethought would kind of crack down on that.
I'll get banned from my chat for being snarky. They shouldn't get banned from the Discord because I got a whole group of people to deal with that now. But I mean, like generally, yeah, when you make snarky comments, usually it's the easiest way to get banned. Yeah. But it's.
Wait, did somebody say something?
Yeah, the silent guy, the Belgian guy. I was just saying, wasn't it the first message to Forethought himself?
No, it was just their first message inside of the fucking Discord, I think it was. I forget what it was. I forget where it was, but it was their first message, and it was cringe as hell. I hated it.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
I was triggered on his behalf, okay? I was like, okay, I get it. Fuck that.
It's not because of sexism or racism, whatever. It's just people that make snarky comments tend to just get banned.
What happened? Yeah, you got banned from Moon Moon's chat. What happened there, Forethought?
What do you mean?
You got banned from Moon Moon's chat. What happened there? Did you do anything there?
Chat or Discord or when? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think I've ever been banned from Moon Moon's chat, other than when I spam
talk on stream.
Okay, sorry, I was just looking here.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I had a message that you got banned from Moon Moon's chat, and then I see your last message there. Second to last message is come. So I was just wondering what that was going on.
Bro, have you ever been to Moon Moon's chat?
No, I was just asking.
Are you retarded?
No, one of us here is under.
No,
trial
you are
pending an
retarded. You
incel.
should have said yes.
I'm sorry. Is the guy whose entire claim to fame is being a $15 a week janitor telling me that I'm fucking retarded? Bro, get some life accomplishments, and then maybe you can say something to anyone about anything.
I ran Tiny Chat.
Okay, wait. Before
I'm basically Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, I'm gonna cut in for a second.
What
Let
do
me talk.
you have?
Let me talk.
What?
Hi guys.
Hey, a woman is
Okay,
speaking. Listen
please.
and learn.
Okay, I have to leave soon, so I kind of just want to add these 2 cents. Maybe I'll jump back in later. But anyways, I think there might just be an inherent problem with the whole idea of like banning someone just because you think they're being snarky, because it could just be the case where somebody's airing out actual grievance and then you're perceiving that as just like pure snarky behavior, even though it's just like, no, like I'm actually upset about this for good reason.
Wait, this is a follow-up, I guess? This is a follow-up, I guess, on the other shit? Her response to her ban, she banned Forethought instead, lol. Some pity shit. Also, the convo was from Lonerbox's Discord, and also the 2 screenshots I sent from DGG. So this is from Lonerbox's Discord? This one is? Yeah, wasn't this you? Yeah, me. They were harassing me, saying I wasn't really a woman, going through my profile in Twitter and asking if I was trans, if I had a dick, over and over again, by the way, saying I didn't actually love dogs because they weren't posted anywhere, and I tagged Forethought, in hindsight, my bad, and he perm banned me for being retarded. Oh, God. Oh, God, dude. There's no fucking shot, bro. What is this, man? What the hell? Dude, why is this even a big deal? At least you know what, man? Every time I look at this, all right, for the incels in chat, okay, you guys can feel a little bit better about yourself because you ain't this deep, okay? You're not going, presumably, hopefully, you're not going to random people who claim they're their Discord, running through all their Twitter, running through their whatever, cross-referencing and then analyzing their fucking pictures to see if they're the same. Who cares, bro? Who cares? When are you hitting the TikTok reacts? My thing is, I need to curate an algorithm. I don't know how to do that. I need to, because I have accounts to be able to do it with. Like I have like Smurfs that can work as like on-stream accounts. My issue is I need to like curate the algorithm on them to be like, you know, stuff that's good for stream, and that's difficult to do. So
then it becomes a question of like when
it takes 5 minutes to, well, I don't really feel like it does, man. Like also, and I'm not sure exactly what I want. Do I want like just funny stuff? Funny stuff is kind of based, or do I want like political stuff? Like it's a whole thing. I don't know.
do you ban or when do you get rid of a thread or something if it's being reasonable versus, oh, you think it comes across as snarky? So like I messaged you, Steven, about this like a while or like a day ago or 2 days ago, where I was wondering why a specific thread got banned because I thought it was a reasonable criticism.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure I told you I did it because it was snarky. Pretty sure I banned and deleted like 10 threads that day because if you people write snarky, retarded shit, I just ban them. Yeah, I've done this for years.
Then let's go over. All right, if you can go over. I don't know if you can still have the text of the one that you perceive to be snarky. Or one of the ones that you perceive to be snarky, because then it becomes a problem of like, oh, is this actual snarkiness or is a person actually trying to communicate a valid criticism? And when do you think something's valid versus just being snarky? And can it ever be both? Can somebody be snarky and valid? And in that case, shouldn't what they were saying be listened to?
No, they should learn how to communicate.
Damn. I mean, like, there were already like fucking 20 threads up and a whole day's worth of conversation. I don't think somebody else making some self-regulating about like, mods should follow the rules, not be above them. And here's a picture of the rules. I'm good on that one, Chief.
I mean, there was a lot of sweeping for all the other full thought threads, so there wasn't really.
What was the sweeping? Wait, what was swept?
There's loads of threads that were like.
Wait, what does sweeping mean to you? Sorry, when you say that.
Deleting all of the threads and like.
Oh yeah,
banning
because I don't need
people for
50
innocuous
threads.
shit.
Innocuous? I wasn't innocuous. Generally, most of it was obnoxious as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess did you see any of the criticisms on those threads being valid, or did you just see them as pure snark?
I guess you could send them the login info too, dude. I'll admit this, okay? A long time ago, when I was with someone, I suggested the idea of this, like a TikTok account I could scroll through on stream, and she literally did that. She algo farmed it for me, and then she did that, and then she actually went as far as to like content that she thought would be interesting for me to go over on stream, and then all I had to do was go through the likes. She was pretty based, bro. She was pretty based. It was pretty cool. This is the chick I used to live with. She was pretty based, bro. It's pretty wholesome. It's like, there was a lot of moments where it was like, you know, like she was trying to make the stream dream work. I think it was the most successful with that chick by like far. That was when I was pulling like 600 viewers a stream. I just didn't capitalize on TikTok and shit like I needed to, but you know, it is what it is. I thought you said it was your GF. Yeah, it was. It was my GF, but my ex, I guess. My GF at the time.
Some of them are valid. Generally, people make valid criticisms. I don't usually ban for it. Just when people are being snarky, I usually just ban for it. These people usually contribute nothing. Not worth keeping around.
Okay. Which ones did you think were valid?
Also, join the Discord if you want to be on stream. You can join the Discord and you can talk right now.
Okay. All of them. They're like kind of. I mean, like I think I didn't ban most of the people, but just if somebody says like
I mean, a lot of these people were getting permabans.
Good. They were
Like,
permabans, and they was just marked as
just-
spam. That means it was probably me.
I mean, there was a well-sourced post put together yesterday, like really well put together. They got removed. I have the archive of it.
Oh, by the way, I've removed none of those threads, so good
No,
luck.
I know it's Steve, but I'm not like giving Steve or anyone else shit for removing it because there probably is bad stuff in there. I just think that the post was well sourced about you and why you're an incel, and I wanted to just look at the content inside of that post itself. I know that you're way too pussy to
Dude, okay,
delete
can
anything
somebody
about
tell
yourself,
me
right?
when Pixie pops off? Can somebody, dude, where's Pixie pop off? I was told Pixie pops the fuck off.
So that's one of the reasons I didn't do it. But then I also didn't appreciate the fact that you kind of just assumed the worst of me. It's not like you asked.
What the fuck? Forethought? I never want to hear a progressive woman talk about the problem with men while 43% of women are voting for Trump. Rapist. This is from Forethought. Get your house in order. OMG, being told to hide your emotions is just like me when I grew up in a Spanish household. Out of touch white women, please stop. You just make things worse. I actually believe this is Fudla's alt, dude. I actually think it is, dude. This guy does not like women, dude. There's no fucking shot, man. What? Wouldn't you not listen to anybody essentially except for like black and dudes and women? Is that like the only?
I love women.
It's like
Okay,
black dudes
I
and
love
women and Hispanic women. That's it. Like what? Oh wait, it is you, Fugla. Welcome.
You are slandering me right now. I love women.
Welcome back, my black-billed brother.
I don't like forethought. I can't respect a Jenny. Come on now.
Forethought sounds like a woman, like in this thread. Like the snark is really on point of like.
Yeah, he is. He is giving like the snarky, stereotypical white woman vibes. Yeah. Wait, why you don't like him just because he's a Janny, Fugla?
Yeah, just the way he acts.
Incel infighting is what's happening here. No shot. You're never gonna believe what she said, dude. Why? I don't understand. So is this just to wipe away? What is this post? Is this just to be like, hey, like Pixie, who cares about what she says? Like, why do they bring this up? Hold up, I have to back up over this. Hold on, let's take a look.
Forethought.
Yep.
Okay, so the title is, I never want to hear a progressive woman talk.
What'd you say?
I think he got triggered by Pixie. It's like, it's how do you call it, subtweeting, but on Reddit.
Yeah, I think this might be one of those things. I don't know. Also, is there any way you can make your mic a little louder? I've tried to boost the fuck out of you.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, appreciate it.
About the problem with men, while 43% of women are voting for Trump, and then rapist in parentheses, get your house in order, and then timestamp for the thing. Quote, oh my God, being told to hide your emotions is just like me when I grew up in a Spanish household, and quote, out of touch white woman, please stop. You just make these things worse.
Yeah, so you're saying like, oh, I'm an out of touch white woman. I shouldn't comment on anything regarding, I guess, the radicalization of men. I'm still unclear. So yeah, I felt like if I was a guy, you wouldn't have said that.
Let him answer that. Wait. Dude, I love doing, whenever you bring up something like this that obviously looks bad, that somebody has to answer for, just say the minimal amount of stuff that you have and let them answer for it, because half the time they'll sit there fumbling their dick trying to figure out how to say it in the like most optically palatable way, and they'll just sit there and they get fucking cooked. Okay, the silence is deafening. You always just hand them the ball and just let them run with it. That's what you do.
And I felt like all my statements were super milquetoast. I wasn't really like saying anything extreme. I was just talking about, I was asking Steven, or I was asking Destiny most of these questions, just like of how do you think we should handle this problem?
So I have a question.
And okay, one last grievance I want to get off my chest.
Go ahead.
I also don't appreciate the fact that like, I know I didn't go super in depth about it at that moment when it came to like, oh, like why I might relate. I felt like two things. One, if I did, then I would be taking away the conversation and focus when it comes to young men getting radicalized. So, you know, I feel like I would have gotten a hate thread there. Like, why is Pixie talking about her personal issues or making this about her? So that's one of the reasons I didn't do it. But then I also didn't appreciate the fact that you kind of just assumed the worst of me. It's not like you asked me or anything about what I meant exactly when it came to that, which you could have done. We have like DMs before. You could have done that. Instead, you just laughed at me and assumed I was dumb.
We barely talk at all.
You have my DM. Like you could just, you messaged me the other day. Like we don't talk at all, basically. But the point is, it's not like you're a complete rando whose only way to like contact me would be to make a thread like that, you know?
Okay, but I was making a disagreement with your public comments, not like anything you said privately.
Wait,
yeah,
what?
He is squirming.
It was literally a subtweet. He made this about her? That's crazy, bro. What? Why would you bring up the rate at which white progressive women, or white women, sorry, vote Trump when you're talking about a specific progressive white woman? Doesn't make sense to me. Like, this is a specific woman. This feels similar to me, like if Forethought, I actually thought, or if I knew for a fact Forethought was a black dude and he was given a critique on a relationship, and it's like, why would I let this guy talk about relationships when disproportionately black men cause domestic violence in relationships in relation to other races? It's like, what? Why? What? Why not talk about this specific dude? Why am I bringing up the entire demographic and to discredit this one specific person? And it's not even an accurate thing. She's a progressive white woman. That number is for white women.
It's because it's not sexist if you say white women.
True.
That's what you're forgetting.
True. Based.
It's a superpower.
Based.
A disagreement on how you basically thought I was a dumbass because of one throwaway comment because you assumed the worst. And that's why I'm taking grievance at, that you assumed the worst out of me.
Okay. If somebody is like entering an area where we're talking about like a demographic, and then somebody makes a comment related to the demographic, is that always going to be like racist or bigoted or whatever? Like, let's say there's an Asian person on stream, and the Asian person is like, I think there's an issue with white people being radicalized, and then I comment, it's like, excuse me, you need to look at the Asian communities because it's like 62% of you guys voted for RFK Jr. or whatever. Like, is that like a racist response if we're like having like a racial, like, that's.
I mean, again, this isn't a perfect analogy because in that you're just taking Asian people in totality, but also, yeah, I would say like, yeah, I don't. I mean, assuming in context it works with the conversation, then sure you could talk about that, but you're talking to an individual, right? So I wouldn't, when talking to an individual, I wouldn't bring up the general statistics with which that individual has identity crossover with. That doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that?
The topic, or
if you were like, oh, shut up, you're Asian, or basically you're like an Asian woman, whatever, and 42% of Asian women voted for Trump. Yeah, that comes across as like you're saying, oh no, because you're Asian and you're a woman, you have to be quiet.
Okay, so when you talk about like the problem of radical...
Wait, I don't understand how this is complicated. You're taking a generalized stat to shut down an individual's opinion. Yes. What? How is this any different than me walking up to a black dude and going, well, because black men disproportionately have disproportionate instances of domestic violence, I'm not going to listen to your takes on relationships. What? You're literally discrediting them for being a part of a race that has a statistic. Like what? I don't understand how this is hard to understand. Am I stupid? Somebody stop me. If I'm being dumb, somebody... What? Yeah, that's dumb. I wouldn't do that. Oh, Destiny, sorry, you're a white dude. You can't have a conversation about corruption because white dudes disproportionately voted for Trump? What? Doesn't make any sense. Sorry, Hassan. White dudes disproportionately voted for Trump, so you can't have a political opinion. What?
Radicalized men, and a man says, please don't talk about men. That's sexist of them, but not sexist of you.
What do you mean? How, first of all, how would that be sexist to me? And then second of all, your comment wasn't just like, oh, please don't talk about young men. Your comment was specifically like, oh, you don't know.
You didn't say young men. You said men generally. You were talking about men generally.
No, I wasn't talking about men generally. I was talking about radicalized men. We started the conversation off talking about radicalization. The entire context of this argument was radicalization. I specifically talked about the radicalization
pipeline.
Just
give us 30 seconds. We're going to do the instant replay. Hold on 1 sec.
Trying to make connections in real life, and you're like, here, I'm going to give you some advice. Maybe 1% will actually be helpful, and that's good. But the other 99% is basically just isolating you towards this community because nobody you talk to in real life is going to be able to stand you for more than 10 seconds. And great, now you become dependent on me. Give me more money. It's like, fuck you. Holy shit.
So why? I know that it's hard to tell how much of an impact this had, but I think it did based on just community stuff. But like, I know that ContraPoints had an arc where she was like speaking to lonely men and shit like that, and seemed to do a pretty reasonable job of it based on what people said. But then she's like trans and shit. Like, why is it that like cis women feminists are so bad at communicating with lonely, angry men?
I don't know. Some of it could definitely be, or for a lot of people, could be just being completely out of touch. I do think that there's like a level of just pure dismissal. Like I have people who
wait, what? I don't know what this time.
Some advice. Maybe 1% will actually be helpful. That's good. But the other 99% is basically just isolating you towards this community.
Problem with men. This is a timestamp. Forethought provided. This is a shit timestamp. Hold on, I'm gonna go back 20 more seconds. 1 second.
I don't know. I feel like I really hate the red pill stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna keep interacting with them because I really do feel like so much of the shit that's going on with like young men that is basically like just isolating them is just horrible. Maybe I'm going too far saying evil, but I think it's like somewhat evil. Like, you know, these people are already struggling with like loneliness, with self-esteem, trying to make connections in real life, and you're like, here, I'm gonna give you some advice. Maybe 1% will actually be helpful, and that's good. But the other 99% is basically just isolating you towards this community because nobody you talk to in real life is gonna be able to stand you for more than 10 seconds. And great, now you become dependent on me. Give me more money. It's like, fuck.
Okay, those are comments.
You know what? I'm going to say something, okay? I'm going to say something in defense of some of these red pillars, particularly fresh and fit, okay? The anti-Semites themselves, the dredges of society, these horrible human beings, okay? Bro, after being in Miami, I can understand why fucking idiots would think that every single woman in the world operates the same way that the small specific group of women that is significantly overrepresented there in relation to the rest of the country is indicative of all women, because that's what I feel like is happening. That's 100% what I feel like is happening, is they're going after the women in Miami, some of the most attractive women in Miami who are the culture is 1 trillion%, flex wealth, flex everything, and then you have a shot with these incredibly attractive women, and they're just going, all women everywhere act this way. And they're just all of them everywhere all the time, because they're ignoring the absolute majority that does even exist in Miami that are not like that. But they're just going after the incredibly hot women in Miami where the culture is massively disproportionately like, hey, hey, do you have money? Do you have status? Are you rich? Are you clouded? Can you buy bottles for the table? Whatever. Let me get this shit going. And so just to tie it back to what Pixie is saying, I don't necessarily think a lot of these red pill people, or sorry, all of these red pill people, a lot of them are scamming in various ways. I would say all of them probably know to some degree they're scamming. But the idea that they're just, I think, putting out nonsense, I think some of these people are just genuinely really dumb. And they're going after these incredibly hot women in these places that honestly have the worst dating culture on earth. LA, Miami. I don't know about New York, to be honest, but LA and like Miami, these places, literally the worst dating culture on earth. Okay. Go anywhere else and you'll find normal people everywhere, including hot normal people. But just like the hot people in these places are the culture's 100% just trying to get a clout, trying to see what car you drive, trying to do whatever. And I think they're just stupid. And then they're just extrapolating it to all women. I think that's what's happening. Fresh and fit for women on sugar baby sites, lol, but say that they're just trolling. Yeah, I know. They're on sugar babies. Yeah, exactly. And they talk about, yeah, no, man, it's just cast a wide net, you know, get the game going.
That's fair.
Yeah, I feel like that proved my point. Like everything was in the context of red pill, isolation, extremism, pipelines. I never was saying, oh, men as a whole. It was already in the subsection and subgroup of extremism.
Okay, so nothing is related to how other men talk to each other. Nothing is about men broadly. This is all just specific to like young men between the ages of 18 and 20 something.
Well, it's about young men who are entering radicalized pipelines. That is what the whole thing was about. I think, what is it? I was talking maybe like I can't even remember.
I don't know why we're going on this road when all of Forethought's comments are like exclusively sexualized in nature. Like we can go through his attacks towards Kelly Jean.
Why do you keep that? But it's particularized towards Kelly Jean.
Okay, so can I call someone I don't like fat over and over again then?
As long as you don't do it on my platform, knock yourself out. It's your life.
Okay. Okay. But on your platform, not okay then.
Have I said this 10 times or 1,000 times?
Okay. You hear that, Forethought? No more on this platforms. None of these.
Haven't we said this 1,000 times already?
I was just making sure that he got it.
Wait, when he says on his platform, I'm assuming he means on his stream?
Okay, Pixie.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Guessing stream, Discord, Reddit.
Yeah.
So,
hello?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just pulling up my thread. When I'm saying like out of touch white.
Yo, what's up, Ali Cattails?
Women, please stop. You're making things.
In DGG chat too. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Right? Because if he's saying you can't call people fat inside of DGG chat, why is Forethought able to say the comments that he did about Kelly and her vagina? Unless, is he drawing a distinction between making fun of fat people and making fun of Kelly's vagina? He's saying no more? Oh, Forethought can't make those comments anymore? Oh, okay. Is that, okay.
Worse. Do you think I'm applying that to all women or just like a specific subset of like this progressive woman that is very tone policey, eggshell kind of thing? Like, do you think I'm trying to be broad to all women or just?
I think even if you weren't trying to be broad towards all women, I think, well, I'm 99% sure what happened is that you saw me. I said something about men that you didn't like, and you decided to stereotype me, put me in a box, and make fun of me despite not listening to what I was saying in general, despite not taking in the full context. You just were like, oh, you know, she's a woman. What the fuck does she know? That's how your post came across.
To be fair, it's not she's a woman. What does she know? She's a white woman. What does she know? Just to be clear, okay? To be clear, let's iron that one out.
So yeah, and that kind of goes back to the whole broader point of this conversation, where it's like, I think because you do have these tendencies, I'm not even saying I don't think you should be banned, but I think that there should be somebody else that helps moderate or is in charge of this to clock stuff like that, because I think you are blind to it because you have your biases.
Your point, yes, yeah, I do. To specifically your point of saying like, hey, I'm saying you're a woman, you don't know what you're talking about. I am like quite literally saying you don't get it. This is you literally are a woman and you don't get the same experience, and you are saying things that are out of touch that are driving away young men who have these.
What did I say? Okay, here. What did I say that was out of touch? Because I literally have repeated the most milquetoast statements in existence. Like I literally just said stuff that Turkey Tom was saying the other day, literally here.
Okay.
Like when I was, yeah.
So when you say do you think growing up in a Hispanic household is equivalent to understanding male loneliness?
I said that there are some ways that I relate more than people might think. That's what I was expressing. And that's pretty much what I said. Hey, you know, I grew up in a Hispanic household. There's some ways that I relate to like loneliness that other people might not think that I do. Which is true. Like growing up, I was literally told that I couldn't really show my emotions out in public and that if I ever complained, I was bringing shame onto the household and a lot of fucked up shit. So this whole idea that's like, oh no, like I've never been told to like repress my emotions is not true. Does that mean I know exactly what male loneliness is or have experienced exactly that? No, I never made that claim. Not okay. This is where it's like, oh, should I go into literally, do I have to give you every single fucking trauma I've ever been through when it comes to emotional isolation? But the point is, loneliness, yeah, I'm not saying I know exactly what it feels like to experience male loneliness. What I'm trying to say is I know what it feels like to experience some level of emotional loneliness. And maybe there's a bridge there that we can build and connect towards together. But instead of trying to understand that.
You know what's funny? As a self-avowed incel, probably the biggest incel in the history of mankind, such as myself, I actually haven't experienced what I would consider to be loneliness in 12 years, okay? 12 years. It's a long time, okay? So just putting it out there that there are some people, maybe even women, who have greater qualifications to talk about male loneliness from an experiential point of view than me. Just putting that out there, okay? Just because I have a penis doesn't mean I automatically, no, and just because somebody has a vagina doesn't automatically mean they're as far as you can get, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You just harden yourself to it? No, I have a good network of friends, okay? Because I'm fucking based. I know how to have good, deep friendships. That's the reason why, okay?
Or listen to that. You just took what I said, completely switched out the context, and made a thread agreeing at me, even though a lot of the things, 99% of things that I said.
If you try to relate to it, it upsets them more.
I'm sorry, say that again? I was totally had the video going over you.
Oh shit. I was saying for a guy who hates women, forethought is doing like the feminine thing of like if they have a problem and you try to relate to it with any personal experience, they take it as like downplaying or it'll make them more upset. Because I feel like Pixie is just saying, I know how it feels to be lonely. She's not saying, oh yeah, I know how it feels to be a man.
Well, she's trying to say to some degree she can relate with a man's perspective on loneliness because the household she grew up in had a lot of like masculine rules that guided her emotional development, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think
what
that's
it sounds
wrong.
like to me.
Huh?
Yeah. So then why is forethought so mad?
Because she's a white woman who's trying to
that's what I'm saying.
Relate to a man's experience. I genuinely, look, bro, I think this guy's an incel, okay? I think, look, that's just what it is, dude. Look, I don't know why he's fighting it, bro. It's just what he is, and one day he'll accept it. You know, it is what it is.
It feels like to experience some level of emotional loneliness, and maybe there's a bridge there that we can build and connect towards together. But instead of trying.
Yo, what's up, Ramov? How you is?
Yo. What's going on, bro?
Nothing much, dude. We're watching this video.
I'm just listening to this whole thing right now. I'm just trying to piece together some thoughts on it. I think, I don't know, bro. Like after seeing that that log from I think yesterday with the fucking rape Olympics type shit.
Yeah,
I was completely sold on forethought being unrecoverable. Like that guy is just far too gone,
it's
bro.
Pretty bad, bro. Does somebody have those logs like off drop that they can at me with? Oh, actually, shit, I missed one. Somebody in my Discord in stream discussions added me and said those red pill duders specifically moved to Miami just because of that culture, though. That is true. There is the red pill duders who do that so that way they can get free content off of that, because that's the place to be. If I was going to make a red pill podcast where the whole point is to like make fun of women and to make them all look like gold diggers, you better believe I'm getting that spot in Miami for sure. So yeah,
that culture trickles down though through social media.
It can. I mean, there's a bit of a culture, like, I don't know, it kind of depends.
Because women will see guys going all out, like crazy lavish things, and then say, "Oh, why can't I get that? The guys don't put in enough effort for me," and then come to expect more and more.
I think it's a certain type of woman. I think it's a certain type of woman for sure. Like I've met most of the women that I have met have not explicitly wanted me to buy things or do any of that extravagant shit for them, but none of them wanted me to. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say none of them. Absolutely not the case. But there was most of them wanted me to not tell anybody I was relatively broke. Like that's kind of the extent of it. They didn't need me to like buy them stuff. They just needed to make sure that nobody around them knew that I didn't have much money. That like I had to. There was a woman who straight up had me try and lie to her parents about how much money I had, so that way she wouldn't feel bad about dating me. It was a whole thing. Yeah.
I think that's low-key pretty privileged, bro.
Huh?
I said I think you're pretty privileged.
I am?
Yeah, I would say so. No homo, but yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty privileged. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, low-key, bro. Low-key.
Well, we
That's why
already
people
did that
get
because
upset
he
when
interacted
you
with
call
a woman.
yourself an incel. They're like, what the fuck? Like the real incels
I think
out
it's
here
funny to
looking
do it at this point. If I had
garbage.
bro, there's no way somebody can pull up a picture, but I had if I had my picture of me back in the day, you would know what I'm talking about, bro. You would know what I'm talking about. All right. Let's get more into this because I hear Pixie pops off.
To understand that or listen to that, you just took what I said, completely switched out the context, and made a thread reeing at me, even though a lot of the things, 99% of the things that I said, are things that other men have said countless of times.
Sorry, sure, I'll take it up with them. Do you think complimenting men solves, like, men complimenting each other solves anything?
What do you mean by solve anything? I think it feels nice to know that somebody cares about you and that somebody thinks good about you. That helps a little bit when it comes to loneliness. When you think you're all alone in the world and that no one gives a shit, at least having one friend being like, hey, you know what? Like, you know, I'm there for you. I like you for whatever reason. That's better than zero.
Oh my God, the best strategy is for me to fucking say no.
I'm sorry, what?
I take it back. I thought Pixie kind of understood, but she just doesn't get it.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. It does help. Like it does.
It don't help, bro. It
does, bro.
Brother. It don't help.
It does.
It's like a completely.
You can say not much. I'll agree with you.
You can be hungry and thirsty, right?
Yeah.
If you're starving, chugging water and having just your belly feel full will feel nice.
Dude, is this guy A-logging me? How does he get all of my fucking shit like within a minute of me asking for it? This was me, okay? This was me at peak incel, okay? All right. So imagine the most rizless male you've ever seen, and he looks like this. It's game over. Okay, it's game over. Okay.
If you played League instead of Dota, really, you'd be drowning in egos, man. I'm telling you.
No shot, bro. I can't. Listen, I can't betray the boys back home. Okay, can't betray the boys back home. Not looking bad, to be honest. No, dude. This doesn't even do it service, bro. It was bad, dude. The hair on my cheeks was like out to here. I look like a really shitty Wolverine, bro. Really shitty Wolverine. No shot. I ain't playing League for real. Nice try, though.
Nothing. Forethought just
Dan,
himself.
Dan, please keep saying nothing. I appreciate it. So just to wrap up on the first point, there's a huge disconnect when people listen to when you talk about like, hey, being in a Hispanic household is.
Did you get checked often at the airport security? I literally never went outside of my house. Okay, the first time I was on a plane, I was 24 years old. Okay, so there you go.
Somewhat like related to male loneliness. It's super not. It is super not even close to the same thing.
First of all, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a couple of things I want to break down here.
Okay.
Are you Hispanic, Forethought?
No.
Danny, thank you for the raid. Danny HRU, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming through. Thank you. You look like an average guy I can see in a mosque. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm not gonna touch that comment. We're not touching it. But you know, yeah, we'll just move on. We're not touching that comment.
Okay. So you're just like assuming that you know anything about my upbringing, or because of based on what?
Based on the way you've spoken about it. I'm assuming you're incorrect about my experience.
Okay, yeah. So we're already starting here with an assumption that's like, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I don't know anything regarding like loneliness. Like it's so separate from your reality. There's nothing to talk about. Versus the statement that I did in the beginning was like, hey, maybe there's a bridge here that we can build when it comes to like this common understanding of loneliness. And instead of being like, nah, I don't really think so, or hey, you know what, maybe there's something there, your response was just shut up. That was your response to me.
Or ask a question like, hey, how do you feel this is different?
Well, I literally started being like, hey, we could have a conversation on it. That's how I started the fucking sentence when I was on stream. And you just responded with, shut up, you're a white woman.
Yeah. So is it like a combination of things? Not just like, I'm not like hyper fixated on.
Wait, so, okay, hold on. Just to be clear, this is a sexist statement from Forethought. There was no, his response to her statement has no material basis in anything that she said. He literally said, you are a white woman. Here are the stats on white women voting for Trump. Hold that L.
Isn't she technically Hispanic, by the way?
Yeah, she's from
You can be
Puerto
white
Rico, so
Hispanic.
she's technically Hispanic, yeah. But I think she has no problem calling herself white because she's white passing. Most people who look at her are going to be like, okay, she's white. She probably lives more or less like a white experience in America.
Just to check, is my volume still fucked or not?
It's a little bit fucked, but it's manageable. To be absolutely fair to Pixie, she explicitly said on Anything Else before saying what sparked this that she just wants to start the conversation, and Forethought blew up instead of having... Well, yeah, blowing up instead of having the convo, I could accept. But the way that he blew up was, hey, I'm not going to respond to anything you just said. White woman, hold these stats, L plus ratio. Like, that's not really much to be done there. That's kind of cringe, bro.
Yeah, I also think the like you're not a man, you wouldn't get it. Like reactions are kind of toxic because, of course, women won't get it if we won't ever talk about it with women because they're not men.
Yeah, it's like a self-defeating thing. If you truly believe there is no way that a woman could understand the experience of a dude, and then when a woman is trying to start a conversation about what it means to experience like loneliness as a dude, you just
and
go
you say,
like,
"Fuck off, you're not a dude."
You're a white woman. Hold the L. You voted, or the group that you're a part of voted disproportionately for Trump. It's insane. But yeah, that's insane. It's just weird. It's like this. Am I off? Is this not sexist to do? To just because if you replace this with like a black dude and like using a separate scenario, or even in this scenario using gender and still and really mix and matching any of this, it's sexist.
And also, yeah, it's sexist, but also I don't get the focus of like half of DGG on like the half of white women voted for Trump, so it's not a men problem. Because if you go look at the breakdown in demographics, like men in every demographic still voted more for Trump than the women did. So
yeah,
like there is still a problem. I mean, problem depends how you look at it. I think
I don't understand this. If the barometer, you're right. If the barometer is like you voting for Trump and him being held civilly liable for rape, like then every single dude is more unqualified to talk about this than women. But yeah, I disagree. She's generalizing about fixing men, and she says the kind of out of touch thing that she did. What is the out of touch thing that she did? Say, unbelievable how insanely out of touch people on the left are about this. They weren't ignored. They kept on saying, oh, the left ignores men's issues, is dodging accountability for that. We're talking a decade plus being sexist and racist towards white men from the far left. We have to take accountability so we can get past it. People are still radicalized from 2010 BuzzFeed, and we're adding bear combos and 4B. What is 4B?
I think
no marriage, no sex, no. Just basically no interaction with men.
Yeah, it's like hardcore.
Okay, what is that? Why is that happening? Why are they not?
It's like MGTOW.
Voted for Trump, so fuck your sex or something like that. Right?
What does that have to do with white men?
It's a Korean, like Megalia feminist.
Yeah, and
so pretty much what the left is kind of doing, leftist women are doing, is saying, well, you know, now that you guys voted for a rapist, a guy who got rid of Roe versus Wade, we're not going to give you sex as a protest movement to men essentially deciding against women.
But again, to that guy's point, the conversation that Pixie wanted to start, you could bring that up there. That like, yeah, the left didn't focus enough on men's problems, blah 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 blah. That's why our men are radicalizing. I think that's totally legit to bring that up in Pixie's like conversation she tried to start.
She's talking about a problem with young, disaffected men. Why can't Forethought hit back with that archetype as well? Wait, because there's a massive difference. She's engaging in an honest fashion with the young with the facts regarding the young, disaffected men. Forethought's argument is, you are a white woman. Stop talking.
Shut up. Yeah.
Like
she's trying to engage.
Yeah.
Even though she did say that, like the comment that the guy said was out of touch was a compliments thing, and I agree.
Sure.
It's kind of, that's gonna get you like the kind of instant emotional lashback. Like if a girl says, "Oh, I have so many guys who like me, but I don't like any of them." Like no matter what you say to a guy, if you say that, he's not gonna be thinking logically about it. It's just gonna piss him off.
But again, they're gonna keep making those comments until we have a serious conversation about it. I think personally.
Well, the serious conversations is generally how you change people's minds on things. Ali in YouTube chat says DGG is trash. Why do you think DGG is trash, Ali? Care to explain for me? We'll keep watching though.
On the one thing, it's just
for the record,
hearing certain statements alongside other statements makes me think that in your head there's a certain idea that you spit a certain archetype in my mind. So, for instance, that combined with the men need to complement each other more, which is just like.
Yeah. I fit a certain archetype in your mind because I am a woman. That literally is what goes back down. Yes, because I'm a white woman. Sorry, you have to add a sentence to white in there.
And progressive.
Okay.
And progressive. Don't forget that last bit. Don't forget that. But the reason why I keep saying white woman is because this defeats his point. Why is he saying, I never want to hear what a progressive white woman says when 43% of white women voted for Trump? This is a non sequitur. He's bringing up the stat for white women voting for Trump, not progressive white women voting for Trump. Progressive white women, weirdly enough, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala.
To be fair, the title says 43% of women, but like, yeah, that's a bit.
Yes, well, I believe it's 43% of white women, isn't it?
Yeah, if you break it down in demographics, I think it's maybe even over 50% of white women, and then the other demographics.
Yeah, actually, I think it is
like
over
women
53.
are like 80 or 90% for Kamala now.
Yeah. But all the rest is under half, like, at least.
It's 53%. 53% for white women, I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah, like this doesn't follow. Why would you bring up stats for women voting for Trump or whatever when you're talking about a progressive woman? In the statement itself, you are recognizing she's a progressive woman. It makes no sense.
The point is,
white woman. That is.
If I was a guy and I used any of those fucking milk toast statements, because they were the milkiest of toast. It was like if you got coffee and just dipped it onto milk, you wouldn't have said shit. But because I have boobs and because I talk a certain way, and I guess because, like I have leftist values or whatever, now it's suddenly like, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're saying. And instead of approaching this conversation with a, like, I don't really think you know what you're saying, but like, let's see, or hey, are these what you think? You start with a, shut up, white woman.
Well, because it's tiring to hear from progressive women saying out of touch things like that. That's why he's triggered.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree. Well, I don't think that what she said is, wait, hold on. What do you think she said that was super out of touch?
That compliments thing is just so out of touch.
Bro, I'll fight you. Okay, listen, let's get our elbows dirty, bro.
I gave my analogy, man. I gave my analogy.
Oh, shit. Wait, what's your analogy?
Like, if you're starving, like, chugging water is going to feel good, but it doesn't compare to actually eating food.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't, she's not trying to say it solves it. Nowhere does she say it solves it. She just says
why
that
even
it's
bring it up?
helpful.
If someone's hungry, I'm not going to say, oh yeah, drink some water, bro.
I think also the attention you get from other men is not the same as like the attention you get as a
it's a completely different emotional.
I understand it's a completely different emotional thing, but when we're talking about male loneliness, we're not just talking about men getting in relationships or friendships with women. We're also talking about male friendships. So, for instance, me, part of the reason why I have never personally, and from my perspective, experienced loneliness is because I have had very robust male friendships since the get-go. And then I've also developed some good and close female friendships as well, but the bulwark has been my male friendships. And it is presented as me not being lonely. Now, might I be lonely in regards to like a relationship? Sure, yeah, maybe sometimes. But like overall, I'm not like a lonely person. Like I have people I can talk to and hang out with. I don't feel that same experience that most of these people are attuning to. So Pixie's statement about like men complimenting other men, it's a start to be able to normalize like men being outwardly favorable towards each other.
Yeah.
I still think that
I
like
totally agree, but
the male loneliness thing, I think that can still happen. Even if you have the boys and you're close with them, there's still people in that camp, no?
No, I agree. Yeah. You can, even if you have the boys, you can still be lonely for a relationship. But the idea that all of male loneliness in general isn't impacted by guys not feeling super comfortable getting close with other guys is like, yeah, no, it's absolutely affected by that. If dudes were much more comfortable being close friends with each other, it would not be as big of a deal. It would still be a big deal because of like dating and shit like that. But it's like, yeah, dudes should be able to have close friends with other guys. So I don't think that's like an out of touch thing to say. Now, if she said that would stop male loneliness or something, that's out of touch. But
yeah, I think she was just hinting to maybe a small portion of something that could contribute to a bigger change in the way that men deal with each other. I think out of my own personal experience, I felt that when I had a lot of friends in high school, yeah, like I had the boys around, we would do shit and whatever, but like I didn't feel that kind of satisfaction that I was looking for until I became an adult. And then I had some real friends that would come over and fucking cook me food and shit and like hang out and talk about like real deep issues. And that's where your real connections come from. And I feel like that complimenting thing breaks down that kind of barrier between guys where it's like you got to be all macho and shit sometimes or don't go too deep. And I think that's a takeaway that I got from that comment.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with what they just said, 100%. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, but like the problem is with forethought, like with this whole conversation, you don't get to solutions by shitting on people. You say, you know what, maybe that's not enough, and you add on. It's like improv. You know, you say yes, and you don't say, you know what I mean? So like, if it's a hard no, then say it's a hard no, but it's not really a hard no on this one. So I don't know. He's been incubating in fucking DGG fucking Discord for way too long, and too debate brained, too mad doggish, and it's showing.
Just too online in general, I think.
Yeah,
that's what makes you lonely the most.
That's the real take. Is forethought is out of touch. Okay, that's the real take. Forethought is out of touch. Okay, that guy is.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Wild.
This is an unhinged response.
For sure.
Watch out, we're gonna get angry bees here.
Brandon okay, in Twitch chat has done 2 different messages with 100 bits each, getting at the idea that like it should not be surprising to anybody on the left that men are leaning more towards the right and getting more radicalized because of all of the popular media kind of shitting on them. And then you specifically carved out a section for white men. No, I agree. I think it's not surprising at all. Looking and existing as a dude and looking at the media and looking at a bunch of the shit, a lot of it is shitting on you. It's very popular, very normal to shit on you as a guy, especially white dudes. It's not at all surprising to me that there's a overrepresentation of men on the right. Does anybody else disagree with that?
No, I don't. I feel like if you ask 100 women, do you hate men?
That's the case. Sorry.
You'd get like
and it's super
60%
tempting
plus
too. Like all
to
the
say
fresh and fits and shit. It's so tempting to just be like, yeah, fuck that thought, bro. Like, it's so
bro.
easy to get into that like right wing, pipeline.
Yeah, I almost got into the pipeline. I have a Jordan Peterson book, so.
Oh, there you go. Maybe. Well, I don't know necessarily about how the Jordan Peterson literature actually lines up with that, but I will say, when I was like 15 and younger, I was 100% in that pipeline. Like I used to think everybody who was depressed was like weak-willed and like had no idea what the hell they were doing. Like I was fully committed in that camp. I thought I was smarter than like everybody in the world. And one of the greatest things ever happened to me, which was I got depression, and then I was like, oh, I'm fucking stupid. I was like, oh, I'm dumb. I'm really dumb. And then it was an epiphany. I've never had one like it. It completely destroyed my ego, and I had to restart from like zero. And then,
did you ever have that like period in your life where you're like, how do people get addicted to shit? I'm just built different. I would just stop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was like prior to 15. I was like, you're weak-willed. Just stop doing that.
Then
like,
I got addicted.
Yeah. And then I had depression. I was like, oh, actually, the way that I think is so you can change your perspective on reality so much that it's like almost not even the same as another perspective. Like it's almost incompatible with another perspective. And so I just was like blown away. And so I had to like restart my whole foundational thinking.
You ever know that game called Haze? Go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to say, my journey into the like pipeline, it was like the classic when it just happened, like the Gamergate stuff and things. And then I started watching Jordan B. Peterson because I was depressed. I was like, I gotta change my life and stuff. And I think I have a book here on extremism. The points in your life where you can become an extremist is like when something fucks up big, like a death of a family member, a breakup, something like depression, whatever. Like that's the points where you gotta watch out for those like really simple calls to action, like the right-wing extremists do, basically. Like, yeah. Sorry. Continue with your thing.
I got you.
What was I saying? Fuck. Oh yeah, there's like that Haze game. There's a scene where the guy's like, "Oh, it's just chemicals in your brain fizzing and popping." That kind of like filled me. You're just like a meat bag. Everything you feel.
Mm-hmm.
You're not built different. You're not special. You're just electrical signals, chemicals in your brain.
I got you. Yeah. Hey, is that a movie?
I was gonna say,
like an old PS3 game, like 2008, 2007.
Oh, I got you. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, speaking to the other guy who's talking about his little origin story. Mine was like dating content, like the pickup artists and shit.
Yeah, me
you're
too.
like, oh,
I
you
also, yeah.
You gotta do the mask. Sorry, say again.
Yeah, I just want to say, yeah, that's also something that almost got me into like, it was Jordan P. Peterson and the pickup artists and stuff all at the same time. So yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, because it was always like this. Oh, you gotta come with the masculine frame, and women are emotional, and you gotta play on their emotional instincts, and it was so.
Yeah,
you're like looking back on it, it's so cringe.
That shit unironically helped me though. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, me too a little bit, but it was like, some channels would be like very casual, like you know, you gotta like really have a conversation, you know, treat them nice, but like there's still these little components that you can quote unquote exploit. But then the idea, the framework on the bottom of it,
and what it leads to,
talking about women being weaker was like such an easy way to go into like Kevin Samuels or Andrew Tate.
I think I understand, Brandon.
Like
that's the problem. There's nothing.
There
There is no advice for men that exists like that. That doesn't go down to sexism.
Yeah, it's very weird that there's nothing on the left like that kind of does the same. It's
Because like if you are afraid to go talk to women and you go and talk to women and you like gamify it, and what they say is like, oh, if you can't pull, it's your fault. Either you don't look good enough, take better care of yourself, your game was bad. That's a lot easier to swallow than something like, oh, you are fundamentally worthless, which is what progressives will tell you.
Bro, like it really disempowers you.
Which is funny because I'm black-pilled as fuck, but
yeah, that's crazy. One day we gotta chop it up again about you being black-pilled, bro. One day.
I mean, you can't deny it from me. Like, the life is easier for you if you are tall and white and wealthy. Like,
well,
no one will ever.
Nobody would deny that life is easier for you. The question is whether or not, the question is whether or not it's like game over if you're not these.
Bro, if I was a 5'3" Indian guy, like, you basically turn the difficulty slider up to max. Like, what is the fucking? I wouldn't.
Yeah, your life is going to be a lot harder in a lot of different ways. Yeah, of course. But
yeah, bro, you're just telling me to start with like fucking Iron Man naked run. Like, no, I'll check out. I'm good.
But
yeah, but you gotta like balance it out with some good riz. I feel.
Yeah,
like.
yeah, you gotta. You're just playing the game on hard mode. That's what it is, bro.
All right, if you're playing an MMO and you fucking spawn in, and your character has like corpse sickness off the rip, you're telling me you ain't making a new character? You're like, no, bro, tough it out, tough it out. Everyone's like, tough it out, bro. I made it to level 60.
This analogy breaks out. You can't make a new character, bro. You can't make a new character, so you gotta thug it out, bro. You gotta thug it out.
You can't make a new character, but like, okay, I'm good enough for my dream on fucking raiding. I'm not getting top 1.
Yeah, you're not getting top 1
and have fun. I'll go.
Yeah, I think no matter what, you're not getting top 1, bro. You ain't Himothy, no matter what.
Yeah, but some people just road lucky, innit? Like,
listen, bro, we need to be more respectful of like the people that do like just normal jobs and then just take care of their family, take care of whoever, take care of themselves, and then just like that's their life, okay? That shit needs to be seen as fucking based because it is, bro. The people who just go to work and then they, do their business, they benefit their community, they hang out, maybe get a dog, do whatever. Like that shit is base. We need to stop all this consumerist culture. Huh?
I said that's a happy life, but
that's a happy life. That's a base life. Those are good people.
Envy is a thief of joy. So
yeah, exactly. Fuck that shit. Yeah, that shit's GG. That shit is good. I hate it when everybody's like, oh yeah, no, everybody needs to be like trying to do whatever. No, let's respect the bus drivers and shit. You feel me? They on that overtime. That shit is crystal. But yeah, we'll have
that's why I think you'll never be able to unblackpill me. I don't think it'll be possible.
Well, I don't know what you mean. Wait, hold on. What do you mean by is blackpilling in your mind just that like a white, tall, handsome dude is gonna have it easier than the 5'2" Indian?
Personally, it does not matter.
No shot.
Unless you meet the baseline for attractiveness to even open your mouth in the first place.
No shot.
You're so wrong.
Wait. The baseline.
I have slept with more women than both of you combined. I guarantee it.
Look, I'm not trying to say.
Why? What the fuck?
Because I know when I do certain things, if I didn't act the way I acted, none of these women would be interested in me.
And?
Exactly.
Wait, that doesn't mean that no women in general would be interested in you?
But the thing is, once you act a certain way, you escalate a certain way, and you look a certain way, then you're kind of in enough where you can be yourself.
You're in.
But if I just acted like myself,
I think like there are nerdy girls that are totally turned off by the like classic like pickup artists guys that go around and fuck a lot of women.
Tom,
like,
thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Totally depends on what type of girl you want to go after.
I agree. You have to tailor the approach.
But yeah, question: do you think like I'm 5'8", I think, 1 meter 73? Like, do you think I'm short or tall?
You are short.
Or in between? Short. Like, what would you say if I said like I pulled women that were like taller than me? Like, does
you
that
can pull
change
women that are
anything
taller
about
than
your
you.
black pill? Yeah, but like, how does that fit in your black pill theory?
You know Rock Lee from the real? Bro can still fight with those weights on. All I'm saying is if God dropped the weights, yeah, if God dropped the weights from you and you suddenly were 185, the attention you would receive from women is completely different.
True. Like, yeah, there's things that help you.
I'm not saying that it's impossible.
But
well, no, you say okay. So so here's a bridge that we can maybe make. I believe there is a minimum threshold of looks you need to meet for certain people to even consider you to be like a romantic partner. Is that what you were referring to with the okay? Yeah. I think, however, the vast majority of men can or do hit that minimum criteria. Like easily 85 or 90% of men.
And personality is a big part of that.
No shit. Yeah, I would say from the because the minimum is what you need to be able to get in the door, to be able to have your personality like be able to show. For some people, I mean, just straight up, you're gonna get like the ick, like you're just not gonna make it in the door. So Fugla, you think what percent of men do you think meet the minimum threshold for, let's say, most women? Okay, most women
to cold approach them or to have a relationship from a friendship.
Relationship from a friendship.
Relationship from a friendship is different.
Well, that's
because you're forced into proximity with those people. So
I wouldn't say cold approach is the gold standard. I would say the standard in which you can kind of organically meet somebody inside of a workplace would be a much better standard to go off of.
Yeah, or just with a hobby.
Yeah,
that's one of the things I think men should search for hobbies that women also like. Go dancing.
I think that's still weird. If you are going to like a fitness class or dancing or something to go pick up women, it's already over for you, bro. Because if a girl ever finds out that was the case,
I wouldn't even say like finds out. I would just say that's like not a healthy probably thing that you should probably do.
But I
agree, but it works.
I'm not saying you should go there to pick up women, but like if you find something, a hobby that you like.
That also has overlap with that, then it's good. I agree. Trib,
I'm talking about like dudes who are more social shuttons, no?
Yeah, that's the main problem, I think.
Sorry, what is the
main
problem?
If I was in like someone's ear and I told them exactly what to say, whereas if I went up to someone and did the same thing, hypothetically, if I could like mind control them and physically control their body as well at the same time, so we can get rid of body language, any of that bullshit. I think the difference in how you look would be massive in the way that you're treated.
Well, in general, I think the difference in how you're treated is massively altered by how you look. But again, what I'm trying to address is the minimum threshold it takes to be able to have a guy not be an incel, essentially, be able to possibly get a relationship. And what I would typically look at is what is the minimum looks threshold that you need to hit, where if you're in like a workplace, you're in you're studying in the same room, or you're doing a sport or an activity together, and that you would be just so repulsive that almost every woman wouldn't even give you the opportunity to talk to them. And that is incredibly, there's so little men that hit that bar. And especially there's so little men who hit that bar that cannot do self-improvement to get up to a point where in which they go over the bar. It's so like it's pretty much only disfigured guys, or like guys who have like serious scarring.
Yeah, or like people that don't take care of their hygiene or something.
Yeah. Like if you get
if their game is good.
Yeah, no, of course their game. They have to be like good socially. I personally think the vast majority of incels are incels because their social skills are shit. That's my personal.
Okay, but
opinion.
the thing is, if you weren't ugly, your social skills would be good.
No, I don't agree with this.
Okay.
Do you think? Hold on. Wait. Do you think I'm a decent looking guy?
Yeah, I think you're a decent looking guy.
Okay,
now.
I have dog shit social skills with women. I have dog shit social skills with women.
If you grew up as good looking as you are now, I guarantee your social skills would be better.
Oh yeah, no. I don't disagree with that because
your brain builds those negative connections. When you talk to someone and they're repulsed by you, your brain builds those negative connections and you develop a defense mechanism of anxiety of, oh, the next person I'm talking to is going to be repulsed by me. That made me feel bad. I'm going to be scared to talk to people. Therefore, you don't talk to people. You get worse social skills. Whereas if you're reasonably attractive and people enjoy being around you,
I don't agree with the idea that every single person who was born with like decent genetics is going to be good at socializing. But if we're speaking in a generalized sense, I'll say yeah, probably, because they're going to have more positive reception. Because if you're better looking in general, most of what you say is going to be received in a better light because of the halo effect. I won't disagree with that, but. Again, just to get back to it, what we're looking at when we're talking about incels is either such a small group of people when it comes to their physical disabilities, or, which is far more reliable for telling what an incel is their social skills. If you have really bad social skills, you're going to fail in the dating market, even if you're decent looking. It is the single most important thing. 100%.
Even if you're
I'm decent looking. I have issues in the dating market because of my social skills. Okay. I'm not like full incel status, but I absolutely have significant issues in the dating market because of my social skills.
I think if you're attractive enough, you could talk like a caveman and slay.
Not full caveman. I understand the principle that you're trying to drive, though. You don't need very good social skills if you're incredibly hot. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that doesn't disprove the original point. What we're trying to address is what is the single most important thing for men to have when it comes to dating, right? What is the most important thing to be able to avoid you becoming an incel, and the most controllable thing?
I could have 10 out of 10 looks or 10 out of 10 personality. What would I pick? Is that what you're asking me?
No. That's not at all what I'm asking you. I'm saying the average dude, right? Yeah. Chances are, what is going to be impeding him from getting in a relationship? It's going to be Riz.
Yes.
Yep. The average dude looks good enough for the vast majority of women to meet their minimum looks threshold. The thing that's standing in the way is Riz. It's game.
Yeah, I would agree with that probably. Yeah, for the average guy.
Okay, so then that's personally what I'm talking about. Yes, I agree. Looks matter a lot. Looks can coast you through your life if you're a man or a woman. It's really big to be able to get you a lot of shit. However, when we're looking at the people who are hurting the most, like the incels or whatever, and the femcells, right? What we're looking at is primarily social issues.
But that's if we're talking about women and men being in shared spaces.
Yes, typically. Yeah, typically.
Which is becoming less and less common.
That is true. Yeah. Our society is just steering more towards like dating apps and shit like that, where Jaws law. I agree.
So that's my point, is that if I'm a decently good looking guy. I don't know if I could personally pull this off, but if my friend used to work at, well, I don't want to touch myself, but he's really, really, really good looking.
Yep.
I guarantee if he went on Tinder and said, me, you, fuck, now, he unironically would get numbers.
Yeah, I know of guys who have done essentially that. Yeah.
And that is how the vast majority of people are coming into relationships.
That's confirmation bias, but because to how many girls do you send that message? Do you send it to all of them? And
even if you have amazing riz, man, the reply rate is like, I don't know,
sure,
40% or something with your matches.
Yeah, but like, what is the reply rate on you, me, fuck now? Probably lower, right?
Probably like 10%, but it's probably about 10% of people that you actually hang out with that you.
Aren't you conceding now that like having good riz is better than
Well, no, because I mean, if you have amazing riz and you don't actually meet up, anyone who replies to you me fuck now, you're gonna fuck.
He's gonna fuck.
Yeah. But the people who reply to your amazing riz, it might fizzle out.
Yeah, I mean,
for shared interaction, like shared space, yeah. If you have really good social skills, you'll worm your way in there just by proximity. Because obviously, the closer you are with someone, the easier it is to be around them, and then you can jump to the next step pretty easily. But we all know that it's not like that.
You're actually really black-pilled, and like if you know that like having.
Well, I mean, for me, the real thing that to me doesn't make me feel like you're not black-pilled is you agreed with the idea that the average dude meets the minimum threshold for a woman, for most women, the majority of women. For looks, and it takes just game from there, or like riz.
But like above average, I'm talking great social skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like that as an expectation, and plus we're talking about, what is it, like 20% of people who meet in that fashion anyways?
Well, no, sorry, I don't agree with the idea that the average dude needs above average. Well, it depends on what we consider to be above average social skills.
The average guy is considered ugly by women.
Huh?
The average guy is considered ugly by women.
Yeah, I know that.
Does it?
Yeah, statistically, the average guy is considered ugly to women based on what I've seen, yeah.
I know you've looked a lot at it, so I'll trust you on it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But, sorry, when I say ugly, so hold on. I actually just realized I agreed to something stupid. The average woman does not consider the guy to be ugly, but unattractive. That might not seem like an important distinction, but I feel like intuitively it is. Ugly is like an aversion. Unattractive is just like, it's not really my type.
Fair.
Sure, I would say that most women don't think people are gross.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd say most people don't
like
find
disgusting.
other people
Okay, maybe
gross.
gross, but not disgusting.
Wait, you think most women find dudes gross, or did I mishear that?
Gross as women say it?
Sure.
I've had multiple girls tell me that most guys look gross.
Okay.
Because I'm the kind of autist who will talk about this.
Now we're going from because originally we were looking at the data, and the data that I've seen just simply shows that most women find most men slightly less attractive than where those
but
men
slightly less
actually
attractive, they would
fall
use the
in
word gross. So but I'm talking like disgusting is what we would say is gross, right? So I don't think there's like an outward, gross, disgusting. Get that away from me. I don't think so. But like, not really attractive. I would agree.
Maybe, but even if this is the case, even if that's true, I would just state that most guys don't even take care of themselves, and if you actually figure out how the fuck to take care of yourself, you're gonna be up big. You can massively change. I mean, we all saw the picture of me, right, not too long ago, right? Wherever that picture is. Like, if you start taking care of yourself, you can easily go up. You can easily go up a point. Easy.
You can go up multiple points if you put in a fuck load of work. I agree with that.
I think most people can probably go up like a point and a half, maybe 2. Right, this is me, bro.
I am not disagreeing with that.
Okay, if that's the case, then the prescription would be to men to be doing very basic shit to be able to increase your physical attractiveness while simultaneously increasing your and very importantly, your social skills. And then most guys are going to fall into that category where they're either going to be mid to women or they're going to be attractive to women, and then you're good.
What would be the top 3 things you would recommend to a guy?
Me? Orally?
Orally.
For what? Just top 3 things in general to improve, to get women?
Up a point. Yeah.
Oh, to go up a point.
Up a point. Yeah.
I think in general, I mean, it depends on your weight and stuff. I would say maybe lose weight. But learning what like type of haircut / facial hair / whatever is good for you is really important. I see so many guys sleeping on grooming their facial hair because they have the ugliest facial hair I've ever seen. Like this literal picture of me. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I
Hold
look
on.
like
I don't
that
have it
right
on
now.
screen. Like this literal picture of me where I had this, my sideburns or whatever were like fucking 3 or like 2 inches long. How long these hairs were. It was gross. I had comments from people saying it was gross. It was gross. I trimmed that shit. I look way better without it. Like shit like this. From this picture to right now, I easily went up a point. I'd say 1.5 points if you include the physique. But yeah, probably like losing weight, just figuring out basic hair, like facial hair and hairstyle shit. And then fashion has been such, out of everything that I've done, the biggest change by far was figuring out how to dress it was instantaneous. I could go right now with the way that I am right now, I could go into the exact same environment wearing one pair of clothing and get treated entirely different in a different set of clothing. It is insane figuring out how to dress.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally
so like
agree.
other than genetics, like lifting, dressing well, being well kept, yeah, that's all gonna make you look better. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. If there's a fourth thing I would throw in is like get a hobby where you can socialize, preferably with women. But
oh well, that
if it's with men, like
sorry, I was just speaking to what could physically improve you. I
Looks
thought that's what the question
yeah,
was.
yeah.
But
no, true.
yeah.
But
the hobby,
I
the
don't
hobby
know,
thing, I completely agree. But even beyond that, I would just say having a hobby that allows you to socialize is going to be a really big thing because you just need to build social skills in general. But yeah, so like learning how to dress. When I got the turtleneck, fucking trench coat, dress pants combo, it was GG. I could literally, I noticed a difference in treatment from my doctor. Okay, everybody was treating me different. I was blown away by, you could feel the difference in how everybody treats you. So yeah, I would highly recommend like dressing better was the easily the biggest change, without a doubt.
yeah, I must say I've got like 1 or 2 streams when you were like still on your incel arc, and then later when you came more on the Destiny things, like I really like your style. It's great.
Thank you.
Not to not to glaze too much, but like.
Yeah, thanks. How did you dress better? Let me see if I can't go to my Instagram and show something, if it'll let me. But yeah, that's what I would say. Like most people are more or less like capable of. Okay, that's all it's gonna let me through. It's like this. Like this. I started dressing better. Like before, I was wearing like literally this, just sweatshirts everywhere. When I started dressing like this, people started treating me better overnight. It was a big deal. All right. Back to the video. We paused for 45 minutes.
Hold on, someone said in chat that guys only go for very attractive women. But the thing is, if I hit on a girl who's less attractive, she will not think I'm serious. She will think I'm making fun of her or something like that. So it's not as easy as just.
Well, I also don't agree with the idea that guys only hit on really attractive women. I don't.
I would also agree with that, but I was just taking what they.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Listen, okay, I have. No, we're not gonna do that. Okay, look. All right, there's guys do not only hit on really attractive women. Let's just say that. Okay, that's just what it is. Do you think Forethought is misogynistic? I think he was misogynistic towards Kelly and Pexi. Yeah. I'm not sure if in his heart of hearts he is, but if I was a betting man, I'd say probably at least a little bit. Yeah.
Good silence.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't hit my fucking push to talk. Okay. So yeah, I'm now increasingly hostile to the progressive white woman archetype, now stereotyping all, like men and saying like what men need to do, and that is becoming increasingly annoying for me. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's my bias outright, especially after this election, after seeing some of the shifts.
Why is it annoying? Just because they're saying it, because what they're saying
it's
is wrong.
because
Why
it's
is it
wrong
wrong?
and pushes people away. Yeah, sure. So when women say like something like men need to compliment each other more, it's like it's missing so much of the problem. Like in the poll while you were talking, I like ran a poll, I think, for like how many people have a single friend in real life, and like 30% of them said no. Just like a random poll in DGG chat. It's not scientific at all, but like the depth of the male loneliness problem is not solved by the homies complimenting each other.
Okay, this is another thing. This is another thing. You think that because I said one statement of something that can help some people, that's me saying, I have the solution to male loneliness, I have the solution to male loneliness. And that's, no, I never said that I have the full solution. I never said that was the case. I said this is something that might help some people. And you take it to the extreme of, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, again, because that moves, basically. And it's just really frustrating because it's like, we probably agree.
Who is the black-pilled guy that constantly has the worst takes? Wait, are you talking about the person talking to me right now? Talking about Fugla? I feel like we've come around to... Have we not more or less agreed, Fugla, at this point?
What did I say that was wrong, Mr. Worst Takes?
Yeah? Okay, it's Fugla. That's his name. Do you have a question for the young man? Some guys want to fuck anything that moves. So yes, I agree with you saying that guys don't only hit on attractive women. Personally, I don't know how they do it, and I'm a guy. I cannot conceive of hitting on a woman without truly being interested in her. Well, I mean, you can truly be interested in her. Well, I mean, hold on. Are you trying to say truly interested in her in the capacity of like you want to like date her? Just some people are different. Like Darius is different, very different to me in this way, where he's like, yeah, no, I just want to have sex with this woman and like have that be it. It's possible for me to be in that frame of mind, but it's pretty rare. Like the only circumstance where it would make sense is honestly kind of the circumstance where I'm in now, where like I'm very confident I'm going to move and leave, but like in like 4 months. So it's like, I'm not going to start a like relationship. So it's like, if I like a chick, I can jump in the VC. If you want to jump in the VC, yeah. Here, I'll give you the link.
And someone said I'm not black-pilled because I've had sex. I never said I was an incel.
Wait, yeah, black pill is more the ideology. The incel is the status. There's the link. But yeah, Ahrelevant, placing the blame for male loneliness on women is inherently misogynistic. If you want to say all of the blame, I would say yeah. But there is some blame on women and there is some blame on men. 100%. Absolutely. Where all of society's problems are perpetuated by everyone to some degree.
You can't have any situation between two groups that's not at some fault of both the groups, no?
Well, it's possible, but it's definitely not the case for these issues, right? Like women's problems with sexual violence and shit like that. Obviously, there's men play a role in that. Issues with misandry, even men play a role in that. Men play a role in all of these different things. You know, it shouldn't just be isolated down to
I also,
you know, whatever.
I also feel like people really like to focus it down on like one specific problem, like what's happening here with Fortal and Pixie. Like, oh no, it's not that, it's this. Oh no, it's not that, it's this. Like,
yeah, it's like 100 fucking things.
Multiple things.
Like, the problem is that men get lied to about what is important, and then.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really big problem. Yeah, okay. But I don't think that's the only problem.
By women, by like.
Okay, I want to focus on one issue. But in order to do so, when you're talking about these things, are you just strictly looking at men trying to get like a physical interaction with women, or like dating, building relationships? What is...
I think if you cannot get past like physical intimacy, you will be permanently friend-zoned. If you can't spark any sort of sexual intent to your interactions with a girl, it's over for you already.
Okay, so you think sex comes before building a relationship?
Not necessarily sex.
But some kind of physical intimacy.
I think
they have to at least think, man, this guy's attractive. I would have sex with him.
Or he's
not necessarily, I want to rip his clothes off right now, but
Yeah, just
in your
convey a romantic
experience,
interest, I think.
in your experience, have you dated many like demisexual people?
yeah,
How many of those have put out on the first date?
if they're demisexual, no.
Okay. Every single person that I've ever gone on a date that said they're demisexual puts out on the first date. Every
I've not
single one.
dated very many demisexual people.
Okay. Yeah. I just ask because when you talk about like how most women don't find the average male attractive, this is true because men don't know how to be attractive. They aren't like, if you think about a girl, like at what age does a girl have to start learning how to do her hair differently, right? Like when was the last time you picked up a flat iron or a curling iron? When was the last time like you had to go get your nails done? Like most men, like they're getting their hair cut by like a family member, or like they're going to like Supercuts. They're spending like $5 on a haircut. Like just look at the price difference between like getting a woman's haircut and a man's haircut, because unless like the man's going to like an actual barber or hair place, like they're just not putting in the effort. They don't have to. They're not expected to.
I don't disagree with any of that.
So it stands to reason that like for a woman, the baseline of just being like, hey, here's this thing that I have spent my entire adult life and like most of my adolescent life being like groomed and trained how to do this thing, like be attractive. That is what society values of me, is to be attractive. So I have to make sure I'm doing this in like at all points. Like imagine like there's something that you value. Why would you ever settle for somebody that's like not even willing to do like the bare minimum to even like understand what
I'm not blaming
that
women.
value is? Okay.
At no point have I ever blamed women.
Okay. Yeah.
The only thing I've blamed
I
is God and men.
Yeah, but I don't think it takes much effort at all. Like the bare minimum is like, hey, how do I like dress in a way that isn't like the way my mom would dress me in middle school or elementary school? Like the amount of men that still like aren't even willing to put in that much effort to like, oh, what kind of body type do I have? Like what clothing fits me well?
I mean,
like,
I think, can I give my 2 cents on it? Like I think you're right in some sense. It isn't that hard to determine that. The problem is it's hard for men because we are never taught that. Like
men's advice is be yourself.
Yeah, and figure it out on your
it's
own.
dog shit.
Like,
The advice to men is completely useless and dog shit.
Yeah, and the thing is, you should be yourself, but like you also just like shouldn't be a shitty human.
Yeah, but the problem is like if you never get taught that from an early age, like women are, like not that it's like I don't want to say it's good.
But, like,
I don't think you should be yourself.
If your parents didn't like teach you to brush your teeth, and then by the time you're like 20, all your teeth are falling out, like at what point do you say like, okay, but like, no, this is your responsibility. You need to like do something about this. Like, no, I don't want to kiss you. All your teeth are rotting out of your mouth. That's really gross. Right? Like it's okay to like hold this person accountable and say like, no, like
wait, which link, Dr. Demand?
This seems like really easy, basic stuff.
Oh, is this the grooming one?
It's building habits, and those habits building when you're later, like in life.
It's definitely harder for sure. Yeah, I understand that, but like, think about like every shitty movie that's targeted at teenage girls. They like suddenly like they take off their glasses and then they have their like big makeup or makeover
big makeover,
but
the
like
big makeover scenes. Yes.
But like this is something you can like do. It really is like update your wardrobe. like even
I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Okay.
Why was my bad
The
take?
problem is we're talking about a major societal shift here. Like,
if the advice for men was that women will not love you unconditionally, do not be yourself. Be the best version of you that you can be. Go to the gym. Lose weight.
Okay.
Dress really well.
yourself.
Okay.
Find
but
out what
this
kind of person you want to
is not-
attract and become
Okay.
their goal.
That's another thing. I never ever in a million years no matter how attractive the person is, am going to meet up with somebody that says, you me fuck. Like
Okay, you might not.
And I know this because I've gotten, but I'm easy. That's the thing. Like I'm a whore. Like I'm easy late. But like, and the issue is that like women get attention from men that are like inappropriate for them from like very, very young ages, right? Whether this is just like older creepy guys, if it's the fucking science teacher in middle school trying to look down your shirt from, or just like guys that are like ugly, and it's like I take more, like I have moral outrage that you are talking to me right now because like you are a disgusting gremlin person that like hasn't showered in over a month, that like has no prospects in life. Like why are you like trying to neg me of all things? Like why would you think that would be like some way that I would respond positively? Like you're just like using disgusting tactics to try and bed me, and like what do you offer me, right? Like these people don't stand a chance, and that's okay, but I don't think that's the majority of people. Like the majority of guys, like I'm an easy lay. All you have to do is like be able to get me to laugh, have like a good understanding of like, what it is that you are able to offer, and just offer that.
Oh.
Right? Like, I feel like that's... I don't feel like that's very hard.
It's simple, but it's not easy. Like I don't understand.
Yeah,
I mean, to be a world-class football player, all you have to do is kick the ball into the opposing goal repeatedly. But like, doesn't mean that I'm trying to walk on a pitch and be Ronaldo.
We're talking about like major changes in like.
This is like a fundamental shift in how someone acts. And for your dirty gremlin who hasn't showered in 30 days, there's probably bigger issues in his life that are causing him to be like that.
And also, like the reason, like what I believe is the case is like the reason that women get like approached by the most horrible men. It's because like it's those type of people that are not scared of like offending women. Like
my bad. Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah. So like what I think really also experienced is like being scared of like offending women and like coming over as a creep and like things like that, and I think that holds back
with slutty women.
Decent guys from approaching women. Like
I just think it's funny because chat's gonna go off.
I mean, that's my experience with it.
I don't know. I still feel like my perspective is not wrong, and if someone can make you laugh, great.
It is, but it's so easy to just like not be a dickhead, right? To just be like.
I don't think it's being mean or being nice that gets you laid at all.
Wait, what?
I don't think there's being mean or being nice. I don't think matters for getting laid. A relationship, yes, but
okay. Do you have a lot of female friends?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, and are your connections with your female friends as deep and meaningful as they are with your male friends?
Probably
Probably not. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, this is wild to me because the way you talk it makes me sound to me it sounds like the goal is oh god, I shouldn't have read chat, that was a mistake.
You can take your time. We can keep watching the video if you want to think of something.
No, just the things you were saying, it comes off very much that, like, oh, you said you're black pilled, but like, you don't have to like be born attractive. Like, I know a lot of guys that like have really good pull, like shockingly good pull. Like, you should like, I'll like talk to the girls and be like, why? Like, please don't have sex with him. It's going to inflate his ego. He doesn't deserve this. Like, he's not attractive. But like, it is so easy to just like treat this person like a human being. You don't have to like look really attractive. You don't have to look smacks. No one gives a shit about your jawline. Like, if you're
that's not true.
No, if you're overweight, if you're frumpy, if you're short, like, as long as you are aware of it and are able to work around it, it's fine.
Yeah, but the working around it, that's, you can't say that it doesn't matter and then you have to work around it. That doesn't really make sense.
Okay. Okay, if you're dealt a bad hand in poker, like that, like you
play with the cards that you're dealt, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And there's no respawns. That's what we were talking about earlier. But like, you can't say that it's not a bad hand.
Yeah.
The way you talk, it sounds like you're saying, "Oh, I can't win this pot," and it's like you can never win the pot because you're always dealt a bad hand, right? Like, every interaction you ever have with a woman, you're saying, well, I'm playing with pocket fours, and it's like, solid. Fucking bluff. Or like, sometimes like pocket fours are just gonna be the nuts. Like, that's what's gonna happen.
Okay, but okay, here's my issue, right? I think there's an incredible amount of effort required if you are unattractive to become attractive.
No.
And I think...
sorry, when you say... I don't like that we're using the word attractive, because to me, someone is attractive when they put in the effort. That's it. That's all it takes is the effort.
Maybe most people are not like that, I would say.
I think what he is saying is you have to put in less effort when you are already dealt a good hand.
I don't think that's true, though.
If I bought a bouquet of flowers for someone and...
No, not...
If a very unattractive person...
Effort.
Okay.
Like, the effort to present yourself as attractive. I think it takes the same amount of effort for, like, a hideous person. Like, house fire, tragic arson victim levels of disfigurement. I think it takes the same level of effort for them to be attractive as it takes fucking Channing Tatum.
Okay, that's just delusion. Let's be real.
But it's not.
You cannot genuinely believe that. You're
no,
no.
Absolutely not.
Can I just ask how? How are you coming to that conclusion?
Okay, because if you take, I think the easiest way to like look to think about this is for women. If you like think about like women's beauty standards, right? Okay. They're like, women are so used to seeing other women that are like totally photoshopped. Like, this isn't possible to look like this, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And that is the standard that we compare ourselves to and every other woman. So of course women look attractive to most men, right? Most men think most women are attractive. Yeah. And that's because there is this expectation as a woman that you are going to put in effort to your appearance. Men don't have the same expectation. So to be attractive, you just have to put in that base level of effort into your appearance. Like Channing Tatum, if he's not grooming himself well, if he's wearing clothes that don't fit his body style, that aren't in vogue, aren't in fashion,
Wait, hold on.
he's not going to be attractive.
Disagree with the idea that there's certain men who are born more attractive than others?
They are.
You can't use the Pokemon analogy and say no to this, by the way.
I think she doesn't agree with the word attractive here. But like,
I think I'm taking
We
issue
can let
with
her
the
answer.
umbrage with, yes, I am taking umbrage with the word attractive. If we were to use a word like handsome or beautiful, right? Like more symmetrical, like more visually pleasing.
Let's use the word
If there were two
conventionally.
robots,
Hold on.
and one of them looked like-
Hold
okay.
on.
Yeah,
Let's
go
just
ahead,
use
go
the
ahead.
word conventionally attractive.
Okay.
Like most women will find this person desirable to look at.
There are people like that, but that is not what causes the ire of most women, which I don't think computes for men, because like when you see men in media, they are always going to be well groomed. They're always going to be portrayed as attractive, right?
Okay, so my follow-up question is, if you believe that there's going to be some men who are born more attractive, conventionally attractive to most women than others, then wouldn't that necessitate that they have, with less effort, are more conventionally attractive than men who are born less conventionally attractive? Because if both men do not try, the one who is born innately, genetically more conventionally attractive will natively be more attractive to most women.
Yes, but I think this advantage is, in reality, so much smaller than men understand. Like, there are so many people that, like, if you see them when they first wake up, you're just kind of like, ew, whatever. But then what they spend the next hour of their day doing is going to have such a larger dramatic impact than the genes they were born with. And I think that is what's lost. Like the first hour of your life when you wake up, like what you're doing with that hour is going to have a larger impact on the way women view you as attractive, or like if I'm gonna smash, if I'm gonna let him hit, like if I'm gonna go on a date with him, if I'm gonna give him my phone number. Like what you do in that first hour is so much more impactful than whatever genes or natural advantage you might have. And that is the part that's lost on men.
I mean, I don't really believe that to be true, personally. But this conversation with Fugla, and I can almost guarantee he agrees
You
that.
were just talking. Wait, you.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about how your doctor started treating you different because of the clothes you were wearing, right?
Yeah, because of the way I was dressing. Yeah.
That is like a decision that you make, like when you first wake up, right?
Yeah, I will never be treated as well as a son. That's never going to happen. And I'm not genetically capable of doing it.
That's a perfect example.
To me, it isn't, because, like, I don't know. I think we'll just have to agree to disagree, because I think you are more conventionally attractive than Hassan, and I think you dress
really appreciate the compliment, but it's just not possible. For Western standards, he is more conventionally attractive on almost every apparatus than I am. He's taller. He's physically like larger. He has more hair. He has more symmetrical face. He has less facial acne and facial scarring. He has better brow line. Like I could keep going down, but for at least Western standards, he is more attractive to the vast majority of women.
Relly is a good-looking dude, but the fact that you just said that Relly looks better than Hassan, it negates what you were saying about.
I might just be so poisoned on Hamas Piker that I can't. But I know guys like that. Like, yeah, they can be fun to look at, but like even just like I would be fine seeing Hassan in a magazine, but if he talks to me, I'm probably not interested because his looks aren't coming from like a place of effort.
Well, I mean, he puts in, to be clear, he puts in like 10 times more effort in his looks than I do. That guy is literally, he's taking like, isn't he taking like a fucking steroids? That way his hairline doesn't stop receding?
He does stuff for his hair, he does stuff for his brows. He lifts.
I think, yeah, but I think the feeling around his looks and stuff is like from a place of narcissism.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, for sure. No, for sure. That guy is cripplingly insecure about his looks, for sure.
Also, this is again, I honestly, to my point, like it takes such little effort to propel yourself so much further above the average competition, the people around you. It really is as simple as like when I wake up, my first hour, 90 minutes of my day, what am I going to do to make sure I'm presenting myself well to the rest of the world? And just putting effort and attention into that, like because to me, like, oh, he's taking exogenous hormones, he's taking the hair stuff, like he's doing all these things and spending obscene amounts of money on like clothes that like aren't even good looking, but I'm not huge.
Yeah, but I mean, usually when we're talking about evaluating this kind of behavior, we're talking about it in a vacuum. So essentially, the question is, do you think if somebody like me is me might not be a perfect example because I think I'm a decent looking guy. A better example would be somebody who's like significantly less attractive, but we'll just use this as an example. Do you believe that if I was standing next to Hassan and there was like 100 women that were going to pick between the two of us, how many of them do you think would pick him versus how many of them do you think would pick me?
So I think you versus Hassan, you two are on an even playing field when it comes to looks, and the rest is going to be how you carry yourself and the interactions you have. And like, I think that is like it takes literally the like bare minimum of effort to meet the standard, and then from there it is interaction. Women do not care about men's looks the way men care about men's looks. The same way men don't care about women's looks. The same way women care about women's looks.
I'll agree with that second part. I think that there is an unfortunate culture where there seems to be a lot of talk like men care so much about women's look, but at the end of the day, if you're like a cool person, it's not as big of a deal as people would think it to be.
Sorry, I just meant that like the things women harp and focus on about their appearance are not the same things that men care about.
Oh, sure, for sure. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like dudes will think that if they hit the gym and get the biggest like muscles or whatever, that women are going to love them, but that's not the case, right?
Yeah, and it's like
only men.
It's like, don't be overweight. If you are overweight, like make sure it's not like obese levels of overweight, and then groom yourself well and wear clothing and hair and facial hairstyles that fit you, that are in your wheelhouse, right? Like it is, as long as you're doing that, you are so far ahead of the curve that from there, like you just have to like treat this person like you would a friend. Probably not your best friend because there is some earned trust there, but like, oh, you're meeting somebody at a new like you have a new D&D group. Like, how are you treating these people? Or you're at a car meet. Like, how do you interact with some guy that has a car that you like? Like, that is how you should start these interactions with women. And it's that simple. Like, you just treat them like another human. And you're putting in the base level effort into trying to present yourself to and it's not even trying to present yourself to women. It's like, would you show up to a job interview looking like shit? Why would you show up to a romantic interview looking like shit?
But okay,
right?
but you are saying that looks matter though. But you're implicitly saying that looks matter, even if you are guising it as effort.
Yeah, but I think she
You are saying
means
that
in
looks matter.
terms of taking care of yourself,
Yes,
not like
it
the
is.
innate.
It is the effort you put into presenting yourself well that matters so much more than whatever like base level character stats you're given.
Can I just say as an intermezzo, all I'm thinking about is like how Destiny is pulling girls in like sweatpants and like ungroomed and stuff.
That's great, yeah.
But he is afforded this because he has charisma. Like, I'm assuming that if you are struggling to make connections with people, it's because you don't know how to talk to people. And the best way to do that is to make sure you're starting with your best foot forward. And that means presenting yourself well.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean
I'm saying
being like having a six pack. It doesn't mean like doing all these crazy
those things help a fair deal though.
Okay, if we're going to use Destiny as an example, I think Destiny is pretty good at talking to women. He's rich and
but
he's famous.
he's good at talking to people.
I think
not
Destiny
just
is also
women.
just exception to the rule.
Okay,
kind of thing.
but if
He's
we compare
not,
that to Hassan, I think if you took the two of them, I probably don't think Hassan's personality is as good as Destiny's. Right?
Absolutely not.
If we're
He's
just gonna, you want to say that as an example, Hassan is
think
going to have infinitely more success with women than Destiny.
I think.
Yeah, I would say probably based on what
success.
I've heard, I think Hassan probably had more success with women than Destiny did before Hassan was famous.
Yeah, before Hassan was even famous.
I think Hassan also
Wait,
appeals
what are we
to a
defining
certain.
as success? Are we just talking numbers?
Yeah, his
Yes,
ability to pull
totally.
what
Okay,
would be considered
when
to be a
say success, I'm
desirable
going to say
women.
like what percentage of women are going to be attracted to you, because you're going to have to take your pick out of that of what you like.
But how
Because
many,
even if
how
you're in
many
love with someone, if
people
they don't
do
like you back, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but are we talking like letter grades, or are we talking pass or fail? Because both of them pass, and that's what we need. We need more people passing, right? That's all we need. You don't need to be some fucking Greek god to have pull.
I
This I
also
agree with.
must say Hassan appeals to a certain type of girl that is more predominant in America, I think, than in Europe.
Yeah, I mean,
As
this
the
is
resident
all going to be
European.
localized. Yeah, there's. I think Hassan even
Hassan is
talked
tall,
about him
tan, and
going to a
handsome.
different country and him being like very, like unsuccessful. Yeah, the looks are not universalized in
Hassan
every
is
single place
not-
What
everywhere.
country though?
Personable.
I think he
look is-
said South Korea. I think is where it was. Or
Okay,
Japan.
but if Hassan was blonde, because Hassan in those countries is not white.
Sure,
for example,
the,
he
the
was-
whole point. The whole point of the thing is to say that looks are not universalized. You're gonna.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
But like,
May I chime in here? I'm kind of new to the channel. I actually was exposed
Go
to
for it,
this
buddy.
because Turka actually hosts Ahrelevant, and I found you like years ago. But I was just listening in on the conversation. Two quick things. One, what was your name? Chasing Ellie said that Hassan, or I think it was Ahrelevant, said that Hassan probably had better pull with women before he became internet famous. This is actually incorrect, and the reason I know this is because if you read
I'm sorry. Hold
Hassan's
on. Just
blog-
before you go off, can I just? What I said was Hassan, to my knowledge, had probably better pull with women before he was famous than Destiny does right now.
Well, I would say it would probably be about the same, and the reason that I say that is because Hassan didn't really have a lot of success with women. While he was a student at Rutgers, he self-admitted that he was very awkward, that he like busted down with tears the first time he made out with a girl at the age of 23 at
Was Hassan an
somewhere in
incel?
Rutgers.
He was
I wouldn't say
overweight. And he
incel, I
was
would just say
yeah.
like very awkward. And
Yeah.
like I remember Brittany Venti, she's like a YouTuber. She had a whole expose about Hassan, who she doesn't like. But he had all this information in a blog he used to write before he became internet famous. I think he since deleted the blog. However, the archives are still up on the Wayback Machine and whatnot.
Perhaps. All I'm saying is I heard from people that were like roommates from him and shit like that. He was pulling like fucking mad prior to getting famous.
Okay.
I mean, Hassan
he probably did later on before he became a Young Turks host, but initially he was very awkward. And I just want to say too, go ahead. This next point is kind of a big point, but go ahead.
Me or really?
Either or.
I was going to say that Destiny cannot, to my point about genetics, Destiny cannot make himself look as good as Hassan does now. But
Okay,
Hassan,
but
when
I
he was
think-
chubby, can make himself look as good as he does now.
But neither of them need to. Like, none of them need to maximize, like, any of this because they're content with the action they're getting, right?
Well, I don't think they're necessarily content with the action they're getting. I think I understand your point though, which is to the merit of whether or not stopping like dudes from being incels. Like if you do the grooming and the whatever shit, you're gonna be more or less fine in the looks department, and all that really matters is personality, which is true. But it definitely helps a lot to go above and beyond. Like, and the genetics helps a lot.
But that's the thing.
Well,
if we're just trying to maximize body count, right? Then yes, like being as attractive as possible is important. But if you're just trying to get a body, if you're trying to make a connection, which is like the first step, like the bar is so low.
Well, this isn't necessarily true, because if you imagine, right, somebody who's really unattractive but even puts a little bit of time in their shit, that bar or whatever, they're gonna need to be a lot more charismatic for a lot of women to give them attention. If you're running with a 10% chance or a 5% chance to proc somebody being attracted to you, attractive enough to give you a chance in a relationship, because everybody has a bar like where it's a cutoff for where they're attracted to somebody or not, and they'll initiate a relationship with you. If you're really unattractive and you don't reach that bar, and it's like a 5% chance, you might miss general opportunities to meet somebody who would otherwise be like the love of your life, just because you're not hot enough.
But I will say, I will say this. Having a personality and charisma, particularly if you're really funny, goes an incredibly long way for men. And I would like to. I can actually DM you the video if you want to watch it. There is, despite what you think of him politically, there is a great interview with Christopher Hitchens when he was alive, obviously, where he is talking about sexual dynamics between men and women. And he just makes a really good observation that men are just very ugly naturally compared to women who can objectively be viewed as like soft and beautiful and whatnot. And so to fight against this, to get sexual partners, it helps when men have success if they're like, even though ugly, if they're like, to a certain extent, not as much as people put into looks maxing, but yeah, to a certain extent, but that's more or less irrelevant. Like if they're successful, if they have like a steady career, and whatnot, if they have some nice possessions, that can go a certain way. But mostly what has to happen is personality-wise, men need to really know how to talk to women, how to be charismatic, and how to like have a social butterfly-esque flow through conversationally, if you know what I'm saying. It's a great interview. I can find it on YouTube, and Ahrelevant, if you want, I can DM it to you or post it in the Discord.
Well, I don't think anyone disagrees that being funny is going to have success with women.
Sorry, bringing it back to Relly's talking about like crit chance, right? Well, all I'm saying is like it takes very, very little effort to get that crit chance to 50%. Like genuinely, you have a 50%? Yes, you have a 50.
Oh, you're tripping.
No, sorry. Hear me out. You have a 50% chance if you're willing to put in like the lowest amount of effort to get a woman to consider you. After that, it's all personality. After, like, obviously, you can do more and you can increase those odds where they're willing to put up with more shit. Like, oh, like my roommate and best friend is currently on this crazy doctor arc where she is sleeping her way through every medical specialty. Her hinge is basically every doctor in the area. It's absolutely unhinged. It's insane. I'm getting like medically specialized jokes sent to our fucking Instagram chat. It is just like the dumbest fucking reels. I'm like, I don't understand this. I don't have a different doctor in me every fucking day of the week. This is insane. But like, so there are obviously things besides looks and charisma that you can do to increase these odds.
Your friend's a woman and is
sleeping through every doctor imaginable. But she's also turning down doctors like crazy. She's going on dates with these doctors that are worth insane amounts of money, that are like actually like really attractive. That's relevant, though. And then they're just kind of gross. They're not fun to talk to. And it's just like, oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Dating life sounds wild.
Sorry. Sorry, I was just ranting about the doctors. It's really upsetting. There are too many doctors. I can't keep track of them all. I'm supposed to remember them by their specialty. I can't do it.
The 50% stat that you're talking about, 50% to consider you, I don't think is realistic unless you are in the, I would say, unless you are like an 8 or 9 out of 10.
Nope.
I don't think you have to quite be that high, but I would even. I would be suspect
straight up.
Yeah, 50% of all women being like, yeah, you know what, I could see that's.
Okay.
50% of having a positive interaction that leads somewhere.
Yeah.
50%.
I'm telling you, that is how low women's standards are. It is like the way you look. It is so much more about the way you present yourself than 50%. Whatever you.
We're definitely not talking about online dating, right? We're definitely not talking about online dating.
By online dating, I don't mean just like hanging out in a Discord. I mean,
no. I mean like Tinder, Hinge. Are we talking swipe rate, or are we talking if I go to meet a bar, they'll
not swipe rate? You've already had like, I'm going to approach you for a conversation. Say we've matched, or if you've super liked me or whatever. Also,
if you've already matched, then yeah, they already physically find you attractive, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, let's say you are a 4. You are a 4. Okay, but you're overweight. You're balding. Like,
I mean, yeah, balding is not necessarily something you can.
Ginger. Right? Like, let's say you have.
Did you say ginger?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
My brother is a ginger.
Okay. You tell me you're 32, 5'2", 180 pounds, balding, and have a ginger beard.
That fucking ginger.
And have a ginger beard. Okay. Like, I'm sorry. You're probably a 4. Like, you're
that sounds worse than a 4, but yeah.
Okay, but if you are able to dress well and you do something about your hair, whether this is a well-worn toupee, whether this is just like you're willing to shave your head and do keep your facial hair trimmed, this puts you at a 6 automatically. Like, that alone, 2 points, and you're starting at and then let's say you decide, oh, like, I'm going to count my calories and buy a standing desk and an underdesk treadmill. Cool. Like, just knowing, well, I'm not going to know that you're working on it, but you're going to make progress on your That's not important. Where you're at, automatically.
I mean, I don't
dress
agree
well, good hair,
analysis.
good grooming. This is 2 points. Easy.
Let's just, bro. I hate to do this because it's gonna sound like I'm glazing or whatever, but I'm trying to get glazed or whatever. What do you think I am out of 10?
Just looks.
Yep.
Like when you're trying, like when you're dappered up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You probably hit at like an 8.
No shot. No shot.
Right now, you're probably like
the
a
problem
6.
is that we're not talking in reality anymore.
Nah,
Relly is an attractive guy, 100%, but not an 8.
Yeah, get the fucking
the reason why I ask this is just simply to encapsulate a lived experience. So how I personally assess this is it's a very basic system. How strangers treat you is how you present to the world. Very basic. And that is objectively true. How strangers treat you is how you present. So when I look at this, what I'll establish is people that I consider to be more attractive than me, slightly more attractive than me, so distinctly more attractive than me, and like way more attractive than me, and I try and see how they're treated publicly versus like me to be able to establish where I exist on that hierarchy. If I was an 8, I wouldn't even be talking about dating trouble. I'd be drowning in women. I'd be drowning in women.
Sorry, I've seen your photo shoots. You've done well. You do when you present yourself in the best light. You are an 8. Right now, you're looking like a 6. Like you're
I agree with
above.
that. I think I exist at about a 6.5 if you include everything. I think that's where I exist. I think at best when I'm in full absolute maximum peak, I'm at like maybe a 7.2 max.
And I think that's a disconnect. You guys genuinely don't see how much value women put on like the effort to be attractive.
Well, the difference is, here's the difference. This is why I brought up the thing. I stand next to my friend who is objectively more attractive than me from a conventional standpoint, and I see how he's treated, and it's so much better. I can see I'm literally invisible standing next to this guy.
How does he carry himself?
Pretty identically to me. Pretty identically.
I can go to a bar with a really good-looking guy, and girls will come up and be grabbing him, making conversation.
This is like that. What Fugla just encapsulated is a barometer. Is a barometer that I've used as well. Once you, in general, you will know where you hit a certain threshold where women will go out of their way to engage with you. When that happens, once you hit that threshold, I would say that's the entry level for you're attractive. Once women will go out of their way to do something to engage with you, you can begin to do that.
No, that's just wrong. Women.
Okay. I mean, I would say so.
Women don't have to, and are often discouraged from.
I agree.
Being pursuers.
Mm-hmm. So when it happens, that's when you know you've made it. That's when you know you've made it.
This is hard because often, if you are interested, you don't.
I agree.
I know it's counterintuitive, but like if a woman is pursuing you, either you are like their ideal, they're 10, or like you're like a 7 maybe, and they don't care if they fuck it up because they're gonna have.
Right. That's fucking perfect. That is 100% me and my brother's barometer. Our barometer is a 7 is generally speaking when there you will start to get women going out of their way to interact with you. And that is our barometer for like beginning to be attractive. I agree, actually.
No,
you're like a 7.
Women don't care about interacting with 7s because they're going to get attention from 7s and 8s all the time.
You just agreed that women will go out of their way to interact with somebody if they consider them to be a 7.
Yes, because they don't care.
Because they don't care as much about fucking up because they're willing to risk a fuck up in exchange for a 7.
I have a question, Ahrelevant.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you have attractive guy friends?
Yep, I have guy friends spanning various different attractiveness levels. What I was referencing is I have 3 particular guy friends who are more attractive than me, and every time I'm with them, I'm totally invisible to women. completely invisible to
Okay,
women.
how about this? Could you ask one of your guys, because you're coming off kind of like black pill, like, oh, I can't pull like hotties and whatnot.
No, I don't
not
think
to
that
like
I'm
throw
in
shade
that,
on, not to
but-
throw shade on you or anything. That wasn't like a diss or anything. But I'm just saying, couldn't you like ask one of your guy friends, like, yo, can you do me a solid? You know, you're always, you know, pulling girls. Could you like take me out maybe to the mall or like do like hang out with me and like have me get good drip and maybe like give me some pointers on how to like pull better and you know how to have more riz and swag as like the
Well, no.
the youth
So what I'm
nowadays.
referring to is prior to Riz. What I'm referring to is how they interact with you before they even open their mouth or you open yours.
Right. What I'm saying is, I think if you dress like, you know, well, and you have a good appearance and whatnot, you'll like, because men are just naturally more ugly.
So yeah,
you know,
I'll just be
than
clear.
women.
I'm
think you'll be
100%
able
know
to
this.
pull
I dress better than any of these dudes. 100% I do. I promise you. I dress
the thing
better
is-
than any
the
of these
thing
guys.
is- The thing is, if they're pulling better, you might want to dress, you know, in a way that they would give you like bro advice. Because if you're not pulling well, then maybe that's not quite the case. Not to say that you're lying.
No,
or,
I understand that, like, because you don't know much about me or you have no reason to believe that what I'm saying is like verifiable. I promise you, I dress better than these guys 100%. They wear like literally just plaid shirt, to the most stock fucking white dude combo ever, and they pull.
Are they white?
One of them is white,
Not
one
to
of them
be-
is Hispanic, one of them is black.
What are you ethnically irrelevant?
I am black, Native American, and Mexican.
I'm trying to think.
I just want to point out
I
what
don't know. Get a
we're
group
comparing, though.
of friends and like I don't know, like get a collective amount of info and see if they can pull you a solid. And
It's not how
I really
you dress,
don't know.
man. It's not how you dress.
Okay. How about this? How about this?
It's in
Do you
this
have any-
instance, I don't think it's how I dress, because I will literally make a point of it whenever I go out to and I engage with people of a similar age to dress at absolute peak, to literally gather data. Not joking, I am autistic, to gather data on how people treat me, especially if I'm with one of my hot friends, so that way I can gather information on how people treat me versus them. I literally do that.
Okay. All right, that's a giant red flag. That's like going into neurotic levels of obsession right there. You got to kind of move into it naturally. I will say this.
No, hold on. No, you're confusing the situation. I'm not going in here with the intention to riz or anything like this. What I'm going in is with the intention to dress my best at my peak. I'm feeling my best, looking my best, and then I'm seeing what happens as a result of me being around different types of men. That's it.
There's also
Question. Yeah, can I go first? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have something insane to say as well, by the way, in a second.
Yeah, so do you carry yourself the same way as those guys you are with, Ahrelevant?
Yeah, more or less.
Is
More
there
or less.
something, because like if you're like joking around with your friends and you're already coming across like very confident, that might be a reason why they get approached more, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, I listen. I've thought this through significantly. Okay, how you present, how you dress, how you look, all of this stuff. I've thought about a lot of it, and I wouldn't make these claims like. As an example, I have other attractive friends that I have been around that are not, in my opinion, compatible with this type of information gathering, because they carry themselves distinctly differently than me, and I wouldn't use them as a means for being able to establish where I'm at.
There is also a paradox of being like overdressed for a situation. Not saying that this is always what's happening, but it is very possible that like someone comes to a social gathering or place or event and they are overdressed, and like
yeah, I know.
At that point you're like, okay, like you're buying for attention, and that can plant like a negative.
Did anyone go out for Halloween? Any Halloween parties or anything?
I did.
No.
Okay. Now,
Not this year.
Do you dress up?
If you have dressed up on Halloween, and if you've had friends who dress up on Halloween, and if you're around those friends a lot, you'll notice that the less attractive people in the group, when they're wearing a fucking scream mask, suddenly become very attractive to women when normally they're not attractive. So you can't tell me that looks have nothing to do with it, where when they cover their face, they have more luck with women. You can't say that's how they carry themselves. When they cover their face, they have more success with women.
Oh, okay.
Well,
it could be they're more confident because they're not worried about how they look. It could also be that there is this inherent like shared interest for them to like bond over. And then it can also be that, yeah, like they are going to have.
Or it could just be Occam's razor that looks matter, and if you're less attractive, if someone can't see your face,
looks
they're
do
going to
matter.
imagine someone who's attractive.
Looks matter, but they don't matter enough to prevent you from meeting your base level needs of human connection. That is the point I'm trying to convey.
As long as you take care of yourself, I would agree. As long as you groom and do all that stuff, then I would agree. I think pretty much every dude alive who grooms, who at least pays mind to what he wears dress wise and stuff like that, then yeah, I would say almost every guy alive is going to hit that criteria.
Yeah, once you do that, you're able to meet these like baser level needs, and eventually like you are going to find like what is successful for you, like what playbook works for you, what I don't want to say lines or like, you know, whatever pickup strategies or whatever, but like what areas do you thrive in? And again, like what types of relationships are you looking for? Are you just like trying to bring a girl home from the bar, or are you trying to like make a good impression with some person that you super swiped on Tinder? Also, paying for that shit really does make a huge impact on like matching. If you're if you're super swiping, like you're in. Just don't fuck it up.
The average person is never going to become as attractive as. Who was the example we used before that I laughed at?
Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum is never going to become that attractive.
And they don't need to.
Okay, just so that we have that clear.
But if
some people are born.
But they spend the same amount of time that Channing Tatum does getting ready for the day, they are going to be on an equal playing field when it comes to making that human connection.
No shots.
There's no.
It is that simple. It is that simple.
It's not that simple.
So, I mean, the only thing that we would establish there is that you don't believe that being more attractive than somebody's minimum threshold gives you an advantage when it comes to being liked by that person. I disagree. I think more attractive people have an easier time making friends and building relationships with people than they would if they were less attractive.
I have a question, and this isn't like a call out, so forgive me if you don't want to answer or whatnot. This is a question. I'm sorry, I forget all your names, and this is a question for Ellie. Is the profile avatar like you, like what you actually look like?
It's a little.
You don't have to answer that. Just to be clear, you absolutely do not have to answer that.
It's a little old, but yes, that is me.
Okay, looking with the profile in the avatar, knowing Ahrelevant and being in the community longer and like watching his streams longer than I have, would you like? And I'm not saying to do this. I'm just saying hypothetically, if Ahrelevant were to ask you on a date, would you go? And you don't have to answer if you feel uncomfortable.
Oh my god!
I'm just saying. I'm not saying to do this. I'm just saying like to get an idea.
It's really funny that you think I haven't tried sliding into his DMs before.
Wait, when?
So that means you did try sliding.
Hey, what's your name?
Don't worry about it. It's not important.
So Ahrelevant, like this is kind of a call. You can pull girls.
Relly has never said that he can't pull girls. You guys are not listening.
She already called him attractive, so.
Wait,
it's not about. It's not about whether or not you can
have the
pull
Riz,
girls.
but you're like focusing on the Ohio.
It was a long time
you know?
ago. It doesn't matter.
Relly's no longer an incel.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
saying to do it. I'm just trying to get it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
No,
I'm
I
saying
mean,
you
my
can pull-
point has never been that I can't pull. My point.
I think humans are just genuinely like bad at recognizing when somebody is expressing interest.
Men are incredibly bad at that, especially autistic men, like what Asperger's, what we used to call.
Yeah,
And I know because I have Asperger's, and there were women who said, "Yeah, I was interested in you. Why didn't you like do anything?" And I was like, "I had no idea."
When
I was out to lunch.
When me and my
I
friends
just
go
wanted to
out
play
to the
Minecraft, man.
when me and my friends go out to the clubs, I have a friend who is autistic, like so autistic that there are articles written about like his success story and becoming verbal. And he is not conventionally attractive. He's not conventionally unattractive, but like he meets the minimum requirements. He grooms himself well. But like he is so autistic. When you hear him laugh, it feels rehearsed. Like it is something that people know. And like he's so autistic that like when you're bringing new people out, you're like, hey, by the way, like be aware this person is like super autistic. So you need to be really clear with like what you say. Like you can't just count on social cues because they aren't going to be there. When we go out, the guys we're going out with are gorgeous. Most of them are gorgeous and successful. I have one friend who's like complained about how women just want to use him as a sex object, and it's really annoying that like he's going.
Man, dude, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, like,
what is that bullshit?
You're blackpilling him. You're blackpilling him.
Okay,
Somebody stop.
But this man struggles to find meaningful emotional connection with women because they just like he feels like little more than like a sex toy. And I'm sure there are a lot of men that would be happy to be in that position, but like as a human that's been in that position, it's pretty degrading to just like be like, oh, I'm just an object to this person. Anyways, that guy gets less pull in bars than this hyper autistic dude just because he is like so oblivious to like social stuff. He's just there for the energy. He's just having a good time. Like the amount of like new friends that we have made because some girls are like dancing with him and they like come back to our table is insane compared to the guy who like is on dating apps, was considered for the
trying and not
Bachelorette.
trying. If that guy who is so attractive, girls are dancing with him, if he said, do you want to come back to my place? Girls would say yes. So obviously the guy who fucking tries, it's like saying that a really hot gay guy has less pull than...
What if I told you both of these men are deeply unhappy with their romantic situations? Like neither one of them is more satisfied than the other. Like one is struggling for like any amount of intimacy. Well, he had recent developments. And the other is like terminally single because he can't actually get into a relationship with the girl because they're just like, oh, like I view you as a fuck toy.
One of those two is better than the other.
I would say this: he should probably find a group or an activity group or even a church.
Oh,
like
he has one. Like we have
like
an
and
entire...
go to those where
I'm part
the
of
idea
a
isn't
weird
to like
sex
find a
cult.
hookup. Well, the idea of these groups isn't to find a hookup at a bar. It's to like just interact in like a hobby or like a purpose, like a religious group or a charity group, and kind of meet people that way who will share like a common interest or common interests.
Sugar Hill Flock, just because you are incapable of engaging with people emotionally doesn't mean everyone's so shut off to the world that they aren't willing to share these things about their life. Fuck you. Sorry, I got one guide. No, fucking Sugar Hill Flock. Fuck you, dude.
Well, I'm just saying with my strategy for the guy who can't be in an intimate long-term relationship, I would just be like find a group or a community that has a common interest and like try and like work towards that in hobby, but like you'll probably find people that way.
We have that. Like we're all going to be in the same place on Thanksgiving. So
okay.
We have community. We have support. I'm just saying both of them are like equally lonely in this way where like one is not finding a romantic relationship and the other is like not able to find sexual relationships, but both have like their baser friend and community things met.
So I'm gonna put some last input and then I'm gonna have to unpause the video that's been paused. Okay. So generally speaking, when it comes to dating as a guy, if a woman is unwilling to sleep with you, she's unwilling to date you. This is incredibly correlated because most of the time, the women who are, it's like the dating zone, most of the women who do not find you attractive enough to sleep with will not find you attractive enough to date. This is just, it is the box is overwhelmingly correlated. The same is not the case in inverse though. There is a lot of women that men will fuck but not date. So it can be very confusing for either group, but that is 100% the case.
But I think this is because women have very similar standards for both. But I think this is a big part because like sex for a woman is very different than it is for a man, right? Like there is something far more vulnerable about like letting somebody into you than like going into someone, just like physically, mentally. So like you have to like meet these standards that like you would consider more important for a relationship than just like something to like are you willing to shake your hand with are you willing to shake someone's hand compared to are you willing to like give someone power of attorney over you, right? Like
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just putting that out there because the two friends that you're describing, one of their journeys to be able to find this is what they're looking for is probably going to be easier. The person who is already getting laid is probably going to have an easier time getting a relationship because they already got their foot in the door than it is going to be for the person who can't even get laid.
This is incorrect. This is
you are just driven. Like
I'm not because this guy no because turbo autism guy literally just like went to a music festival and fucked the shit out of my best friend's sister. Like
okay, so he can get laid.
Yes, and
okay, so then what? It's not an example that you can use.
I'm saying this guy doesn't get attention, or sorry, he gets attention at clubs, but he's not fucking the girls at these clubs. Like the women that are sleeping with him, like get to know him and then say like, oh, I want to have sex with this guy. But he's easy to approach. He's easy to get to know. And I'm saying that's all it takes. This other guy who's so attractive, like, yeah,
okay,
sure.
Can you send me a picture of both of these guys? And can we just?
I didn't play Elden Ring, but like, there's like OP shit to clear the entire game, right?
Yeah, maybe you should have these two guys meet each other and have more problems.
This isn't getting laid is not Elden Ring. It's so easy
but I have to use an analogy.
I know because
I have to use an analogy.
Out there. I'm having sex with people, and my standards are shockingly low.
Okay, but you're a woman with low standards. Of course you can have fucking sex.
Yeah, generally speaking, women are going to have an easier time having sex than
you can't use that as an example.
Yes, but I turn down so much more than I have. But like.
Yeah, but turning down. Okay, but that's like saying, like, I ate a plate of food. I could have ate 15 plates of food. Like, what are we talking about? The guy's starving in the fucking desert. Just wants a morsel.
Yes, and like all he has to do is like get up and take a few steps.
All he has to do is fundamentally change his entire life.
All he has to
find social skills. Introduce himself to a group of people.
You got to work for it. You got to
socially infiltrate a group.
Is it
like?
Is it so?
Well, yeah, you see. So hold on. Okay, hold on. I really have to unpause the video. So we'll just end on. I just want to say one thing. Okay. when Fugla is talking about fundamentally changing your life, and then in the response is like, you got to work for it and stuff like that. He's not disagreeing that you have to work for it. What he's saying though is that men are given dog shit advice, like just be yourself, and that's all you have to do. And first of all, that is dog shit advice, because nobody comes out of the womb ready and proper for a relationship. You have to change things about you. You have to improve yourself. Just being yourself is dog shit advice. You suck. Yeah. You need to change yourself to be a better person. At default, absolutely. You suck. You're ass. You got to change yourself. So men have been getting dog shit advice, and we got to start from like ground zero way late in the game, and so that's just what he's talking about. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna push play on this video. Okay.
Final thing I'm gonna say before.
Oh man, no, you're gonna say it in a different fucking Discord, bro. We're not gonna loop anymore. Okay. No more.
Okay, go for it.
All this to say, Pugler's takes are dog shit.
My takes are objectively correct.
Oh, yeah.
A lot more than you think.
Channing.
Wait, who knows? Maybe we don't.
No, we're not.
Okay, my bad. I'm zipping it.
Okay, but here again, the assumption that it is impossible for me to understand because I essentially have a vagina and I'm white and progressive or whatever. And maybe after we have a conversation in depth, that turns out to be true. Maybe you're right. But the point is, we didn't even have that conversation for you to jump down my throat. For you to basically take what I say and take like the worst version possible of it and ignore everything else. We didn't even get there.
Can I ask a slightly unrelated question?
Sure.
Do you think there's anything women should do to try and like make things more social, like try to stop male loneliness? Do you think there's anything?
Oh my god, dude, what is this question, bro? Okay, I gotta let it run. I'm sorry, I don't want to. I paused enough, please. I'm sorry.
I understand thoughts on that. I think
30% of men don't have any male friends as well.
Please, I did. I made a mistake.
Well, is that a woman's fault?
I wanna answer the question. No, I think that there's things that women could probably do to help. I think loneliness is a societal issue. I think it's somebody that everybody is affected. Well, everybody, especially men in certain ways, are affected by. So I don't think this whole idea that's like only men can solve it. I think there's some things that probably like more men are going to listen to if it comes from another man than a woman. So there might be a little bit more responsibility in that sense. Like, I don't think I can ever convert a tape bro, to be honest. I think most of them will be like, shut up, you whore. But I do think that there's something that everybody can do. That includes women, that includes men. If you want me to be a super woke, progressive, SJW, that includes non-binary people, whatever the fuck. I think, what is it? I mean, this one's kind of weird. So it could be towards like men and women, but whatever. I think sometimes people.
What are you asking, Ali? Also, I feel like a really easy, quick answer that she could just give here is like, hey, just be a little bit careful with men who are trying to who are like socially awkward. It's unbelievably easy for everyone to become more socially awkward right now, and being socially awkward for a dude romantically is a death sentence, but for women it's like it's not that big of a deal. Honestly, it can be like a boon to be socially awkward as a woman, because it can come off as shy and cutesy. As a guy, it can just straight up nuke any opportunity you have. So like, I think a simple thing would be to be mindful of the idea that guys are going to be practicing their social skills, but I don't know.
Rush way too quickly to judge others who are a little bit like socially awkward and nervous.
Also, Dr. Demand, I'm not going to watch your YouTube link right now. I really want to get through this, and then like we'll see. Looks like this ends in only like 5 more minutes. We got like 5 minutes of this.
I think it would be very helpful in society in general that if somebody like comes up to you and starts a conversation with you, to not always assume the worst. I think a lot of women, for some valid reasons, are like taught to basically assume the worst when like people try to engage in conversation with them. So I think having a little bit of more grace could be helpful.
That's like not quite what I'm asking. So if you want to give a specific prescription, it's like men aren't very good at having meaningful, deep relationships, and they need to try and interact more and be more vulnerable and stop with the ribbing and have more genuine emotional connection to one another and try to just let each other be real human beings instead of try to be macho all the time. Like, that's a prescription. I'd say men need to do X, Y, Z. Is there anything you have in mind for women that is like women need to do X, Y, Z to address this?
I literally just gave it to you. I literally
just, something that applies to everyone. I want to know like what is something women should do.
But that is something that women should do. Okay, women should be a little bit less judgmental if somebody's like trying to talk to them. Like, you don't really 100%.
Oh, look at that. She literally got ahead of exactly what I was saying. Base.
To know somebody's like inclinations. I'm literally answering your question right now. And what it feels like you're doing, maybe I'm wrong here. It feels like you keep trying to like get me into like some sort of gotcha of like, you see, you didn't understand this, so you possibly can't understand male loneliness. So I was right. And yeah, I don't know. It's just coming across like
I can explain
really strange
you
to
the
me.
reason I'm asking the question. So when I hear like a bunch of prescriptions, like men need to do X, Y, Z, their relationships are like this, and then I like, okay, what's an example of something women should do to address this? And you don't have an example or have a really
I
poor
literally
example.
gave you an example.
I'm explaining why I asked the question.
Okay,
I'm explaining why I asked the question. So then I'm trying to see, like, is this motivated by someone that only thinks about this for like a way to castigate men, or are they thinking of both sides of this equation equally? That's all I'm asking the question for.
Okay.
Is he going to admit that he was
I
wrong?
think it's strange that the way that you started.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, is he going to admit that he was wrong and that she actually is good faith now? Probably not.
Probably not. No, I think his whole credibility stakes on making her look as dumb as possible here, and he will do everything in his power to do it. I think that's.
I'm pretty sure he's been sending I won memes to Dan and stuff, so he doesn't admit he's wrong at all.
Yeah.
The reality of it is, though, that the male loneliness problem is men's fault, unfortunately.
It is,
I
but
wouldn't just
literally
stake it
directly-
on men. Well, yeah, I mean, sure.
There's nothing
I
that
guess.
women can do to fix it. Because
No, I don't
if
agree with
women
that
are
at all.
nicer to guys, guys will think that they like them.
Yeah.
So it's GG, but they
no,
don't.
no, I don't
so.
think that's GG. I think women can be more upfront with their intentions, upfront with how they feel, and also be more accommodating to how men, how socially
It's better not
awkward
to
most
sugarcoat it.
people, and including men, are going to be nowadays.
I think it also depends. I think one of the big things is how people raise their their boys.
Sure.
Like women and men, like we should raise boys more like to be proactive in these things.
I agree.
But the thing is,
To be more
guys don't
social.
see the difference with how a girl treats an attractive person and an unattractive person.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's.
That is why they have the delusion that, oh, the waitress wants me so bad. When that's just being friendly.
I think the issue is like not understanding or like having a clear goal for the solution to their loneliness. Like, is it just like you need physical interaction? Cool, like get a prostitute. We know that doesn't help.
The
Cuddle
goal
with-
is to be desired. Men want to be desired by women.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the goal too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's shockingly easy. Use these three
Stop
tricks
using the
doctors
word
don't
easy.
want you to know.
Don't use the word easy. Use the word simple.
It's definitely not easy. It's definitely
Sorry.
not easy.
If it was
You're
easy,
right.
everyone would do it.
You're right.
Well, that's not quite true
either.
either, Fugla, because you and I both agree that we're being steered in the wrong direction. So if it was easy, everyone might not do it because everyone might be rowing in the wrong direction because they're told that south is north, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't say it's easy because I think in general humans are just like really dog shit at like being introspective and communicating, and I feel like that's really what you need to focus on if you want to thrive with human connection.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah. So I mean, I can't agree with that. But at the end of the day, I feel like I have a lot of sympathy for, and I don't want to exclusively say this about men, and maybe me and Fugly would disagree on like certain merits about attaching this to women, but I have a really big sympathies for young people going through dating issues, and in this context, we're talking about men being steered in the wrong direction because they're trying to dig a hole. They're like that person or whatever that gets stuck in a snowstorm or whatever that starts digging themselves out, and they're digging downward instead of upward.
Yeah, you're caught in an avalanche, and
I think most of these incels try, and I think they try really fucking hard actually to change their position, and then they start loathing. They start like whatever, and then they give up.
I know, I've seen it. Like, I'm very familiar with like the guy that is like trying really hard to like solve his loneliness problem, but he just comes off like a creepy asshole, and it's like, is it on me to like tell him like, hey, this isn't working, or is that just gonna be me coming off like a raging cunt because I'm like willing to say like, hey, this is like really gross behavior. I know that like you think you're being playful, but like your attempts to like demean me to put us on like the same playing field because you think I'm above you in some way already means like you're playing from a losing hand. Like, just treat me like you would an equal, a normal human being. And suddenly there's not this issue of you coming off like a douche or
I don't think that is a winning play.
I don't necessarily agree with the idea that like there's going to be some magic fix to people coming off as like weird or creepy or anything like this.
Well, there is a magic fix, really, that you're forgetting.
Okay, what is it? Looking good? Let me guess. Yeah, you fucking loser. You fucking loser. Hey, shut your bitch ass up.
It is not a magic bullet. Like, the amount of, like, crazy attractive men that I'm just like, ew, gross, no. Like, I don't... Because I'm...
Yeah, special meet. Anybody can join.
That attractive, but, like...
If you guys want to get in the conversation, jump in Discord.
So, automatically, like... Suddenly, I have more... market value. I mean, I don't want to derail again.
All I'm saying is that, like...
Men are being given bad advice.
Men are being given bad advice. People need to realize that the more attractive you are, the more you can get away with. And I don't mean that as like a creepy way. I mean that as in what will be taken as like suggestive flirting or weird and out of pocket.
But I think also what you're peddling as like attractive is not what women are looking for. I think.
What am I peddling as being more attractive? I haven't said anything really.
I think like these physical looks are.
You can join if you
really
like.
Not that big of a priority.
We're almost done with the video anyway.
And, like really aren't that big of a deal. And the effort you put into your appearance has like more to do with how a woman perceives you than.
Okay, but dressing better is how you look. Taking care of yourself is how you look.
But dressing better means dressing better for like your body and like.
Sure. I'm not saying there's a one size fits all.
That's to also approach a general conventional attractiveness state, right? That's what dressing. When you talk about dressing better for your body. What the goal of dressing better, the point that you're trying to reach is a greater level of conventional
it's increasing the number of
attractiveness.
people who find you attractive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have a question. What do you think is like the most attractive feature on a male?
Height.
Yeah, probably height. Pretty. I think it's pretty definitively height.
I think I saw a poll or something that said it was teeth recently or smile.
Yeah.
Well, when I'm referring to like this, what I'm talking about is an average index guy on everything. What is going to result in the best results for the outcomes of his dating life is probably going to be height. So
really, I have a screenshot to show you actually that will make you laugh.
Okay, show
it to me.
Me.
Female friends, I can actually.
So like, and just to further like this specific thing, there is on a lot of these like dating apps or whatever, there are restrictions where you can't even get listed unless you're a specific height for a lot of women. And and to be clear, these things are used typically like restrictions on height.
Sure. I don't know any girls that filter by height. I don't know any girls that use height as a filter.
Literally met a guy today who was so fine. Fuck, I regret not shooting my shot. Bro was like 6'5".
Yeah. And
I don't think that's going to prove it. That's like an anecdote. I wouldn't.
That's an anecdote.
Okay, sure, it's an anecdote. But
I have my own.
She didn't say he had nice teeth. Didn't say anything else. He was tall, and that's what she remembers him for.
Okay,
and that's what she was attracted to. All right, but we can pull up the data.
It turns out.
Okay,
but
well, pull up the
if I were to
data,
ask any of my
pull up the data, bro. Pull up the data.
If I ask any of my girlfriends, like, hey, like, what did you think about this guy? And they're like talking about him, and I go, but did you see his forearms? it breaks their brain because like it is something so innocuous. But
women are attracted to vascularity, nice hands, forearms. Yeah, people know this if you talk to women. I'm not saying, but like we live in a world where you are saying that height doesn't matter and is not attracted to women.
I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's not that important. You're putting too much of a focus
When you say
on it.
not that important, what exactly do you mean? Like, what kind of
I'm
number
saying,
would you give that?
I'm saying going after a girl that wants to fuck a short cat is always a better option than going after a girl that like cares what a guy's height is. These
Okay,
these
but
girls
that's
are
just
always...
saying that the girl
I'm
who
not
wants
sure.
to
I'm not sure that's true.
is like somehow better than the other girl. It's not saying
This
necessarily.
shit creates incels, bro. I'm telling you right now. This conversation right here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So the only question that was prompted is what is the most attractive feature on a guy? Right. That was the question.
Yeah.
Right?
Pull up some like street interview shit of like, oh, what's your type? I guarantee in the first three things, I like guys who are tall.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
that is actually usable information, in my opinion, is whenever you ask a woman, what do you look for in a man, almost ubiquitously, tall is going to be either number one or number two. Almost ubiquitously. It's going to be, they'll say like personality or like, or height, but these things are, height is almost certainly always in the top two.
Okay.
If you are tall and funny,
I have
you
a
are
question
going to be
about that.
attractive to most people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'd
but
say
right
that.
there, you're giving equal credence to something that's not a physical feature.
But we were talking about physical features.
We were talking about physical features.
Okay,
and we all know, at least we hope
But
we
I'm
can
saying
all
that-
admit that the more attractive you are, the more funny you are. Scientifically.
That's
Well,
more
to be clear, the more attractive you are, to be clear, the more attractive you are, telling the same jokes, you will be perceived as more funny. That's how it works.
There you go.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't automatically make you more funny. Like,
There's no way you can beat
more
me, guys.
likely-
I'm
more-
living in reality, unfortunately.
No, you're.
I will say
I don't
you all.
know. I think you treat probabilities as certainties.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
human
Well,
interaction. It has to be done on probability.
Okay, Fugla, if you were to ask any of your guy friends, like, what
Yeah.
is the most attractive feature on a woman? What are they gonna say? Like tits, ass. Like they're gonna say like which feature is most important to them.
Mm-hmm.
How is
All we're saying is pretty ubiquitously,
Maybe, yeah.
women will say height. That's all we're
But
saying.
men are attracted to nice shaped breasts and asses. Like what? That's not
Okay.
revolutionary. No one would disagree
Okay.
with that. But as soon as
But
you say
if you
that
have-
women like tall guys, everyone freaks the fuck out. I'm going on my fucking Joker arc here.
Okay. Oh my god.
I have a question about the height thing.
Women like tall
If
guys
you
the
ask-
same way men like chicks with a big rack. It doesn't mean that if like a petite chick comes up that they're gonna be like, ew, gross. The same way a girl's gonna be like, oh, you're 5'8", gross.
Well, to be clear, I actually don't even know if there is statistically anything in dating that is more ubiquitously liked than men's height. It's not big butts. It's not big tits. It's not anything. More universally, like per
Guys will
capita,
fuck
per
anything,
person,
man.
it is height.
My question
I
about
don't
the height.
Disagree.
My
light.
question about
It's
the
light.
height thing is. Sorry.
Go
you
ahead.
can finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was
Oh,
just
yeah,
gonna say
my
it's not
question about the height-
necessary. That's it. It's nice.
Yeah,
but
my-
not
Sorry,
necessary.
give me 1 sec. I got a donation. Trib donates 5. The moral of this incel story is that most of it is under your control. Grow, become the best you. If you don't try, it won't show. Complaining is not gaining. I agree.
Yes. Yes.
That's a
But I don't disagree
base
with that.
dono.
That
my
is
question about the height thing was, how many women are willing to compromise on that? Because
I would say almost all of them. I would say almost all of them.
Because from my experience, I'm not the tallest guy, but like, it didn't hold me back that much. Also because I'm in a country with like comparatively small women, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is
Relative height matters
any
more.
one characteristic is generally speaking not going to prevent you from finding a partner, but you are going to need to make up for it. That's what it is. That's the reality. Is you're going to need
What we're
to make up for
seriously
it.
comparing here is, okay, guy who struggles with women. Here's all these things that you need to do, be aware of, or you could be popped out the fucking womb with your bones in the right shape, and you will have the same success.
Yeah.
That's what we're comparing right now.
That's why I disagree that you're black pill, because you agree that there's
by saying the
effort
right
to be
shape,
put
you're-
in. Yeah, but I disagree that you're black pill then.
Yeah, to be clear, you are not black. Afterburn is right. You are not black pilled by that definition.
I'm sorry. You keep saying the same success, but like you're going off of.
I'm saying the same success as a generosity to you. I don't agree that that's the case. That guy will never, ever, ever have the same success.
Right,
but I'm
your
saying that
idea of success is so fundamentally fucked. Like you're just trying to like get the first step in the door, but like the standards to be able to do that, like to have your baser needs met, is so low.
Let me bridge the gap here, because what Fugla is saying when he's referring to success isn't fucking as many women as possible. It's maximizing the probability that somebody,
as a human being by the majority of women.
Maximizing the probability that somebody that you find desirable, that you want to date and possibly marry, finds you desirable too. That is what he's maximizing, that probability. Looking better is going to be a decent component of that. That's going to be a fair chunk of that equation.
I disagree.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but like it's much more important if you can talk normally than actually if you're tall.
Bro.
Than being tall, yeah,
I would
But
agree with what you guys are saying, but when people say to me that height doesn't matter, then I can't listen to what you say.
Involuntarily celibate is a lack of social skills. I don't disagree with this. I think most men are going to be capable of hitting the minimum threshold necessary for most women. However, I would be a fool to say that the social skills that you're going to need to develop are going to be easy to get. It's going to be hard, really hard.
It matters as much as you let it. Like,
yeah, of course. Otherwise, it's a bad
yeah. But all that comes from within. Like if you go into a conversation, you think, "Oh, I'm gonna mess up this conversation because of all these insecurities you have." It doesn't matter how tall you are; you're gonna fuck up either way. So like, it's way more important. I think it's way too much emphasis being put on height and all these other physical features when it's like your attitude is 10 times more important than any sort of height.
Okay, who has better social skills? Who has better social skills, right? The guy who had a girlfriend at 14, made all his mistakes then. You know,
are you saying like only tall people had girlfriends at 14?
No, I'm saying the more attractive you are, the more social.
You can build social skills if you're not good.
Okay, I'll say what
I don't disagree.
He's just
but really agrees with me.
Okay, yeah. Let me put into words exactly what Fugla is trying to say. The more attractive you are, the more opportunities you have to be able to gain XP. The more opportunities you have to gain XP, the higher your level is going to be. Therefore, more attractive people are going to, generally speaking, have a higher level of social skills. Therefore, not only are they going to have the looks, but they're also going to have the riz, and then they will be more successful.
Yeah, but you only need to be level 2. It's.
Yeah,
I don't agree with. I don't agree. So especially nowadays, when so many people have crippling social anxiety, where even the thought of speaking to somebody of the opposite sex runs them into a panic attack that needs like fucking medication. I don't agree that it's super easy for all these people. I mean, look at how many people have so much social anxiety they refuse to talk to other people outside, let alone try and riz.
I want to go to a bar with people who disagree with me. I don't have any like reality denying friends, unfortunately, but like I want to go to a bar and they can do their social skills don't matter, are the only thing that matters, looks don't matter, and see how they pull.
Yeah, I mean, you can pull.
Yeah, it would be a good
I genuinely
social
believe
experiment.
I could get laid. I could go to a bar, get laid, and not say a single word.
Okay, but you want to build a relationship with this person?
So yeah, Ellie, if you want to talk about the minimum threshold necessary to get a 2% chance that you're going to have a positive interaction that might turn into a relationship, yeah, that bar isn't going to be very high that everybody can run, but that the issue is running into that successful relationship, because the problem is you're not going to be good at a relationship until you've had a couple. So not only do you need to run that 2% chance once, not twice, not 3 times, statistically I think it's 5 or 7 times you need to proc that before you find somebody who is your lifelong partner.
Like everyone is lonely. It's not just men that are
the point is the point is that there's going to be certain things that you can do to minimize the chance or maximize the chance that you're going to find your partner, and
But you're not.
Yeah, but like,
you're not finding your partner with the girl that you fuck at the bar without talking to. There's a 0% chance that is your soulmate. That's not like, this is not your ideal marriage partner.
That's not.
It's not. I understand the point you're trying to make, though.
Right.
We all understand the point that she's trying to make.
It's mathematically
It's less
impossible.
likely, but not impossible.
Sorry, it is it's so rare as to be considered a non-possibility.
No, I don't agree with this. I think
if your lifestyles align,
this isn't.
and
I
you
think if your
go and
lifestyles
find
align,
like
you
an
could
EDM
probably-
girl,
Yeah.
and you're. I'm not saying that.
Fuck,
she
I
won't
think
cheat
I
on
know
you,
somebody who met their
but-
partner at a rave who are married right now.
Yeah, that's fine. but
Raves are like.
Sure, but they didn't fuck without saying a single thing to each other and then wind up together like that.
Oh, I see. With that, yeah,
I
sure,
don't want to say
that's
that I've
pretty
been in
rare
a
for
club with very,
Before
very
it
loud
was
music
entirely
and done
about
very graphic
how
things,
you
but
conversate at the beginning.
is
But
not
you're communicating
impossible.
and it's body language
Conversate is word.
Maybe in a porta potty.
in purse.
Dude.
How you converse with somebody is far more important
I
than
just
how you
realized I
look.
got caught in another loop, bro. We have like we have
I'm sorry.
3 minutes.
You don't need to finish this video.
We have 3 minutes on this video. Okay, we got 3 minutes. I promise we can do it, champs. Okay, let's play this.
Your explanation was saying I did not answer the question when I did answer the question.
Yeah, because you said like this is something for like both sides, all people to do, and that's not what I was looking for.
Well, yeah, then I was like, okay, if you want this to be something that women do, then it's going to be something that women just do. But again, I feel like we're getting into a side conversation of male loneliness, which I'm down to have. I love having these conversations. But then it kind of goes back to like the main point of, hey, can you at least admit to me that instead of even attempting to have this conversation, you saw that I was a white woman and you're like, she cannot possibly understand what it means for male loneliness, so she should shut the fuck up.
No, I
That
made
you did that.
No, I made that based on things you said.
Okay. I don't know how, based on the things I said.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of a woman who has done, I think, a really good job talking about the subject. Kidology, I think, has really, really good videos.
Okay,
on talking
let's put
about
this on.
like male loneliness. I think her.
I'm glad that you think Kidology does a really good job at talking about this. That's great. The point being is that when I use the most milquetoast statements to talk about this, you immediately just jump down my throat into saying like, oh, there's no possible way I can fucking understand, shut the fuck up. Even though if these statements were made by any other fucking guy, you would have said the same thing.
Yeah, I've never fought with a guy before on a stream.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I think it's kind of like basically clear what I'm getting at here. I know what I'm getting at. I'll just say explicitly. If I was a guy, you wouldn't have made those statements, or you would have given me more leeway and actually had a conversation before telling me to shut to shut up.
True. What's Lycan up to?
Okay, I have to go. But cool, awesome. I hope other women who want to talk about subjects like this don't end up getting the same type of treatment, and people start with like a more open mind and more open heart. That might be corny. I don't care. The point is, you shouldn't assume that somebody doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, or give them some leeway instead of just basing it off their gender and color of their skin. Okay, bye guys.
Bye.
Also got
Doesn't seem
triggered
like
in the
Pixie was
same way
well.
that I got triggered when people went to argue with me about height.
Yeah, I think.
But the thing is that I don't
issue
hate
that we're
women,
having-
so
I think the issue we're having is like, I don't think incels
loop is starting again.
and people that are black pilled are honest about what the goal is.
what do you think I think the goal is?
I think you would say that the goal is to maximize the chances of you finding successful relationships with women. You need to be attractive. Yes, to maximize it, you need to be physically attractive. Which is fine to say, but I don't think just maximizing it is the real value. I think the value that you're trying to get to is like, hey, am I able to have sex with this person and then like maybe build a relationship off of being physically compatible with this person?
If the perfect woman for me was in the Philippines, but if I never stepped foot in the Philippines,
Then she's not the perfect woman for you.
How the fuck am I supposed to
She can't be the perfect woman for you if she's in the Philippines.
Okay, that's fine. But like just like I said, if the perfect woman for me, I cannot get my foot in the door with attractiveness, then it doesn't matter. Every other point is no.
Then
void.
she was. How much do you know about quantum physics?
Wait, but haven't you?
There ain't no fucking shot. There ain't no fucking shot. Okay, somebody else take over. There's no fucking shot, bro.
All right, so the qubit. No, I'm kidding. How do you say it? Fugla, Fuglis?
Fugla.
Oh, it's my ass. Fugla. Okay. So
What does Fuglo mean?
It's bird in Norwegian, with an A.
What does it mean?
It's bird, like literally bird.
Oh, bird in Norwegian. Okay, all right.
Oh, okay. I forgot what I was gonna ask, so y'all can go.
I'm sorry I interrupted. I apologize.
All good.
It's
I
Poggy.
think if people were just honest about what it is that they're trying to maximize and like achieve. Sorry, not maximize. What are they trying to achieve? Like, all you have to do is have success, right? You don't have to have the best chance of success to have a success, right?
It's not about the belief.
No, I think it is.
It's just a difference in method. Like two political parties can believe that they want the best for the country, but how they go about it is different. No?
Okay, if your goal is to flip heads on a coin, are you going to like set up optimal conditions for like when you flip the coin, you're going to get heads the most amount of times, or are you just going to flip the coin?
We got to set up conditions.
Am I going to have a negative social experience if I flip the coin and it comes up tails?
This is a good question.
Is it going to make me terrified to pick up a coin ever again to leave my house if I flip tails? Is it going to make me terrified to interact with 50% of the human population, 52% of the human population if I flip tails?
You're not going to know the answer to that until you flip.
I'm sorry, but this doesn't have much to do with anybody else, but with yourself.
Yeah, like you have to be honest about like what it is that you're trying to get before you decide, like, am I going to flip this coin until I get heads, or am I just gonna like try to I'm gonna min-max before I ever flip this coin in the hopes that
I'm not saying that people shouldn't try. I don't know.
There's number of opportunities.
All I'm saying is that if you set yourself up for failure and you go out and try and talk to women, it's probably not going to work. Whereas if you do the most that you can and you accept the reality that you live in,
you don't have to do the most.
It's a continual process.
Sure, but when I hear Black Pillars speak, they're talking about like min-maxing their build in Diablo before they ever start playing the game. And it's like, hey dude, you gotta start.
No, I would say getting used to being rejected is important.
Do you think that is more or less important than the genes you're born with?
I mean, if you were born very good looking, you probably would get rejected a lot less.
Okay, but I'm asking, which you think is more important?
If I could be a 10 out, like if I had someone who was lonely, an incel, whatever, and I could snap my fingers and make them immune to the fear of rejection or make them 10 out of 10, what would I snap my fingers and do?
Yeah.
Make them a 10 out of 10.
Okay, then you're just lost.
Just to be clear, I think that's a very based take from Fugla, because if you're a 10 out of 10, your rejection rate is going to be like, you're probably
10%.
almost never gonna get rejected, but even if you do get rejected, it's going to be the most soft and lighthearted.
Yeah, legit.
I'm actually only here for like 2 seconds.
No.
Yes.
No.
Come on.
This loses his mind when he gets rejected by the lady.
You're a fucking cunt. Then nobody's gonna want to be with you.
Why do people say being a cunt matters? Why do people say that?
If you're a
Because who gives a fuck about somebody being hot if they're literally making you miserable for the rest of your
men
fucking
who
life?
beat women still get laid. It
Yes.
doesn't matter about being a
Well,
cunt.
to be fair on that one, Fugler, I'm not sure that has to do with them being attractive, and more has to do with like attachment and stuff like that. And
yeah, but obviously, I don't recommend being a cunt, and that's not conducive to having a successful relationship. I'm not saying that it's going to increase your odds, but I'm saying that if you're a cunt, all right. Here's a better way to phrase it. You being mean will be taken as playful the more attractive you are.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
but
Holy
Fugler,
shit! Just get this shit back on the rails.
What you're missing is that it doesn't matter how attractive you are. I have had a more attractive person try to have sex with me. It doesn't matter how attractive you are as a guy, because someone more attractive has already tried and probably failed.
That's not relevant to your attractiveness.
Dudes, like, it doesn't matter when what you really mean is it's not the most important thing. It's not the first thing I look at, but it doesn't matter implies that it minimizes it. It makes people feel like unseen and
I shouldn't say it
unvalidated.
doesn't matter. I should say you are putting way too much of a focus on this thing, because you are putting a bigger focus on that than any woman is.
I'm not sure I agree
not
with
any
this.
woman.
Real disagreement.
Yeah,
Not any
I'm
woman.
really
Any
not
woman
sure
that
I
you
agree
want
with that,
a
like
relationship with.
on principle, because just materially, guys can compare their lives to each other and see that this really isn't the case, and it's 100% encapsulated by online dating. For instance, my friend who I know, I have seen every message. He just straight up gave me his phone. He's like, here, look to my Tinder. That guy has fucked more women, had sex with more women on Tinder than I have ever matched with on Tinder, ever.
I've shown you
And he
my
had
Tinder
sex with
screenshots,
them.
Charlie, right?
And that's
What
and
how
this,
do you handle that
this is
abuse, really?
Okay.
just in order to get the match. Just to be clear.
So you get all you care about is having sex.
No, it's that the opportunity. Just to be clear. Hold on. There was a statement made to me. Excuse me. Okay, so there was. It's the idea that I didn't even get the opportunity to be able to display my personality, right? Not really, at least. Nearly as many times as this individual was able to actually not only meet but have sex with these people. That is the point. Not that he had sex. I don't give a fuck about having sex, especially casual sex. That's not my deal. But it's the idea that, hey, if you are more physically attractive, right? If you're able to do this, and that's what on the merits it seemed to be, then you're going to have way more opportunity to be able to display your personality than if you're less attractive.
If a woman will have sex with you,
I'm guessing this is just when it comes to dating apps then.
I think it's exacerbated in dating apps, but I think it is predominant inside of all interactions. But it's turned up to 11 on dating apps.
Who has had more long-term relationships from Tinder matches, you or him?
Him.
Okay, significantly more.
I don't think you are realizing
I don't think I've ever had a long-term relationship from Tinder.
Has he ever had like a relationship he would qualify? Sorry.
Just to be clear, this guy is married.
Okay, but like, did he marry his Tinder match?
I believe they met on Tinder.
Okay. So he has one more success than you do.
Yeah, this guy has way more success in every.
He has one more.
How much can you attribute that? How much can you attribute that to his looks, and how much can you attribute that to his personality?
Really does not even get the match.
Isolating for the dating app, because the dating app doesn't allow. And dating apps are infamous for not allowing you to display your personality.
Yeah. In the beginning, but I highly doubt. Like,
I can't even get my foot in the door. I can't show you my personality if we don't match.
Don't use dating apps. Like,
the best
go out and
use dating apps. Go out in public and talk to people. That's really going to work in a world when 90% of people meet on dating apps.
Dating apps is an issue, which I agree. This issue does exist.
And if you're not attractive enough, and you walk up to a girl and say, "Hey," she's gonna scrunch her face up and walk away from you.
Okay, I think what we're missing.
Not always.
Sorry, but you guys.
The chance of that goes down.
Honestly,
trying to walk up to like strangers on the street and try to talk to them. Like, obviously, it's like.
I've had sex with women by walking them up to them on the street.
Okay, good for you.
So have I.
So it's not impossible.
Sure, it's not impossible. It's a non-zero chance. Yeah, sure. The thing
So then
is,
why are you acting as if like I'm saying that? Yeah, I'm gonna jump from the top of my house to the moon.
Let her finish.
When did I say that? She's like, you're just attributing like fucking beliefs onto me. The thing is, there's all kinds of options you can use to like actually get to meet women and make an actual connection with them. That has nothing to do with Tinder or apps or whatever the fuck. That has nothing to do with you being attractive or not. When you have, for example, day-to-day meetings with them, if you're at the same workplace, for example, that's one thing. If you go to the gym and you meet somebody there, that's another thing. Like, if you just are generally kind, for example, at the gym to somebody, I don't know, fucking help them if like there's all kinds of things you can do to
I don't disagree with this.
counteract your, like, I guess, attractiveness.
But the fact that you have to counteract it proves that I am correct.
Yeah, that's the point. Me and Fugler are trying to get across. Is you
makes
have
you
to
more
make
attractive. If you're in a class with someone and you work on them with a project for 4 weeks or whatever, they will find you more attractive than when they first met you.
Also, people that are absolutely don't look for people that are attractive, because there's also kind of like, what is it called? Like, there's people that like would rather have a personal connection than be together with somebody that they find attractive. That's 100% the case. There's people like that.
Yeah.
And they, for example, don't trust people right from the get-go. There's people like that as well.
Disagree.
Like, even, yeah, so like attractiveness also is fucking subjective. So people like all kinds of different things.
Yeah,
so
attractiveness is subjective, but so is food.
Yeah.
And people prefer sushi to eating piles of shit. So I don't.
Your point's applicable towards online dating, I would say that. But in terms of like actually going up to someone, you can actually feel someone out.
Maybe people don't understand my point.
Yeah, can you clarify what your point
I'm going to clarify. The more attractive you are, the more success you will have in romantic relationships.
Fugler, what is
that's
success
not your only
to you?
point.
What is success?
Success being any goal that you have set, whether you want to have a one-night stand, whether you want to get married.
Okay, but
anything from those ranges. Even just having a pleasant conversation with someone of the opposite sex.
But let's be honest about what that goal is.
What's my goal personally? Or
I think the people that are complaining are not being honest about what that goal is.
I think the goal for people is to be desired, to feel wanted.
Okay, so what you guys want is like have an easier time to get into the beginning of a relationship or have sex with a woman, right? So
just have a positive interaction with another human being that happens to be a woman.
Okay,
a woman just smiling at you.
Looks matter, but it is so much less important than the value you put on it. And so that's why when women say it doesn't matter, it's because we're saying it doesn't matter as much as you say
in the grand scheme of things.
It is such an inconsequential
Hold on. If this, wait, excuse me. Can I just put up, if it didn't matter that much, why did I feel such a distinct, massive difference the moment that I started dressing better?
Yeah.
And I truly mean this, it was a night and day difference. It was not even close.
Same thing happened to me.
Really, when I said that this guy has one more success than you do, you were like floored, because what I'm thinking about success is like, what is this person's end goal? If they're married, I would hope that is the end goal that you should be comparing this person to.
Well, yeah, but getting married becomes a lot easier if you look better.
Yeah, I'm saying his looks matter.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, you can't disagree with me, because if you disagree with me, then grooming wouldn't matter.
I think that this.
Wait. Okay, please just respond to that, please.
I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I'm just saying the things that are in your control.
It's a factor.
Are so much more important than the things that are out of your control. And let's not pretend that the things that are out of your control are as important as the things that are in your control.
But isn't that by virtue of the fact that the things within your control are in your control?
Okay, look, if you're I don't know, a fucking Adonis, right? But your fucking dash is like a can that is completely empty. Like,
yeah, okay. So you can just say his name, Hassan. But go ahead.
Exactly. Like.
But no, that's not a great point because that guy pulls like crazy and he has literally 100,000 women that will marry him tonight.
You say he pulls, but like, what? What
Oh,
successful relationships can you point to of Hassan?
Yeah,
here's the thing. I think maybe I'm wrong. I think a lot of
hey,
look. All I know is that there are literally like 100,000 women that will marry that guy before even meeting him.
I'm sure there are.
Before even meeting him.
Does he have any interest
Do you think
in
it's
being
just
with
because of
them?
how he looks?
The thing is, it's not just
and I think that is almost entirely because the dude is dumb as a fucking doornail. It's not because of his
There's a
personality.
ton of women who would marry Hassan based entirely on how he looks, even if he wasn't famous at all.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, not as much, obviously, but
No way.
Not date or fuck, but marry.
Also, don't forget.
Hold on. You're excluding his fame in this scenario. But if I do, hold on. Excuse me. Yes. If I exclude his fame, yes, there's still going to be a lot. Not probably that many, but
also his fucking success is the amount of fucking money that he has in his bank. Like, obviously, there's all kinds of factors. I would say.
Wait, are we trying to act like Hassan isn't an incredibly desirable man without his fortune, and he wasn't pulling without his fortune?
No, listen.
Pulling and getting married are
By the way, just to be clear, this is how you black pill dudes.
He's having sex with somebody that
Women
gets
who would
paid.
definitely have sex with him who wouldn't marry him.
Wait, I'm sorry. Fugla, you just said he was before he was famous.
Before the guy even typed.
Having sex with somebody that gets paid to have sex. Wow, that's insane.
He was in a relationship with.
He was dating
I
a
think.
porn star. He was very attractive.
I'm curious.
He was very
now.
depressed about it as well, but.
Yeah, he was
that's because he's
unhappy.
insecure.
He was
That's because he's
tortured with
insecure.
that relationship.
Yeah.
That is not a success.
Wait, no. You okay?
is not
Hold
a
on.
success.
Stop. You can't. Your only barometer for success cannot be marriage endgame. The barometer
I'm
has to
talking
be yes. You are having
If
consistent
you can
positive
pull a porn
interactions with
star,
women.
you could probably pull
Having a
a number of women. Let's be real.
constructive relationship
Yeah, but
with
what
a
is
human
the
being
point
should
of
be the
pulling
end goal.
anybody if you're fucking miserable?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I
What?
can have
sorry,
you're not
what'd you say?
listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, I am
think
listening to what you're saying, but
But
it
what
makes
Pugla
fucking
means is
sense
that if
in the
you can't
grand
even
scheme
get
of
your foot
things.
in the door,
Like, you
you're
can
never
pull
gonna get
50
married.
billion fucking bitches, and it doesn't fucking matter if you're fucking crying yourself to sleep every fucking night. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
All right,
Well, you
and
can
the
hold on,
alternative is that you
could
get
say
no
that,
women
but the problem
whatsoever.
is he's
No,
not
the
crying himself
alternative-
to sleep because he's pulling women. He has an independent problem, entirely independent of that anybody could have, including me, you, anybody else. Like that's a non sequitur.
we
That's
need
a
to reframe
non-factor
it.
in
Maybe we
relation
need
to
to
his
reframe
physical
it.
attractiveness and his ability to
So
pull.
let's say, okay,
If you
so
cannot
then-
get one
then
relationship-
hold on.
Okay, go ahead,
Then
finish, sorry,
if
Jen.
that is the case, right? If that is the case, then you could also, I don't know, be fucking happy just by yourself as well.
Oh, is
Right?
that all it takes?
That is the exact opposite of
I
your
mean, that's not
argument,
an easy
isn't it?
thing to do, right? We can
Let's
agree
just
with
create
that.
some more incels.
Well, no.
That's,
Okay,
that's
5 more
pure-
incels just spawned.
Bugla.
Incels are
Your
people that
attitude
are
is
involuntary.
incels way more than she is.
Okay, misogynist. Sorry.
Dude, I've been in a relationship for 4 years and I have a child. I'm sure I know more about long-term relationships.
I understand the
Then
disconnect.
me?
We're not being honest
Yes.
about what the goal
Okay,
is.
let's not. Let's not do that. Because
Okay,
would be
I think
wrong,
there's a
but okay.
disconnect here. Like, the guys are talking more about like creating the opportunities to
Correct.
like have
Yes,
the
absolutely.
relationships.
Yeah, but
And
we have
you
already-
guys are talking about like the end finish
No, but
line
we've
of
already said that.
having a successful long-term relationship.
I asked specifically about whether you guys are just looking for an opportunity to get your foot in the door and actually, I don't know, have the opportunity to have sex or be in a relationship with these people.
Yeah, of course.
And
Wait,
then-
hold on. If you don't get your foot in the door, you're never going to marry anybody.
Like,
the
thing is that
But in the door to
most
have
people-
sex, it's not the same as.
Well, no. Okay,
No, yeah, but
we might
if you
disagree
have
on this,
more
but me and
opportunities-
Fugler are 100% of
Unfortunately, men
we-
cannot sit back and do nothing and have relationships fall into their lap. That's just the reality of it.
No one
Wait, and you
disagrees
think
with
women
that.
can?
The thing is, if you have more
I plead the
opportunities
fifth.
to have those relationships, you by definition have more chance to have that long-term relationship
Exactly.
actually happen.
If I told you that you had to roll a 6 on a die or the world would explode, how many die are you taking? as many die as you can fucking fit.
I'm taking a die with the number 6 on it.
All of them have the number 6 on
Holy
it.
fuck.
No, they don't. Not all,
Yes, they do.
not-
Yes, they do. His analogy is very simple. Okay, hold on. Just very basic ABCs. Does increasing the amount of chances that you have for a positive interaction with women increase the likelihood that you will have a successful relationship in comparison to less?
Yes, but there's more
and I would add to that, that does not mean you're not selecting for specific people, by the way.
Yes.
Because
so
I think it sounds
does increasing that chance does it increase the chance of a successful relationship? Yes or no?
No.
Yes.
How is it possible no?
Statistically, yes.
Okay, statistically, yes. That's what we care about, but I want to hear why no.
Okay, statistically, yes. Realistically, no.
Yeah, realistically, it's a bit different, I would say.
This is why I asked about your understanding of quantum physics, because there is a really there is a really great experiment in quantum physics where you literally block off a path and then you get this result, and it's like, well, it couldn't have taken this path, but yet we have this result. And
if we ever shrink
you are selecting
thousands and thousands of times.
Let's not use gendered comments like girl math and stuff like that.
I'm living in a real world.
It's demeaning.
Okay.
Let's not do that.
I don't see how it's applicable.
Nope, not in
I
here.
don't see how
I
understand. Get you
understand.
anywhere though as well.
You were talking about for a short period of time, but yeah.
Anyway. You're just gonna be
I have,
like,
as much as Mina disagrees, I'm not going to go into my life story. I've had a lot of success with women, actually. I've been in long-term relationships.
I'm happy for you.
Are you? I think we're just lying about like what success is.
No, but
I don't give a fuck.
I accept reality. Well, no, I mean, you kind of just insulted me, but like, it's fine.
No.
You can insult me if you like.
Sorry, let's just again. Can we break it down to basic stuff again? Just
The basic stuff.
So again, if we agree that statistically it will increase the likelihood of you finding your lifelong partner to increase the amount of chances in which you can find that partner, how is that not a desirable goal? How is that not the end game?
You're saying it's like it's your height. You can't change your height.
The problem is it's a difference of scale. If it's like 5% more desirable or 1% more desirable, it's a lot different than if it's like 80% more desirable. You know what I mean?
I think this is what's happening.
And that's what the debate is about, I think.
When you're trying to optimize for this solution, you are you're trying to get a boss drop, okay? And like, what is going to have a higher chance of getting this boss drop? Is it having optimized gear or like less optimized gear?
The more
Obviously,
optimized
having
gear you
optimized gear,
have.
but how much time are you spending to get the optimized gear? You're focusing on like it. All the time that you spend farming for the optimized gear is time that you're spending not farming for the
If you can't
drop
wipe the boss once, you will never get the drop.
Correct, but
So you need to be good enough to wipe the boss at least once.
Yeah, like,
But if you gear even more, you could be farming it on reset.
Okay, hold on. But I think we're not being honest about what our goal is. You're trying to get the best gear for farming, and I'm trying to get the drop.
No. Our goal is exactly the same. Our
The goal is
to
exactly
have,
the same, but chances are you will need to kill the boss more than once to get the 2.3%.
Exactly. You're going to have to kill the
legendary
boss
drop
more
that
than
you
once,
want.
so you're going to need to the highest proc chance possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
but, like,
if you
the
told
thing
me,
is- the
just be
thing is-
yourself, bro. You don't need to gear up. Just go kill Ragnaros, bro. You don't need a raid. Just solo it.
But you're saying like some people are born with 50%.
Yeah, but the shitty advice that men get is just be yourself. When all I'm saying is,
but
no,
you're not
you will
giving
never be
advice.
as attractive as
We
Hassan.
aren't.
Neither of us have
giving
given
you
that
this
advice.
Yeah.
We're saying you're saying like you need perfect rolls on all of this gear
I've never
to be
said that.
farming the
We're
boss.
not saying that. We're saying maximize. We're saying improving your physical appearance is a distinct and large factor that plays a role in this equation.
It's not that large.
Okay. So then, just to be clear, you would be disagreeing with my experience of me just changing the way that I dress. Forget the gym, forget shaving my hair, forget all of that. You would say that all of that really didn't matter. It didn't matter that much. Not that big of a deal.
I'm saying the effort that you put in
shows effort. Yeah, it does.
Okay, so wait, it shows effort to be able to put time into your. Even if you were to say that that is the case, then you would still be agreeing with the idea that making yourself appear physically more attractive has a distinct effect. It helps a lot.
Yes,
it shows effort.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
see, like if you have like people are not going to assume that you look like that 24/7.
If you were an inch taller, is that going to have a bigger impact than the way you dressed?
I have a question for
not an inch, no. But I'm already tall.
You're already in the top 5% of height.
Okay,
No, you're
if
6.
you're-
I mean, it's up like 15, sure.
So if you're 5'10", which is average height for North America, I believe, for a male, right? 5'10".
Yeah.
If you're 5'10", does being 5'11" improve your chances more or less than like a good haircut and a shave?
A good haircut and a shave is going to improve it more, but you're still proving the point that looks matter. Like a lot.
It's putting effort in looks. Like
because I could take a 5'10" person and make them 6'3".
Wait,
I can be glad and League of
than
Legends.
if they got a haircut and a shave.
The problem is Ellie is saying that looks matter, but it's not because of the looks themselves. It's because of the effort that
Okay,
it like,
cool.
represents.
I can disprove this instantly then. I can literally disprove this instantly. I have acne scars on my face. There's other people who do not have acne scars on their face because they have better genetics than me. Would you say that, because the only reason why these people are attracted to the people who don't have acne scars on their face is because they subconsciously believe that they did stuff to do it? No, their genetics did it for them.
No, but not having yeah, exactly.
Their genetics did it for them. So therefore they're more attractive because of that. Like because something they didn't even do.
Okay, that's fine. But the impact that like carrying yourself well and dressing well and grooming yourself well is a larger impact than any of the genetic variation
That's
that
not
you're
true.
likely
But those are
dealing
things
with,
you cannot
that
change.
you're likely dealing. Yes,
if
the
you're
things you
if
can't
you're a
change
10
are
out of
far
10
worse.
if you're a 10 out of 10, right, but you have zero fucking charisma, zero intelligence, and are just all around a slob, nobody's gonna want to fuck you or date you. Like
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think that's true.
Get them never to the shower.
Hyperbolic.
Maybe.
Oh my god, kind of. Oh my god.
Date maybe,
It's
fuck definitely
hyperbolic.
not. But
Okay. And now, if you compare like that specific example with somebody that is maybe less attractive, but carries himself well, grooms himself well, and is charismatic and intelligent, do you think the attractive example or the less attractive example is gonna be more successful in getting women or
Depends
whatever?
on how unattractive this person is. In order to make the
You need to get
hypothetical,
over the hump.
now hold on.
You need to get
In
over the
order
hump.
to make the hypothetical perfect, a less attractive person would almost certainly get less. And the reason why is because you're comparing a 10 out of 10. In order to make the analogy right, you'd have to have a 0, which is effectively
a 10-0 will get more than a 0-10. If that makes sense.
Okay. If
a
we
0 would be somebody just hideous. So there's just
I'm
no
curious,
way.
would you apply this the other way towards women? Like if there's a 10 out of 10 girl, but she was completely.
Oh, for women, this dynamic is different. It's
a
typically
completely
more
different
exacerbated, though.
It is different. It is different.
Okay, but like if we have a really attractive person who doesn't shower, and we have fucking Danny DeVito.
The really attractive person who
motherfucker.
doesn't shower is going to pull. I'm sure you have girlfriends I'm sure you have girlfriends who have fucked total bums that just look gross or whatever, but they're like tall or they have like a good jawline.
Actually, I don't.
If we can't agree on this reality, then we'll just never.
I feel like this is a pretty ubiquitous experience for a lot
The
of
face
women
check
to have.
to see if,
but
like, with on flat Earth logic, is if height matters. If you don't think height matters at all, it's pointless to continue doing.
No.
But I'm saying that's like
all.
the baseline. That's the baseline point. Is that
The baseline
Sorry, time out. Shut the fuck up. Really, this experience that you're describing, it is something that women have, but it's not that they were XYZ. It's that the guy was funny. This is a universal experience that all of the women I know can describe. Is like I'm really not happy that I fucked thinking back, it makes me feel kind of gross. But God, he was.
Then that goes back
funny.
to the thing where if
hold
they're
on.
funny,
Isn't
it's
that
because
wait, just to be clear, wouldn't that be like shallow? That you're only regretting fucking a dude because you look back and he was ugly, but he was funny.
Thinking back on the sex is gross. Like it makes your
no.
stomach
I'm not talking
hurt a
about
little
thinking
bit,
back on the
but he's
sex. Regretting having sex with
funny.
somebody because they're unattractive, and you're like, oh man, I only fucked him because he was funny, but he really ugly. Isn't that like shallow?
Wait, what?
Is it shallow?
Yeah.
To
I would never go like, oh man, I fucked that chick. She had such a good personality. Now that I look back at it, she's actually really ugly. I really regret doing that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm never gonna do that.
Oh.
I feel like it's a really shallow thing to do, no?
That is shallow. This is so crazy to talk about. It's actually,
probably.
Wait, what's crazy about that? I don't feel like I said anything controversial. That's a pretty shallow thing to do.
Like,
to regret
it's shallow. It's that's exactly why I'm laughing. It's like so stupid. Like,
well, no, I mean that's the example given. That was the example given.
Is that more or less shallow than the girl that's like, oh yeah, I let this dude smash, but he was fucking tall?
I mean, I personally, I think that sexual preferences are fine. I think going like, oh, wow, I find this person sexually attractive because they're tall, and then so I'll have sex with them. I don't think that's as bad as degrading. Excuse me. 1 second. I'm sorry. Let's just last
I'm
little
sorry.
thinking.
In your example, I was taking it that the girl is like, oh yeah, I regret this, but he was XYZ.
No.
Sorry,
so
in the
hold on.
example
I'm
that
sorry.
you gave,
Why
I thought you were saying
because I'm sorry. The example. Why do they regret it?
I'm sorry, but like the regret part has probably entirely to do with how good they are in bed.
Sure, in a more tangible way, maybe. I don't know. I've seen.
No,
I mean,
sorry.
we all have seen cases where in which there's like some bum who's really good at slinging dick.
Okay, but the way you were talking about it, it sounded like there was, maybe this is just something I picked up from incorrectly on a vocal cue, was that they were talking about some guy that they let hit because of XYZ. Anytime some girl is like, oh yeah, I had sex with this guy because he had this physical feature, it's almost always to complain about it. Like, oh God, this was a mistake. I did this thing.
Oh no, I don't agree with that at all. I see plenty of instances where women were like, "Oh my God, I fucked this guy. He was so tall and he was so hot. He had abs." I'm sure we can literally go on TikTok to find those things being proliferated a lot.
TikTok.
I guess, yeah, public stuff, but like private conversations are. I'm thinking about like private conversations I've had with women. Like
maybe, but I mean, I've also had private conversations with my girlfriends who were like, "Yeah, this guy was really hot. I liked like sucking his dick or some shit like that." Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, I don't know. I've done things I regret, things that like physically make me ill to think about because guys were funny.
Sure.
Same.
But I've never been like, oh God, why did I let that guy have sex with me just because he was attractive? Because he never gets to have sex with me just because he's attractive. That doesn't happen.
Okay.
Do you really think that there are girls who don't have one night stands based on physical appearance?
There are girls, just like there are men that also
There are, but
there are also men that only like date women if they're like, or fuck women that are physically attractive to them either as well. Like, yes, those people exist.
I
I'm not gonna deny that.
me and Fugly's point is.
But I don't know what you're trying to say with that. Is my point.
My point is like, I think
disagree
it's
that being
more about the utility aspect of it, not about like you having the experience and that's it. It's not like, to me, it's not like ones and zeros in that aspect. So it's I feel like there's more to it than just like, okay, just because these people are attractive, therefore life is unfair, I shouldn't even try.
Not once have I ever said that.
Hold on. I disagree.
Yeah,
Crazy Night Sky. I disagree. You're saying men are interrupting women too much. Please control them more. No, that's not what's happening. I understand that's how you perceive what's happening. The reason why is there's 2 women in the call with fucking 10 dudes.
I'm sorry.
If your house is on fire,
it's not because
you're not going to get.
And I'm not going to do this thing where it's like, oh, shut up, the women are talking, or whatever. That's no. That's not how that works.
Recognizing that
it's
you
that there's
are
2
at a
people
handicap
who
Because
are
if you're
women,
5'8",
and there's like fucking 8
you'll be
people who are
attractive to less
dudes.
people. Not saying that there are no people who date someone who's 5'8".
Okay. I think
If
that's
anything,
is that if you're 6'2",
disproportionate amounts of time.
Yeah,
based
but
on,
I've been trying to say that from the start. Is that the more attractive you are, the more people will find you attractive. That's all I've ever said. And the moment I say that,
that's not all you've ever said.
No, yeah.
what have I said that is disagreeing with that?
No.
What have I said that's
That is not
disagreeing
what
with
got me triggered earlier. Absolutely not.
Volcel, why'd you use the word handicap? That's crazy.
It is a handicap.
Like,
There's
more
a
than
lot
like
of
a literal
handicaps you can
handicap,
have,
like if you're missing
right?
an arm or a leg or something. That's crazy.
I would say that's a disability.
handicap as in
Handicap is a
sport.
literal word, like handicap, as in a disadvantage.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, for example, if you play like against as a kid against like a grown up in a sport, the grown up gets a handicap. That's,
like if you played a video game, like a handicap will reduce the amount of damage that you do, so that it's more balanced.
You can.
It's also a phrase used.
maybe
in
a
sports.
European thing to say that, but
Also,
I
so
don't mean
just
like
to
a
be
disability.
clear on where I stand on this position, I personally believe for most men, their social skills are going to matter more when it comes to dating than their physical attractiveness, because primarily they can control more of it. But it's also because. Also because, well, not primarily just because they can control more of it, but that I would weigh more of it because they can do that. However, what I would say is that in this conversation, it feels like this is just based on the way the conversation is going, is that we're putting almost no weight on looks. Okay, looks are important; they're a big deal.
Sorry, I think the confusion is the effort you put into your looks matter more than your height. I think that's what it all boils down to. The things that are in your control for your looks matter more than the things that are out of your control.
I agree.
I don't. If we assume the worst sliders, I don't agree.
I think even if we took two average people, and really, you know the two traits I'm going to say, and I'm not going to say them, but you know the two traits I'm going to say.
I'm sorry.
I think
the two traits for what?
For a guy, if you took two 5 out of 5s.
Yeah.
And then one of them is
I understand what
and
you're
the other
saying.
group is a certain group. You know exactly what I mean. One of those is going to have more success, and that is the way the world works.
I have no idea
it's
what
gonna be
What's the
race,
second
isn't
group?
it?
League players.
What do you mean?
Wait, first of all, to be clear, you can't say that and not explain it. So, but yeah.
Well, okay, but if I say it and you know me,
I said it.
then it's not a bad thing. So I'm just not going to say it because people don't know me, and I've already been flamed once. So
Wait
I
a minute,
had to get
I'm
flamed
confused.
again.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Hold on, just DM me what you're saying, and then I'll see if I can say it. Just so I'm 90% sure I know what you're talking about. Let me just DM me.
Omega Law.
Oh yeah, of course. All right, so yeah,
Yeah,
I'll just
okay,
fucking say.
see?
Wait, no, there's nothing wrong with saying this.
Yeah, but I mean, last time I said something, I got said that I've never had a successful relationship in my life or some shit, so...
that he's referring to is like being white and being tall. It's like that's what he's referring to based on the stats. Like you are dramatically more successful with every single racial group, I believe, except for black women, if you are white, and by a large margin. That's not a small margin. By a large margin with women.
I have no idea about those statistics.
Okay, yeah, yep, you can look into it. It's
I think
pretty
this is
good
mainly
margin.
like a US thing. So I
Yeah, it's this is more of a Western. Well, it's a Western thing. It was done in Europe and in America. But
sure, I guess.
Being white and being tall are correlated significantly highly with success, is what he's saying in regards to dating.
I heard the Hispanics were the.
I don't know what's the sample size on.
The sample size of the stuff that I saw was 50,000, 115,000, and I think 8,000.
It might just be living in like a more conservative area in the United States.
It was pretty spread across aggregately.
Because I live in a more...
Okay. Yes, it was in
also,
Europe.
Okay, there's also like different like socioeconomic factors that come with being.
Okay, so
white
just to be
compared
so
to
this has
other
happened
areas.
multiple times. Wait, can I please
If I can finish what I was saying, it was because I live in this area. I would assume that being white is probably a bigger impact than height, because where I live is probably more prone to. But because of where I live and the demographics I exist in, I would assume that being white is more important to women than height.
Sure. So just to be clear, the parameters that we're referring to when we're talking about being white and height is it's just acknowledging racism. Okay, so if you disagree with it, that's fine. But there is racism in our dating and our relationship landscape, just like there is outside of it.
Right.
This shouldn't be very hard for anybody to accept.
That is exactly what I was saying. I was saying that to me,
I understand.
In the area I'm in, people are more racist than they care about your fucking height.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Sure.
Yeah, but I think that's more like anecdotal to your specific location, I suppose.
And that's what I said.
Yeah.
Because of where I live, I would have just assumed that like race matters more.
Race matters more than
height.
your height. But the exact same way that race matters, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you just exist as you are, you play the cards that you're dealt. It's the same thing with height.
Okay,
It's not
but
the
like,
end be all.
What if you
It's not the end all be all.
why
Yeah.
why bring
I think that's
attention to
point.
something you can't change?
Well, because it helps explain the world around you and how people treat
it has
you.
to do with sociology.
I honestly think it just helps doom appeal you. So like you
It
make
doesn't
feel
doom
like
appeal you.
most of
It should
the
give you
time,
hope.
Like,
It should give you
my
hope.
height, or my race, because I statistically did like the analysis in my head, so therefore I only have a chance of this certain type of.
Wait, to be clear, this is literally how we address and indicate
You
racism,
can never solve
right?
any problem without knowing where you stand with the
Exactly. How can you explain to me, how am I going to know that racism is happening if I'm not comparing the treatment of myself to my white counterparts? How can I know that racism is happening?
I'm not saying it's wrong to know that information. I'm saying it's wrong to like sort of intake all that information and then pull it like on like an analysis when you like going to talk to.
It just means that you have to try harder. Like that's all it means. But like if you go and see and your friend who is white and tall has way more success than you, and his advice to you is just be yourself, blah blah blah, accepting that you're probably never going to have as much success as him, but there are things you can change and you can do. If we say that looks don't matter, then what's the point in changing how you look? If we say that, you know,
I'm not saying that, but it's just like don't doom appeal yourself.
The things you can,
I mean, yeah, I agree. Don't do more for
things
yourself.
you can focus on for your looks are more important than the things
also
in
I
your
feel
looks
like
that you can't control.
Yeah, but
I
it's
feel like
still.
I mean, it
depends. I mean, this
looks,
is
right? Because if I put effort in my league account, no one's gonna fucking care about that, right?
You're actually so wrong. Both
Depends on what
me
elo you
and
are.
my roommate have matched with people because their opening message was their
if you're
opening
high
line.
elo
I
in
think
video games,
I think I would very much like your social group, but that's so out of the norm.
Let them finish their. let Ellie
is
finish
not
their
out of the norm.
statement. Let Ellie finish their
That is
statement.
not.
Oh no, I was just saying, whatever this thing is that you put a large value in, there is a group that also finds that thing very important, and you are better off focusing on that thing that you have in common with this person than worrying about, oh my god, my height, and also like taking care of your hygiene.
No one's saying worry about it. You can't change it. Don't worry about what you can't change.
Then
But acknowledging it is important.
Yeah, that's the point that me and Fugler are making. That you should acknowledge
you
these
can never
factors
become
to be
more
able to make
attractive
sense. Because the
cannot
issue
accept
is, if I
reality.
do not acknowledge these factors that I cannot control, I'll be stumbling through life the same way that me and Fugler already agree that most men do. Why do women treat me different than my 6'4" guy with a perfect jawline, fantastic facial hair, and great skill? I just don't I don't get it. My personality must just be shit. No, you don't have a shit person. That's not the accurate analysis. You should be able to look at, hey, people are going to treat this guy differently. People are going to treat he could say the exact same words as you, and they're going to treat it differently than you. And just analyzing that and having that in your mind, so that way you don't lose your fucking mind every time you go outside is probably a good idea.
This is not being blackpilled. Blackpilled is, and it doesn't matter because there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm not blackpilled.
That's where we agree.
No,
that
blackpilled is
not
accepting-
blackpilled.
Yeah, I know.
So who was blackpilled in here?
I am blackpilled because I believe that you have infinite. If you took a 10 out of 10 with zero personality, they will have.
Then they're
more
not a 10 out of
success.
10.
You know what
We're talking about
I think
unphysical
the defi-
attractiveness.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think the definition of black pill is getting stretched by Fugler here.
If I could take a 7 out of 10 physical and a 3 out of 10 personality, and compare them to a 3 out of 10 looks, 7 out of 10 personality. I sound like a broken record here, but we all know he's going to have more success.
The person,
but
honestly,
you said
I've seen
yourself.
3 out of 10
Oh, fuck off.
personalities do well.
Who do you think is
Like,
a
I have,
happier
I just have.
person?
Who is the
Who do you
happier
think?
person?
Yeah, who
Oh,
has a more
definitely the 7
fulfilling
out of 10.
life?
Without wait, let's not play games.
No,
Without a
who
doubt, the
has a
7
more
out of
fulfilling life?
Oh, wait.
No, wait. Just to be clear, hold on. If you're a 3 out of 10, you're probably bullied every time you go outside. You are probably actively bullied.
Where do you live?
No, if you're a 3 out of 10,
Where do I live where people bully ugly people? Is that what I just heard?
They avert their eyes when you're in the area. They try not to stare or gawk at you because you're such an anomaly.
Yeah,
Relly
and
and I
their
have
kids
both
point
been
at you and,
unattractive.
laugh.
Relly and I have both been unattractive and noticed the difference in how
I'm sorry if you live in an area that will bully people how they look.
People do this everywhere. People bully ugly people everywhere. It's a common experience for ugly people to be bullied.
Come back to the pike field, Relly. Come back to the pike field.
To be a 3 out of 10, then for a 7 out of 10, you are expecting to be catcalled everywhere you go. These are not equivalent.
Yeah, I think the 7 out of 10 will generally live a better life because they will not be actively bullied for how they look.
But they won't have any friends if they have a 3 out of 10 personality.
Wait.
Well, no, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing, all right? From my perspective, when you're at a 3 out of 10 personality, I think you still can make friends. I think really shit people or whatever can make friends. Are they going to make super deep friendships? I don't know, maybe. I've seen people with really, in my opinion, really shitty personalities have fulfilling lives. I don't think that you just having a shit personality means you're incapable of having a decent life.
This is being ugly doesn't make you not have a decent life, especially if a good support system around you and a good personality in yourself, right?
I'm sorry, say again?
Like, you guys think,
I don't know.
Like,
This is
if you're if you're a 3 out of 10 personality and you have a good support system around you because you have a good personality, that's probably going to make you more happier than
I
being a
feel
7 out of 10 and having a 3 out of 10
like the
personality.
metrics. I feel like the metrics that we use to measure like these kinds of like interpersonal relationships between like people is like.
But also
really,
a 3 out of 10
really
is not.
It's. I feel like it's like really skewed towards like your side of like your opinion, I suppose, because you guys only use like the kind of metrics that will always prove your argument right.
But also,
when in reality it's not that objective.
Yeah,
like it's not gonna like.
On the topic of objectivity and subjectivity, can I say something? Right. Food taste is subjective, right?
No.
Like what people prefer is subjective.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you're gonna make the fucking argument, and then
more
it's gonna
people
be
like a restaurant dinner compared to canned soup, probably, right? It's subjective, but we can agree. Yeah, some people really love canned soup.
It's not subjective.
Well, it depends if it's a shitty restaurant or not.
Okay, but
Wait,
you know
do
the
you know
point I'm
why?
trying to make.
No.
Right?
Do you know why?
It's a generalization. There are things that people lean towards.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right?
so
And
we
it's the
can
same
just
thing
we
with
can just
dating.
run it. We can just run a sanity test real quick. Do you guys know who Gorlak the Destroyer is?
Yes.
No. Oh yeah.
Okay. Which one do you think? Which
whatever
one do you
podcast.
think most people are going to find attractive? Gorlak the Destroyer or Emily Ratajkowski?
Emily Ratajkowski.
But what would you rate these?
Unless you have a paraphilia.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah,
I already
there's always
feel
that.
cringe comparing them. I'm not gonna rate them.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Sorry, I take great personal offense when you say a 3 out of 10 is getting like openly mocked in public.
Wait, I'm sorry.
And people didn't instantly chime
agree
in
that
saying
Emily
it's subjective, it's
Ratajkowski
subjective.
is going to be treated a lot better in society and get a lot more positive reception than Gorlak?
Yes.
This is true. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're just apply that. I believe to a lower extent. Maybe Fogo would disagree. Apply that to dudes, and then that's all we're talking about.
I think the actively bullied was a bit too far, but like, yeah, in general, people.
Just to be clear,
who's going to be more socially isolated?
Actively bullied?
I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying that does or doesn't happen. Like I'm saying. Actively, maybe not, but like in general, people get treated worse because they're uglier. Yes.
Who gets actually bullied more?
By what metrics are you saying 3 out of 10?
I guess we just live in very diametrically opposed realities where.
Yeah, but no, No, I just don't like. I live in a total different part of the world than you guys. I don't know the bully culture in your areas. Like,
even if it's not being bullied, having your Uber drivers talk to you like a human being.
Yeah.
Women at the gas station complimenting you.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Things like that make you feel integrated into society and like a human being. Okay?
Yeah,
the less attractive you
absolutely.
are, and the less attractive you are, the less likely that is to happen.
Okay, but are you wait? But are you going to live a more fulfilling life if you have people talking to you and you're just like an awful shitty human, or if like this doesn't happen as often, but like you're capable of building?
Why are you
jumping?
Why are you assuming somebody with a bad personality is an awful shitty person? Are we saying they're ethically bad, or are we just saying that they're like really dull?
Can we just compare, let's say Hassan and let's say Ethan H3H3? Because like obviously opposite in terms of attractive wise, but personality wise.
Wait, no, I don't think Ethan is like an ugly guy.
No. Okay, let's say fat Ethan. He's fatter.
I still don't think fat Ethan is that.
Dude,
like,
she literally has Gila as a wife. She's so fucking hot. Like, I don't. clearly, you can still pull like hot people.
When Ethan had his eyebrows shaved and his head shaved, you think?
Oh yeah, well that but that's that's an anomaly, sure.
Let's say even then, who was getting bullied more, Ethan or Hassan?
Who was getting bullied more for their looks? Ethan.
No, not for their looks, just for who they are.
That has has to do with Hassan being like an idiot.
Yeah, but that's the point we're making. Is that your personality and your looks, like these two things are all both factors towards why you can classify as being bullied.
To be clear, the reason why Hassan is bullied isn't because he has a bad personality. It's because he's a bad person.
No, his personality.
I think he has a shit personality
and he's egotistical, and that's why he has all the bad, shitty political opinions.
I like Hassan.
Because of egotistical.
Oh, fuck you, Fugler.
You
threw our side of the argument, bro. You had me, bro. You had my back, and then you fucked me, dude. You fucked me.
That's
okay. To steal man, really, like who's more likely to be bullied? The 3 out of 10 or the 10 out of 10? It's gonna be the 3 out of 10, right? Like.
I think it depends. It depends on your high school.
In general, like all else equals, like personality equals, like in general, probably 3 out of 10 is more likely to be bullied than a 10 out of 10.
All right, this is the millionth loop. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're good. We're okay.
Really fucking
all right.
Can I actually say ask a question? Because you're watching the forethought video, he's unhinged in that video, right? And
no, I agree with them completely.
I think he's fucking
oh my god. There's no shot.
Oh my god.
There's literally not a shot in hell.
Wait, okay, hold on. Why do you agree with him completely?
Because Pixie's takes are cringe. Just kidding.
That can't be the barometer.
Wait. Yeah.
Just because your take is cringe doesn't mean like an insult can still like go whole hog and destroy you.
I don't think the white women should shut the fuck up take because Pixie's cringe is justified. Like that's a bit too far.
I mean, clearly Forethought was right about something because Fugla has been very upset about the things I've been saying, right? I shouldn't be talking about these things.
Wait, let her finish.
But I don't
let her finish. Let her finish.
Yeah.
Right. I think it is like Fugla doesn't want. Kept saying like, "Oh, look, you're making more incels. Another 5 incels have been born." And like, clearly, there are some people that just aren't capable.
Let her finish.
Like sometimes you are just not capable of hearing someone's point
never make
because
a hate thread.
Let her finish, bro. I'm losing my mind.
Oh my god.
Wait, but how is making that hate thread substantially different than like saying those comments on call on stream?
Because he's not focusing on you being a woman.
I never said anything about you being a white woman or something.
No, but there is a level of normative loading that comes in with these remarks. Oh,
and I tried to engage with you. I tried to honestly engage with you until you said that the average guy could have as much as Channing Tatum.
Have equal amounts of success.
And I don't think we live in the same reality if that's the case.
But I think that's just because we're defining success differently.
Maybe.
Yeah,
when we're talking about male loneliness, and what I think the average guy will define as success, then
I think what the average guy would define as success is having sex.
Okay.
And I think that's what we're not being honest about.
Okay, hold on. I feel like this is also really fucking like a toxic thing that like is really bad in society in general, is that we compare ourselves to like other people all the fucking time instead of like comparing ourselves to like our past selves. Like it's like you're just looking to minimize your self-esteem by comparing yourself to other people.
I don't disagree with that.
Comparison is the thief.
I think there's a
Yeah,
healthy...
I said that earlier, but I also think that if you're trying to, I don't know, if you want to run,
I mean, sure, if you
100
want to
meters
improve yourself,
in
you want
12
to see what the gold
seconds,
standard
then-
is.
The problem is comparing yourself to other
There's a
people, I
healthy
think.
way to compare yourself to other people, and there's an unhealthy
exactly.
way to compare yourself to
Okay,
people.
but-
Let's
There you
not
go.
not lose our heads.
When Pixie's talking about these things, she's clearly talking about people living a fulfilling life, right? But when forethought is like, God, this is why people shouldn't talk about this thing, is because Pixie's just thinking about like overall, like a rising tide raises all ships level of like improved quality of life, right? Like it
As
is
you
going to
should.
feel better if you have friends that are giving you compliments. Awesome. But forethought is outrage and it's just like, this is part of the problem. Is like you say all of these like bullshit, feel good, happy, nice things,
Yeah.
but that doesn't help me get laid because that is like what, when the average guy is talking about male loneliness, it's because they're not getting their dick touched.
I think male
Not always,
loneliness goes
not
deeper
always.
than sex.
I
will say this.
I agree. I think it is too. But I think when people are complaining about it, the thing they're emoting about is actually just like they don't feel sexually valuable, and that feels bad.
Well, again, if this gets into the other debate, if a woman won't have sex with you, she's almost certainly never going to date you.
Yeah.
So, like, and I understand you may not agree with that, but that's just like the concrete like disagreement there.
Do you think Forethought was even thinking of any of those?
No, I don't think Forethought was thinking of any of this.
He just went shotgun blast.
Even
I
if
think
was
what
being
happens
dumb,
is you-
like it doesn't justify like saying like, oh, you stupid fucking white woman, shut the fuck up. Like,
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it just. I don't think, especially what Pixie said, which is effectively nothing controversial really at all, to be responded with, "Hey, you're a white woman," and a generalization about white women.
I think the thing she
is
said
ridiculous.
to try and connect to build the bridge felt out of touch, and that is
It's a
what
bit naive here.
caused his
My bad.
spur.
I agree. But
Oh, hey, 20
not-
people
not
being
Spurg
out
worthy.
of touch on Destiny stream. This one woman right there, blast. Forethought, head mod, fuck her. What the hell? What was
Yeah,
that?
the problem is he's a head mod, and even if it's out of touch, do you think an appropriate response to somebody being out of touch is saying, bringing up their race and gender and saying your opinion is invalid because of that?
It's so ironic because if you did the opposite to him, if he had an opinion about a woman and then he said you're an incel, you didn't know anything, you read it more.
he would be revolting.
Yeah, exactly.
Like-
So like do the opposite and let's act like oh
Yeah, it's just a totally
think-
inappropriate response to what she did.
I agree.
Yeah, but you might
It also
say
just
that when
stifles.
her responses.
It also.
We should
Yeah,
let
it
Ellie
also
speak,
just-
as she's the only one
sorry.
with an opposing position, it sounds like, to most of the people here.
Yeah.
You could also say that like her response is equally out of touch, because clearly he is the affected group. Like the same way hearing like men talk about abortion stuff, it's like sometimes you just have to be like, hey, like this isn't a conversation for you.
Well, I don't agree
And
with
like
that.
okay,
there was something there having his opinion though.
I think
Sorry.
you should value the opinion of, or the opinion stated on the merits of the opinion, not who gave it.
correct. But if their way of validating that opinion is something that's completely irrelevant to what you see as the problem or the thing in question, then then like, yeah, you disqualified those things, right? When Forethought talks about her, like when he's spurging out, it is because she mentions like the household, like being the Spanish.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, okay.
So hold on. Let's just address something. Do you believe that Pixie said anything that warranted the response of bringing up her race and gender and quoting a statistic that is in connection with that and telling her to shut up on that basis?
I think that's inappropriate to do something like that. But I will say
I'm asking Ellie because I think Ellie is the only person who's disagreeing with that point.
I think race and gender was used as a way to preface why she feels the way she does. And so I think it's just as equally valid to discredit someone based off of that as it is to offer it as a reason for why your opinion is valid.
Whoa. She never offered that as the reason why her opinion was valid. She never said, I am a white woman, so therefore I have authority on this.
She's hinting at the Spanish
words?
family, but like the thing, I think that was a miscommunication there. I think
Yes,
Pixie said
I
like
think so as well, but I think that is what caused the outrage, right? But I do think Forethought is probably more susceptible to misinterpreting these things because he does have some negative emotions about
or even interpreting it correctly. And
her stuff about the fucking household isn't her using her race and gender as a qualification for her points.
It's
using the way that she was raised as a qualification.
Yeah.
If I steel man Forethought, it doesn't mean I agree with him, but it was right after this big argument with Kelly. So he's feeling sensitive, and she starts talking about incel topics after everyone called him an incel, specifically Forethought. He must have felt targeted, like insecure.
Being targeted by Kelly.
Specifically talking about me. If I can.
Yeah, okay, but being targeted by Kelly doesn't mean you have to take it out on Pixie.
Yeah.
And
I understand the steel man that he's putting up, and I appreciate it.
I don't think he was taking it out on Pixie.
He doesn't.
I mean, he quoted her directly in the post, right?
Yeah,
he timestamped it.
Yeah, but I don't think that had anything to do with Kelly Jean.
It's like having a debate, the debate being over, and then watching them shit talk you a little bit like after the debate. That's probably.
I understand why he was triggered. It doesn't mean that it's like
I get that point, but he never apologized for it. He never said, "Oh, that's my bad. I was frustrated."
Yeah, the problem is he's taking the Giga Chad thing.
You can always DM them,
and that's the most cringe shit.
Yeah, he's taking this like Sigma. I never apologize. I stand on what I say. It's like, no, bro, you make mistakes. Sometimes you gotta admit when you make mistakes.
It's funny. He's just doing a Destiny impersonation, and he's doing it so bad.
Yeah, it's
and
cringe.
Also it's a bit sad because, like, instead of trying to convince Pixie, it was kind of a dumb take, and there could be better conversations.
Winston donated $5.
Really?
Thank you for having me on the panel. It was interesting and I had fun. I hope to be on a future one.
Yeah,
Big ups and have a great rest of your stream.
Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it.
Like instead of like having a productive, like.
He doesn't engage.
You can say she was naive and stuff. Like I believe some things she said was kind of like meh, kind of naive, maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't think it warranted that reaction.
Bro, nothing warrants just saying, "Hey, bro, you're a white woman. Here's a stat about white women supporting something that's totally not relevant to this conversation. Shut up." There's like, it's just unhinged. Just flat out, it's unhinged. But I'm sorry, okay? Listen, I love all of you. I have to be done, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on.
The sun comes out, Relly goes to bed. Surprise, surprise.
Huh?
I was calling you a degenerate gamer who only sleeps when the sun is out.
Yeah, based. That's absolutely based. I think my roommates are literally going to go to the gym in like an hour or something. I might end up tagging along. We'll find out. But thank you guys, everybody, for hanging out and stuff. I will probably do these more frequently. So if you guys want to come back on at another time, talk about whatever, please let me know. Anybody in the chat that wants to join the Discord, I'll drop the link so that way you guys can do the same exact thing as the people who you guys just heard loop with me for like 3 hours.
That shit was
go ahead.
crazy.
Go ahead. There it is. Join the Discord. Like I said, I'm gonna try and do these a little bit more often. I'll probably stay in the Discord after the stream for a little bit. So yeah, if you guys want to do that, then yeah, I just have to go to the bathroom and then I'll do my final stream stuff. Okie dokie. Wait.
Love you.
Huh? What's up?
Huh?
Somebody said.
I said bye. Bye, love you.
Oh, bye. Well, you're saying bye to stream.
Bye.
I'll stay in here and then I'll go to the bathroom. I'm trying to figure out who I should raid.
I think everyone's asleep, no?
Everyone should be sleeping, but who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Is there anybody
Is there
on
a European streamer?
There's probably a couple of Europeans.
Chud Logic is live.
Chud Logic? Yeah, I'll raid Chud on Kick. I'm not sure if he'll notice, but I'll raid him. I'm not sure if he has like raid info on Kick or anything, but we'll raid him. All right, rating. Okay. What is it? Twitch, decent viewership there. Maybe raid somebody on Twitch. Oh, Malik is still awake. I'll raid Malik. Okay, how do I do this on Twitch? Dude, I haven't done a raid on Twitch in like a year and a half. Is that gonna work? Yep, that's working. Okay, join up that raid. Join up that raid. Wowee, 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 wow, 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 wow. Please join that. Please join that. Please join that. Please join that. Okie dokie. All right. Good luck for you or Twitch chat. Good luck. Good luck. And I have zero idea how to raid on YouTube, so I'm ending stream. Good luck.